No, there you go.
Hello, everybody! We are not on our normal day today because I just got out of YouTube jail. Uh, last week. Yes, I know. Last week, I hope you guys got to catch it. I thought it was quite fun. We had Nick Rekieta on.
That was fun.
Nick Rekieta at the time was in YouTube jail. He is also back. But the the person in charge of the people who do mass reportings on YouTube that got Rekieta in trouble probably did it to me as well. Just a guess. I can't, of course, prove that, but it was within. I got a strike on a video that was 5 years old. It was, and when I tell you guys what the video topic was, this is the topic of the video that got me a strike. I think it'll make it even more ironically delicious. But within about, by the time I woke up, so within 8 hours of us having Rekieta on this channel, I had a strike on my main channel. The video was called "PewDiePie is a Nazi and so are you" again, and it was about people trying to cancel other people on the internet and just mindlessly calling them Nazis and fascists like PewDiePie. I mean, he did make a terrible joke, obviously, like a really, really insensitive joke. I mean, in terms of terrible, it was hilarious, but it was super offensive. And I mean, the whole point of the video was to talk about the problem of this cancellation stuff, and particularly of trying to get people taken down. And guess what video they got taken down? I don't know why. YouTube, of course, does not tell you anything about why they decided to take it. It was hate speech, no more information given. It might have been because I think I played part of his video in it. That was probably what YouTube was probably angry about it. I think I did, but it was blurred out. No, I know okay, I don't know what's in the video anymore. I think I can get access to it, but it's 5 years old. So either way, it's I don't remember what was in the video, but I probably did show the clip. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, the clip that got Pewds in trouble back in the day, and why people were calling him a Nazi 5 years ago when I made it, was...
Is it the something the Jews thing?
Yes, he was doing a thing where he went on Fiverr and paid people, $5 to do a bunch of, or different amounts of money. People still do this. Cold Ones does this now with oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called. All kinds of stuff. They pay people to do all kinds of crap, and it's hilarious. I love Cold One, but
there's a clip of Louis C.K. saying the same thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, he paid these like Indonesian guys. I think I don't recall where they were from.
Yeah.
And he said that he wanted them to write "Death to all of God's chosen people."
The Juden.
You can fill in the blanks on a piece of paper and dance around in the jungle, and they did that. And PewDiePie was clearly shocked that they did it. Like, he was just like, maybe. Now, it wasn't a live stream, so you could have not uploaded it, but I think he thought, as anyone would have, it's like, wow, that's messed up, but it's funny that, and then it would end up happening.
His
reaction,
of course, was
the
funniest thing than what they wrote.
And the guys got in huge trouble too. They got kicked off Fiverr. So then these people living in some, third world country lost their ability to make money too because of this stuff. And no, it's different. It was around the same time though that he said the word that shall not be said on a live stream. It was around the same time though. He was in like a weird edgy phase.
What's the word?
Now he's super. Well, you could guess. The word that shall not be said.
The F word?
That may or may start with an N.
Oh.
You never seen that? You never seen the infamous bridge scene?
What a fucking...
yeah. That's what he said.
I know, it's pretty funny.
And then it extended to other things, like he had been making videos in a British officer uniform, and then people said it was a Nazi uniform. It clearly wasn't.
Can we just be honest about a couple of things about that? First of all, there are black people who found that funny. Let's be real, because it was funny. Secondly, I remember all the pearl clutching of like 4 or 5 days. Like, oh my god, I'm never gonna watch PewDiePie. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're gonna watch him next week. I guarantee you his sub count will go up. And his sub count did go up.
Did.
Yeah, because most people don't give a shit. Like the pearl clutching is just a virtue shy.
Look, it was a heated gamer moment. It wasn't a joke though. I mean, like he did just straight up call that other guy that word, or the guy he was playing against.
How many of us have never said that word in a gaming rage?
No one has ever. I certainly never would have said such a word ever. Spoon, how dare you imply
I would,
such
but I
a
don't care.
horrible thing? Yeah, I know. But yeah,
I
so
fail to give fucks.
that's why we are streaming today instead of Wednesday, because there are going to be people. The truth is, right now, guys, is that my channel's being targeted not as much as Ricada's, obviously.
Yeah. Isn't
but
it funny?
my channel
I also got kicked off Twitter the same week you did.
Yeah.
The same day you got a strike on YouTube.
You get kicked off Twitter all the time, though. But
but it's not if it's something. It was actually race based.
Of course.
Yeah, because I said black people commit more crime.
Oh yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah, but they do.
Susan, he means in Grand Theft Auto, okay? Like,
no,
I know it's ridiculous.
In Grand Theft Auto, white people definitely commit more crime.
That actually is true. That actually is true.
In Grand Theft Auto, white people get miniguns and mow down old ladies and blow up cars and police officers, and it's just magnificent.
I didn't plan to talk about GTA, but did you get a chance to see the models? The game was like, apparently the whole game was leaked, and it's in a very unfinished state, and it does not look good.
No, it's because it's woke. Like, that's the last fucking franchise in the world you should make woke.
Well, they already did this.
The entire game.
Well, hopefully they'll about face on that, because the new Saints Row game came out, and it's a absolute dumpster fire. And they also did some wokey stuff in it. And the game's just a dumpster fire in general. But yeah, if Rockstar goes the same way as their the game that ripped GTA off essentially, and then became its own thing separate from GTA, but. Whatever.
Can I just say something about GTA that's going to be quite controversial? I mean, among some people. GTA 5 was shit. I just want to point out the story.
I disagree, but
the story in 5 was crap.
I like the story. Okay.
The story in 5 is 2 bank robbers split because one is declared dead, the other one goes MIA.
Yeah.
And then
I love Trevor though.
Gangster Boy A meets Robber B, and then Robber C shows up years later, and then they do some crazy shit missions to not get indicted for robbery, and that's basically the whole fucking game. Yeah.
I mean, the game itself is fun, but yeah, I would admit the story is boring. I love Trevor, though. And yes, to be fair, what was leaked was a pre-alpha build, so it's well, according to them.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, that's kind of sad that's what they have to show after 10 years. I mean, I think that's Rockstar. What are you doing? I mean, I know they've made Red Dead since then, but
yeah, because the thing is, I played that, and then I played GTA San Andreas to compare, and I'm like, oh my god,
Vice City is my favorite just because of the aesthetic, though.
Yeah,
just the aesthetic.
Yeah, the aesthetic in Vice City is better. But I did the story in GTA San Andreas. I actually want to do a video on San Andreas.
The story in GTA in San Andreas is excellent.
Yeah, that's why I want to do the story, because as I was doing the story, 2 things occurred to me. Like, A, this is how you do cultural diversity right. Because the game has loads of it. And it's never out of place. It's actually just a really good story with the whole cast of characters, and it gels well.
Who feel like... I mean, I wouldn't say like real people, because they are caricatures. Yeah. But
the story's done well.
Understandable and relatable in a certain way, and enjoyable characters.
And also,
only character I liked in GTA 5 was Trevor. Yeah. That's because he's crazy.
And just as far as San Andreas goes, did anyone throw a bitch fit because the main character was a black male protagonist? No. No one gave a shit.
Nobody cared. Yeah, I mean, but then again, it's a weird series to pick on for that, because I can see the woke schooled opposite argument of, well, of course white people no one complained about that because it's a game where you do crimes.
That's or whatever. Everyone else has been white, so I don't get.
Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, anywho, shall we get into that? Was Crown Crew. Hey, lamented guide for Tuesdays. Hey, Crown Crew. I like that. What's on the menu today?
Can we keep that?
Yeah, we'll do that. That's
kind of cool.
Pretty nice. Let's since you asked what's on the menu, let's start with a big heaping plate of watermelons.
Worst place
just
in the world.
The largest cantaloupes.
Baller country.
The largest cantaloupes you've ever seen. So if you would bring up the first article, I know everybody's heard about this, but we haven't. Didn't stream yesterday, and it happened. It happened.
We could see this coming from a mile off.
Yeah, but I mean, this particular thing has happened within the last week, so in between our downtime anyway. Of
Wanna
course,
scroll
everyone's
up?
talking about it. Yeah, if you want to pull up the article I have.
I haven't,
or my...
but why can't I
Okay,
see
okay.
it?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can, but I'm like, I can't see
the pictures?
Titanic problem.
There we go. Well, let's... Like, I know there's probably no reason to go over it, but just to explain what happened here, Canadian... Okay, well, I won't get into that.
This person is a troll.
Okay, I don't believe that, but it is possible. This person is a shop teacher at Oakville Trafalgar High School in Ontario. I don't see what the big deal is.
I feel if you look at this picture and someone asks you, what is wrong with
Clearly,
your
there's
current...
some large issue that people are having with this beautiful and strong woman, and I'm just can't see it. Can't figure out what it is.
I feel like if someone came to you and said...
I feel like it should be in my face, but...
That's just more about you than anyone else, but okay.
I'm just being a dick.
If someone came to you and said, what is the problems with your current society? I feel like this picture can sum up it pretty well.
Yeah. How about I'll just sum it up to you in one image.
Yeah.
So of course this person is teaching manufacturing technology, aka shop, to high school students. And
by the way, what is with... Can you explain to me why the Daily Mail does like... Oh, I'm trying to do a serious story, but then it has
and then
like...
just the side is
it's just
full of garbage.
It's just hoary shit.
Yeah, we can see some more here. Miss Lemieux.
we have massive tits with smaller tits on the side. So fucking stupid.
Operating the saw. Also, okay, so
by the way,
wearing tight spandex shorts.
By the way, look at this picture. Which
one?
The one you just have up now. No, the previous one. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
No, the next one.
It's hard for me to tell because
no, for God's sake, not on with the saw.
I got it. It's because of the delay. Not the saw?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that one looks like Eddie Izzard.
I thought that so too.
Yes.
I thought so too. Looks like Eddie Izzard.
Yes. Who is a
transvestite? His term, by the way, that I think he does call himself transgender now because he kind of went, woo, like I think he has really bad TDS.
Yeah, his thing is he's an executive transvestite.
Yeah.
If you watch Dress to Kill,
yeah,
he just said this like I'm more the executive transvestite. There was a time where like I based my mannerisms somewhat on him. Because people, I don't know if I've said this before, my accent, because I grew up in Ireland in my teen years, and at one point I had a horribly thick Irish accent.
I know, I've heard it.
Yes, and I thought, yeah, of course. And I thought, I have to get rid of this accent because it sounds really common and new. And
it's so funny that you and I had, like, I moved from West Virginia to Baltimore when I was 11. That's the same age you were when you moved to Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when I moved from West Virginia to Baltimore, I had a West Virginian accent, and I thought this sounds common and stupid, and I got made fun of for it. So I also taught myself to speak with non-regional diction. Well, I taught myself non-regional diction, and you developed whatever this is.
I watched a load of QI.
Oh, okay.
So I basically went, if I can get Steven's accent and Bill Bailey and sort of Eddie Izzard's mannerisms, and I mix them, what will come out? And then this did. And then I started reading in this accent.
God.
And then, that's how I get this weird-ass accent that I have now. And what the fuck? I've never seen that picture. Like, oh
I haven't seen this one either. This one in the purple. I haven't seen this one either. But again, it's also the skin tight shorts too. All of it's incredibly like okay. I know everyone's talking about this about like, well, what about women with large boobie? It's like okay.
Women don't have Titanic tits like that.
No, okay. There's like 2 on Earth. But I talked to you about this.
No, okay. Let's just be honest. Women that have breasts that size naturally are not that slim. Let's just be honest.
No, but it's
there we go.
No, not normally.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Sorry, that came off way too. Hello, Mark, the cyborg in chat.
They look like Auntie Pauline from Vice City.
I didn't mean to come off like I was just making a
anyone
room
who's
reference.
played Vice City knows who I'm referencing.
Right. Now we're on a GTA kick. But the thing is, like, this would not be acceptable for a female teacher. it absolutely would not be acceptable for a female teacher to walk around wearing stuff like this. I'm talking about wearing the skin with no bra, okay?
Are you trying to say they have white male privilege?
Yeah, I think they do have white male privilege, actually. Miss Lemieux, I think absolutely has white male privilege to be able to, because again, like,
they totally do. It's not even
oh
funny.
my god, if you were a female teacher and you were walking around and you did have tickle bitties and you weren't wearing a bra and your blasting nips, without question, you would be taken aside and been like, okay, you gotta clean this up. You gotta go home and put a bra on. But it's also the spandex shorts, skin tight spandex shorts. It's just, oh my god. So students took pictures of this teacher, obviously, because how do you not? And videos, because this is crazy. I mean, it's obviously insane.
Who took these pictures? Probably one of the students, I imagine.
Students took them and put them on TikTok. Yeah, because what the hell, like, you know? And so, okay,
There's
so immediately the internet blows up.
For this, by the way, called Nipnops.
Yeah, so of course, immediately the internet goes insane over this image in particular, because this is just what the hell.
That's a posed picture.
No, I think he was walking and they snapped a pic because he seems to be a bit unawares. But anywho, so the of course, I know I'm like probably treading water because everyone knows this story, but it has gotten worse.
They're standing still. They're not moving.
Maybe. Oh god. So obviously people freak out, and then the immediate response is, "You're being transphobic. You're blah blah blah." No, this is inappropriate. This is so, again, if it was a female teacher, a biologically female teacher who had huge bazungas like that and was not wearing a bra, she would be told to wear a bra. Okay, you're not expressing this is like, oh, she's just expressing her true self. This is a fetish, okay? This is not someone's totally true self. It's clearly a fetish, and I'm tired of people pretending that it's not. It's clearly a fetish, and it's so bad. And what we're going to look at here in a couple minutes, guys.
Do you think these people do
and
this
gals?
thing,
Sorry,
like,
I want to mention
it. I said this to Aiden before the podcast. Does anyone remember that old South Park episode with Mr. Garrison and Mr. Slaves, where he puts the gerbil lemmiwinks up Mr. Slave's ass to get fired because it's discrimination? That's this. I swear to God, because there's no way in hell you can look at this and think you are not taking the piss. No way.
Oh, I know. Well, because that's what now the left has decided about, is that this... At first it was no, this is a strong, brave woman, of course, and this is just her living her true self. But they're changing the narrative.
The strong part is the upper back muscles required to weigh that. Right. There's definitely some strong aspect to it, like that. That's just true, but it's not emotional. It is physical. Because, like, what do you think that weighs?
It's silicone, most likely, so, and probably like 5 pounds at most.
That's still a fair bit.
Yeah, but how much the real titty hurt? If you actually had boobie that big, it weigh way more than 5 pounds.
I used to have a pair of one.
And a woman who had boobs that big would most likely seek to have a breast reduction, because that would hurt if they actually were that big, and that, you know, pendulous, right? But
someone said I did a Lotus Eaters reference. When did I do a Lotus Eaters reference? Did I do it? I didn't even. I'm not even aware of it. What did I say?
Apparently,
I don't even know what I said.
I don't know.
I want to know what I said now.
So of course this goes viral, because how does it not?
I saw.
Well, like I said, though, they appear to have changed.
I laughed my ass.
Oh, I know. Like Dank just couldn't. Like, he basically couldn't help himself from cracking up laugh. And how can anyone not? This is ridiculous. This is true clown shoes shit. Okay.
Yes.
This is insane.
Can you imagine if you were like a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old and you saw that shit?
Of course,
I would leave I know for a fact that I would leave knowing how I was when I was 16 years old, because I grew up very conservative. I would honestly have left the classroom and say, I'm not comfortable with this. Probably as an excuse to leave class. I'll be honest. But I guarantee you, I would not have sat around with the teacher like that. I would have just went like, no, I'm not going to be in this classroom. I would just leave.
It's well, I guess they were. Look, there's no. One of the things that I know, it's a story to unpack. So one of the okay. So Canadian high school teacher sparked controversy after pictures emerged of her wearing a large breast prosthetics. Guys, if you get mad about the pronouns, I am reading verbatim while teaching students. Kayla Lemieux, a manufacturing technology teacher, we know this, who began transitioning from being male to female a year ago, has gone viral online. This, in response, the school has doubled down and defended their employee, writing to parents and explaining why they support Miss Lemieux's gender expression redux reports.
By the way, can I say why I think this is a piss-taking thing?
Sorry, you cut out for a second.
No, it's okay now.
Okay.
The reason why I say this is funny, and I feel like you could use this as a testing ground to see, like, because obviously the aesthetic isn't real. So you can use this as, say, like, I am trans, yes, but then to just say get money because you're being discriminated against, and then just go like, oh fuck, I'll just go back to normal because they can't take the money back.
Yeah. Well, again, this is why
cash.
This is why people are speculating. This is why people are now speculating that this is all fake and it's all put on. But I don't know. They've been doing this for a year.
What?
How? That's apparently.
I thought it was like a one-off.
Began transitioning from male to female a year ago.
Oh, but like, how long did they put the titty thing for? I imagine this was not consistently.
I don't know. Who knows how long this has been going on? Because again, so immediately afterwards, the school comes out with a statement. We are aware of the discussion on social media
it's not the beta fetish, I agree.
And in the media regarding Oakville Trafalgar High School. We'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate to our community that we are committed to establishing and maintaining a safe, caring, inclusive, equitable, and welcoming learning and working environment for all students and staff.
This is not welcoming.
The email reads, yeah. We strive to promote a positive learning environment in schools consistent with the values of the HDSB.
What values is this supporting?
Human rights, apparently.
It's a human rights.
That's the code they're saying. Yeah. They were deferred to the Ontario Human Rights Code. So they're referring to a human rights code that they're defending this person, or were, because we'll ensure safe and inclusive environment for all students, staff, and the community, regardless of race, age, ability, sex, gender, identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, cultural observance, socioeconomic circumstances, or body type/size. Okay, whatever. So
how quickly you read that? Well done.
Oh, because you got to get all your
Lamented
special.
Guide says those are Lizzo levels of melancholy. Yeah, and it's about as attention seeking as fucking Lizzo is as well.
Oh god, yeah, for real.
That woman has mental problems.
I think so, probably. Well, she's clearly got an eating disorder, I think, of some sort.
No, that's just the calorie. That's just the caloric surplus.
Right. So some more images.
I'm just gonna say that if you weigh that much, this is the thing. I don't like those people because I think it's gross and disgusting. And I'm gonna say something as well. I think people who are in shape deserve to be treated better by society. Because if I see someone in shape, my mind goes, that's someone who works, that's someone who puts in the effort, and they should be rewarded by people being nicer to them. Because if you're a fat ass, people can look at you and go, yeah, it's gross, and you don't give a fuck about your body, so why should I respect you? I think that's just natural and normal. So when I see someone who's that big waving their fat ass around to the point where, the black hole might emerge from it, I just think like, no, that's just gross, and I'm not going to say you're brave, you're disgusting and a whale. End of story.
I mean, true facts. You were asking me earlier something about Rekieta, and I said, oh yeah, Rekieta's stance more or less on fat people, including himself, is to bully fat people, including yourself, so that you won't get fat. Like, make it socially unacceptable, because it's okay. Like, look, I get that there are health conditions that people cannot help. Absolutely. Okay, I 100% get that. Of people. But it's a really minuscule number, and everybody gets fat sometimes. For the most part, everyone puts on a couple pounds. That's okay, but it's really unhealthy, and you do need to teach. It's an important part of self-discipline. I have been on the other end of the spectrum, so of the weight debate. But
if you've ever seen Scrubs when Tug exercises with Dr. Cox, and they're doing stretching, and Dr. Cox said, my philosophy is one simple thing. I hate my body. What? Do you realize you look in the mirror the second you're happy with what you see? Baby, you just lost the battles. Like, that's
Pretty
true.
good. You got Dr. Cox the line done. I think that's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Scrubs.
Okay, here's my superpower.
Let's scrump into this somehow.
My superpower is I have an ungodly weird ability to remember everything I watch ever, and I can recite lines of like whole fucking TV shows like that.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I also am good at remembering that.
Yeah, that's
here's
my secret superpower.
Here's an interesting part of this, though. The HDSB chair, Margot Shuttleworth, told the Toronto Sun that staff are looking at going through creating a safety plan to ensure Oakville Trafalgar High School teachers' security as they prepare for potential protests when the school reopens for classes Monday. That was earlier this week.
Yeah.
This is their response, though, that everyone's like, really? This teacher who teaches shop is an extremely effective teacher. All the kids really love being in the class.
I wonder why.
I bet they do. Because it's hilarious.
It's funny as shit.
Because there's no way that they're not laughing their asses off.
Yes, because it's fucking dumb as hell.
But at the same time, there have been reports that the kids think they can't say anything about it. That's why they were taking videos and put it on TikTok.
I think it's because nobody believed them.
I mean, how could you? And if you didn't see it. But wait,
I think if your kid came home and said, my teacher has prosthetic tits the size of a basketball, you would go like, that's stupid. Don't, and then, no, look at this photo. I'm not kidding. Like, oh, you really want, yeah.
It gets worse. Canadian high school says it's illegal to criticize trans teacher with huge prosthetic boobie, as it's claimed disturbed students are skipping her classes and school board is refusing to address parents' concerns. It's illegal to criticize trans people. I mean, we certainly have seen some evidence of that now recently, haven't we?
Do you think maybe
on YouTube?
I
got attacked by a moth. It landed right on my head, like right on the center of my head. It's a really big moth too. It was like huge. Oh my god. Sorry, I need to regain my composure. Okay. Moth attack. Mothra has passed. Okay.
It may have been the girliest thing I think I've ever heard you ever do. Now
it landed right on my head, dude.
Also, moths are really cute.
I like moths, but I don't like when a really huge. I don't like when a really huge one lands right on my head. Oh, sorry, I mostly just. Okay.
I think it'd be okay if it wasn't mine. It would land on my head. I think it would land or lay any eggs. I don't have any hairs, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't have anything to lay eggs in. I found there were little moth babies. I told you this, didn't I? Or who did I tell this to? That they freaking or whatever in.
You're lagging.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Say that again.
It might be Discord.
Say the bugs. Something about eggs.
Hang on.
Wait, Violence.
Let's see if it's better now.
Wait, hold on. Violence, you have a tarantula? Show me pictures on Discord. Send me pictures of the tarantula on Discord, please. I want to see. I like tarantulas. Tarantulas are cool.
They're pretty cool. I had a friend who had one.
Yes.
I didn't really want to touch it, but sorry, I had to. Reset. It was probably Discord.
And by the way, any of you, if you have pictures of tarantulas, do send me because I like tarantulas. I think spiders are cool.
A Bear Lamb for 5 Canadian. I'm so sorry about your country, by the way. Says women with large breasts tend to be more successful than men with large breasts. I don't know. What about Robert Paulson? But yes, true. Thank you.
That explains Lizzo's success.
I guess so. But yeah, so now it's illegal. That's illegal, you know. Canadian high school said it would be illegal to criticize and stop a trans teacher from wearing huge prosthetic breasts in class.
They're not even like trying to do anything other than just make a comedic statement.
Because it's a fetish. I don't. It depends on how long this has been going on.
It's funny because it's like Okay.
Either way, it's funny.
Yeah, that's the
but
thing,
I don't
like,
think this is a prank.
They may do it as a fetish, yes, but we all think it's fucking funny as hell.
Let's ask the
'Cause
chat.
it's absurdly
Is this a
stupid.
prank?
Okay, now ask this: is it a prank or is it a way to get money? Because I think it's a way to get money.
Let's see, which is more likely?
This is easily exploitable. Let's be
Real?
honest.
Oh yeah, prank.
Like, just the thing.
Or,
Let's just say you guys were a teacher at school, okay?
money.
And someone said to you, if you put on a wig and some fake tatas, monstrous ones, you could potentially get thousands for being fired. I think a lot of people would actually do
By
it.
the way, I'm pretty sure that these prosthetics cost like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So if it's a prank, just something to keep in mind as you are voting here, folks. If it's a prank, it's an expensive prank and a weird one.
Do we actually know what's in
If
there?
it's for money, they're silicone, they're hollow, they're hard rubber.
Do we know that?
People have found other models online. Yeah.
Because for all I know,
Similar models.
For all I know, there's basketballs with a fucking nipple tassel on. For all I know.
That's correct, DP. A scam is just a profitable prank. Very clear. Very true.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah. So, okay. Back to this. I read out the Human Rights Code thing. Owen LaPlante, a 12th grader at the school, told the Toronto Sun that while some people support Lemieux, others are not comfortable with the situation. Oh, so the school board, remember when we read that thing earlier about how all the students love it and love her as a teacher so much. Not all are comfortable with the situation. I'm okay with it, he said. I know some of my friends are a little uncomfortable, which he is absolutely hedging because he doesn't want his friends to get in trouble.
Yeah.
But I think she should be able to express herself however she wants to.
I guarantee you
they got this kid. You know why they got this. Because he look, I think he's hedging his words because he doesn't want to get his life destroyed.
Yeah. By the way,
I would
go back
put money
up.
on that one.
Go back or up again. No, go up again a little bit more. Sorry, I was looking at the purple one on the side.
Oh.
Like those are actually like nice titties. What? I'm a guy.
Okay. I know. Understand.
You also
hey,
like
I like
boobs.
I like titty too. Everyone liked titty. Yu Zhangxi, a student in 10th grade, told The Sun that most of the kids in school seem to have brushed the incident off. I don't really hear anyone talking about it, he said. I think maybe we don't care about that. No. Everyone is terrified to say anything about it. I guarantee it.
You have gigantic tits. That's...
A woman identifying herself as Lei, a mother of a senior at the school, told The Sun that while she was okay with Lemieux coming out as a trans woman, she said wearing the large prosthetics was too much. I think he's going a little too far.
I like the way that they went with the he. Like,
yeah, I think identifying himself as okay. He did it. Okay,
I like that.
But I think that just wearing that in the classroom, I have concerns over that. Yeah, you think so? After the video came out over the weekend, the district had expected a wave of protesters to come to demonstrate outside the school. Second. Oh, I'll get to them in a minute, but Big Chris for 5 says, I'm 6'6", 300 pounds. I used to weigh 400 pounds. Goal was 260. If this fat acceptance is insane. Also, are you going to have HB on again? Yeah, I'd love to at some point. If you'd like to come and hang out. That would be
safer to come on.
Yeah, HB is always a cool guy. Just always say hey in his chat when I manage to catch it. And then also while I'm doing that, while I'm reading chats, Lamented Guide for 2 says Venomoth used fake out, Aiden flinched. Yeah, I sure did. Let's see. So although police were stationed around the school, only one protester showed up claiming to be a former student while waving the Canadian flag. The protester, who did not give out his name, told The Sun...
No, sorry, go back to that. While waving the Canadian flag.
Yeah.
Why were they waving the flag?
Because they're upset. There he is. The lone protester.
I mean, he's based for doing that. I'll give him credit.
It is based. No one else has the balls, literally, I guess, or figuratively, to come out against, because they are every single person. This is the power of the transgender lobby right now. The transgender, whatever it is, movement. They are so protected that people are afraid to even criticize.
Does that not mean you wield an unequal amount of power?
They wield not even an unequal amount of power, a ridiculously unequal amount of power right now.
Yep.
And it's by the way, I've said this before, that this is not tenable. Okay,
No,
and
it's
I do feel bad for like actual trans people, you know, like Blair White and such, who, because I think that there's going to be backlash. I think there's going to be backlash against all trans people because they're all going to get lumped in to a certain degree, at least in terms of like these kids who are going to grow up with this shit.
Excellent.
You know, well, there are innocent people though who are transgender and don't like this and don't agree with this stuff at all. And I think that they're gonna get dragged down with Mr. Garrison, as Lady Phoenix put it.
Someone had a good super chat. Obviously, way to training Tatars from Dragon Ball.
Thank you, Tater Chip. Yeah, it seems that way.
That's true.
That's how he keeps strong, right? The protester who did not give his name told The Sun, I think it's fundamentally wrong that this individual is able to work at an institution as such with huge breasts on. It's gross. It is gross.
I kind of want to. There's a bit of me that wants to try the outfit on just to see how much pressure there is in their back.
Just to see how much pressure, right? Like not for any other reason,
there's a bit of me that wants to like, because how much? Yeah, because like I imagine
not to see if you like how you look or anything.
No, obviously no. I kind of just want to see like
of course
you walk around. No, I'm not going outside with this. I just want to see like how much weight do you have on you by doing this shit?
I don't think it's they're silicone rubber. I don't think it's very much. But I can understand your curiosity to wear the booba.
Yeah, because my main thing is like, when I saw this, like, okay, aside from the fact that this is stupid, I just like, your back must.
So I know.
Hold.
So
also, what fabric are you wearing that can stretch that much? Because that's actually kind of impressive.
It's spandex. All this stuff. There were spandex pants and spandex shirts.
In case you can't tell, this is not something that I would wear. I'm a guy. I'm not in the 80s. I don't wear spandex.
I know. So let's see. This was September. This was yesterday. So even I think the same day then.
Could. No, water balloons weigh shitload.
So, basically, the same day, the school board has now gone silent, citing personal matters. The Halton District School Board isn't answering any more questions about the Toronto area high school teacher who went viral.
Crack one off to them.
Don't think so. Who appears to be wearing jumbo-sized prosthetic breasts to class. They won't answer immediate questions. They won't answer questions put to them by parents. And they're using the excuse of it being a personal matter for not dealing with the issue.
Oh, fuck off. That's cowardly. That's just a bunch of
it's just it. It's just that they're just like, nope. We're not talking about it anymore. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, they're to get fired.
School boards have dress codes, as employment lawyer Serena Chowdhury recently explained in a column by Jerry Agar. The school is totally within their right to expect this teacher to follow a dress code. Chowdhury described the teacher's presentation as beyond the scope of what any reasonable employer could expect, and nobody would be surprised to see an employer stepping in and saying, "We need you as a teacher to come to class and dress professionally." And yep, as this person says here, exactly, it has nothing to do with transgender rights. It has to do with the fact that this is insane. This would not, if you were a woman who had a booba that big, it would be insane for you to come to school to teach high schoolers without a bra on and in spandex booty shorts.
Yes.
What?
You dress with the booba.
What? Obviously. So we're going to watch a couple of things from Tucker Carlson today, because he...
Oh, this was on Tucker?
Oh my god, Tucker's been covering a whole lot, and we've got a whole bunch of things about it, actually.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
So, wait, can I... Player, okay. Why does it not let me play this now? What the heck? Okay, here we go. Well, he put giant anime booba on television, and for that we have to watch the Tucker clip. Let's go.
All right, go on.
You about a teacher at Oakville Trafalgar High School in Ontario, right across from Niagara Falls. That teacher has recently started wearing enormous prosthetic breasts in the classroom in front of children.
It's so funny to hear Tucker describe it, even though.
Doubt that it is. The costume is intended to emulate a genre of Japanese pornography that translates roughly as exploding milk porn.
Never thought in my entire life would I ever hear Carson say the phrase exploding milk porn on
I hadn't actually watched the clip. I'd only seen this image of him with the thing on the screen. I hadn't actually heard it.
Where's V when you need it? I want to see
twice tonight. I've been stun locked twice tonight. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Me that's correct, by the way. Like, the cringe is too strong. Like, yeah, it's pretty fucking cringe.
Oh my god, okay.
By the way, by the way, just out of curiosity, I know a lot of the The thing is to not have
Exploding milk porn.
no. The thing is to not have any
can't.
womanly assets.
What?
You notice if you watch movies like there's this thing like don't give girls, like if you look at the comic book things, it's to make people kind of chunky, remove the feminine assets.
Yeah,
Okay,
they want to make
yeah.
women into men.
Yes, so why is this okay then?
I don't know. Rat King, you're right though. You're exactly right. That this is who is this 4chan level of cringe?
4chan
Exactly.
cringe,
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is kind of shit.
The
you see on
hacker
4chan.
known as 4chan. Well, it was
Oh
that
my
woman
God,
just being
yes,
like,
I
"Who is
remember
this 4chan?"
By Allah.
Thank you, Bill. Bill brought me some gin because I messaged him and asked him if he would bring it up after that shit. I could use a gin, a little bit of a gin. What? Oh, I can't pause the stream, Bill.
Trump
Oh,
really did make
hang on.
anime
He,
real,
he has to say something to me. Hang on.
What's up, Bill? What's he saying? I can't hear shit.
He's gonna tell me about some weeaboo hood rat thing later, but he wanted
Oh
to
God.
inform me about it currently. Anyway, speaking of weeaboo, perfect segue. I can't even look at
Just look at this and think like this is
Have
real.
you not seen this picture, Bill?
No.
And him?
Yes, unfortunately,
It's a genre of
Milk explosion.
milk explosion.
You know.
Why is
Yeah,
there
he knows.
why,
He knows what's up.
why is there an on button on the
Wait.
tits?
Who was the guy who got caught? Oh, Kurt Eichenwald got caught fapping to hentai. And do you remember Eichenwald getting caught?
Vanilla stuff.
No, I think no, there was like farts in there and stuff.
No,
I
it was
think.
tomboy shit.
Oh, was it tomboy stuff? Oh, I'm getting
No,
him
it was
confused
like,
with someone
really
else.
Vanilla fucking like. I think it got. I think it was like sports girl shit.
Oh, was it?
That.
Furious Dan for 5 Canadians says, again, I'm so sorry about your country. Says, I thought it was insane when Lotus Eaters covered hentai on a weekend podcast. And now Tucker, Trump really did make anime real. Holy shit, he did. Oh my god, Trump made anime real.
Coming to a hood near you out there. It's like, well, officer, I know we've had our misgivings, but there is a motherfucker outside with a headband on. I don't trust it. He's got the number 2 headband. I am in danger.
Please. Oh my god, I managed to make it 24 seconds. I can't. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Can we bring Mark on here?
Oh yeah, Mark, did he message me?
He messaged me, but does it mean that we have to make a group call?
Yes. Let me. I should be able to add him, and then it might dip for a minute, and then you have to figure out the screen thing again. But maybe not. Let's see.
Right.
No, if the call drops, which it did.
No, it's all right.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You can still see the screen?
Yeah.
Wow. No, you have to give it a new call. I added you.
Don't.
Wait, what?
Am I not here?
No.
Hello.
You're
No, I'm just apparently losing my mind.
Oh no.
I whatever. Okay.
there we go.
I'm gonna be. Hello, Mark. Mark the Cyborg
Hello.
has joined us. To laugh at the insanity of reality.
Happening in my country. Hooray.
Oh yeah,
Oh, you're
I'm
in
so
Canada?
sorry.
Well,
I
I
am
was
s-
saying you said that she teaches at a Oakville Trafalgar High School, and I've actually done a clinical shift at their hospital, and it's the only place in my entire military career in which I've gotten in a fist fight with a patient. But, to be fair, it was a pretty violent psychiatric patient, and he punched 3 other people before he got to me. But eventually, we took him down.
Oh, holy shit.
Also, they don't have a lot of
Goddamn.
security at that hospital. I found out. Like I was in the ER, and there was like probably a 45, like 50-year-old nurse that was sitting there, and then a code white gets called. Code white is hospital staff in danger, and she's like, "Would you mind going to respond to that?" And I'm like, is that a thing I can do here? Like I was like, I thought I was just shadowing an ER shift, and she's like, "Well, there's 2 security guards at this whole hospital, so they're probably on their way up. But usually when it's a code white, they tell us to go up too. And I figure since you're here, like you're in the army, right?" And I'm like, yeah, I'll go. And turns out it was a good thing because the guy was pretty big dude and not peaceful. Not even mostly peaceful. He was immediately pretty
mostly
violent.
Yeah. Are you having troubles with the thing, Spoon?
No, I'm good. What's up now?
Because it looks weird on the screen.
No,
Do you
Do I
get it?
sound okay?
fine.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
fine.
no, oh no, you're fine. It's just
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure everyone that the
No, it's
the screen is
got
up.
it going. It's because
Okay,
I had the
cool,
wrong
cool.
tab because I'm special
Ah.
sometimes.
That's all right.
Yeah.
God damn
I
though.
can't look at this picture and think this is actually real. This is on Fox.
Oh yeah, I know. That's a strange. I guess maybe there's just some interesting people in that part of Ontario, right? Some
Well, I
people
mean,
built a little
actually-
different.
I don't know if you saw what I said in the chat, but it's actually like it's a super like rich like
Oh, is it?
hoity-toity area. It's not like
Ah.
Oakville is not a place you go if you're like even middle class really. Like it's
Wow.
quite expensive. It's about half an hour outside of Toronto, or
Mhm.
not even like maybe 20 minutes depending on traffic. I guess that changes the travel times in Toronto a lot depending on what time of day it is. But yeah, it's mostly a rich people town. So yeah.
I think rich people, by the looks of
That's,
it, get quite bored and do a
yeah.
lot of stupid shit.
I guess so. get bored and do weird stuff. If you're able to pull up this I have showing my
I have
screen.
it. Yeah, I have it.
Okay, cool. Just for everybody. All right, let's continue. I gotta go back. Hang on. I'm sorry. I gotta go back. Just play that one more time. Just a little beginning here.
Stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Ontario, right across from Niagara Falls. That teacher has recently started wearing enormous prosthetic breasts in the classroom in front of children as part of a sexual fetish. In case you doubt that it is, the costume is intended to emulate a genre of Japanese pornography that translates roughly as exploding milk porn. So for a number of
Just can't.
Seriously looks like Az in a costume.
Oh my god.
Like something that you would do to like did you see actually Chrissy Mayer did her podcast where she's as Frosk and
I
Az
did.
is
That was
playing.
great.
Yeah.
The Frost costume was on point. Absolutely excellent.
Yeah, she'd done that before, like right when the
Oh, yeah?
whole Frost rant happened. She went on Friday Night Tights in that outfit, and Perry Chan, who's like Gary's editor, like Nerdrotic's editor, cut like a rap remix, like kind of an old school YouTube, like this person's just talking, but I'm now making it a rap song thing.
Right,
and
right, yeah.
It's absolutely incredible.
Oh, I have to see that. I missed that totally.
I want you guys
That's
to
awesome.
picture something, and you can look at this picture very differently. Okay?
Uh-huh.
I want you to picture someone mooning, and now
What?
look at the picture.
Mooning?
Mooning?
Yes.
I'm gonna change the region again because it keeps doing automatic and it always stinks.
No, it's fine. I can hear you.
No, but we couldn't hear you for a second. Did you say mooning?
Yes.
At least you cut out for me.
Like someone flashing
Okay.
their ass, and now look at
Yeah.
it. Because if you look at it like that way, it doesn't
Oh.
look like titties. It looks like just someone like banging their ass like bongo drums.
Yeah, it's a big butt, but but there's an anime face over top of it.
But
I
still,
also the image that Tucker's team chose is interesting. Like
Yeah, like the I guess like someone was a weeb or
it's
or
cultural
they just-
diversity at least.
maybe they
Let's get,
just
like, a
Googled
power
unrealistically
supply.
large breasts and of course
Yeah, I was
anime
wondering
is the
why is
first
there
thing that came-
why is there a power button on the nipples?
I don't know.
Oh, why not?
I guess why not? Yeah,
If you
let's
have to ask, you can't afford
Does
it.
anyone know where
That's
this is from
probably
in the
true.
chat, by the way? And I promise I will
don't
not expose
answer
you.
that question. If you do know, don't answer the question. If you don't know, don't answer the question. Let's not.
Okay, tell it to me in
Found the
Discord
people
then,
who
and
could afford
I
it.
won't blast you on the fucking thing. God
Yeah,
damn.
just like how Spoon wants to try on the prosthetics, he's also just academically curious about the source of this image.
Oh fuck you. Everyone knows I'm not into the weebery.
Okay.
days, a couple
good
of
thing
media
I'm here.
organizations-
Just like Tucker, he's clearly not into it either. That's why he knows about.
I hate
I
Exploding
you.
feel sort of
milk.
vindicated by how good the cyberpunk anime was because I've been called
Yeah.
a CD Projekt shill more than once.
Oh, have you? Well,
finally,
I
they
don't-
did a thing
like-
that's good.
I don't think the anime vindicates the fact that the game was so scuffed.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
I'm glad it's good. So
Well, I
haven't
mean,
had a
'cause,
chance to
like
watch
the
it yet.
world was always pretty worthwhile, but then like
Mhm.
I would try to explain that to people, and they'll be like, "No, but the PlayStation 4 version runs like trash." I'm like, I played it on a supercomputer, and it was
Yeah,
alright.
that's why.
Yeah. By the way, someone did answer your question in chat. Soul 2XL knows apparently where it's from. It's an inflation fetish animation by Imba Povey. So there
Huh.
you go, Spoon. You're
Okay.
welcome.
Well done for knowing that.
All right, let's Oh God, see if we can get through
I'm
this.
annoyed by
'cause
the fact you think I would actually look that up. I was just curious where it's from.
I am yanking your chain, dude.
Ah,
Also, Mark,
right.
feel free to stay for as long as you like. This week has been crazy,
It's
so
a
we've
shit
got
show.
like so much stuff. So
Oh,
just
cool.
hang out for as long as
There's a
you
lot
want to.
of dumb crap this
I
week.
don't know. I forgot to drink my coffee yet. Although I don't know if I need it right now, but I might later
You sound
because
like
I do have a
Jeremy right
coffee.
now.
What? I have a shitty little Starbucks like thing in a can. Let's continue.
Including a Canadian media
Well,
outlet that
the
visited
Tim
the
Hortons
school,
K-Cups,
reported that
mostly
the
because that's what
identity
our
of that
girl gets
teacher
Way
my
better.
Stephen
Way
Hanna.
better.
Oakville Trafalgar High School made no attempt to
Also, I
correct
know
those
K-Cups are
reports.
not the best
Why?
way to make coffee.
wanted-
It is the
No.
easiest.
Oh, but okay. My
Pour over.
godfather is a coffee autist.
Oh.
No, he's an autist. Like he has to use a Chemex. He grinds his own beans. He wanted to. I'm not joking. Invest. I think, and even thought about buying because he's got like way more money than sense. He invented some form of antivirus software in the 90s and whatever. He's got a lot of money, more money than sense. Like wanted to buy a coffee plantation in South America. Like that's how
Why? That's kind of
intense.
based.
It is based. He didn't do it because we were like, that's crazy. But
That's a couple steps above like hipster coffee enthusiast.
oh
It's
wait,
not-
a little, just a few steps above.
Like I spent
but-
3 paychecks on an espresso machine. Be like, I was gonna buy property in South America. Okay.
Yeah,
Top of
he's very very into it. So I get that.
That's very capitalist.
Puppies.
It's cool. Yeah, sorry.
to protect.
Sorry,
this
I've got a
man.
poodle trying to
But
kill a
after our
chihuahua.
segment,
But it's okay, the
Halton
chihuahua's
School
bigger. He'll be
District Board in
fine.
Ontario emailed us
Do you
to
hear
say
that? The
the
growling.
Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, snapping. Oh,
Sorry, if I'm muted, it just means the dogs are out of control.
no problem. Let me go back a little bit because
Godfather
he
is John
talks here about
McAfee.
how they about them calling the school and the school's response.
correct those reports. Why? Well, they wanted to protect this man. But after our segment, the Halton School District Board in Ontario
You pause it for a
emailed us to
second?
say the country
Something that strikes me as very interesting. Everyone is misgendering and no one is giving a shit. That to me is quite curious.
Because
as to
nobody
why...
takes this
Yes.
because it's ridiculous. Like,
Someone is saying I'm a
the
weeb in the chat. I just have to address this.
No,
'cause
I'm
fuck
just
you
started. I
people.
just started a rumor to make you irritated, and look, it's worked.
No, fuck you. But I can tell you the weeb things that I watched as a kid. I watched some Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the Blue Eyes White Dragon is badass, and I watched Metabots because I used to.
That barely counts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's all I watched because I liked the fact that Metaby used to fucking annoy the shit out of Icky.
Zenman, no, he roasted and toasted his own beans. He my godfather, and does. I said
That's not a
in the past,
euphemism,
like
is it?
it's no.
Okay.
And no, he's
Oh, you
just
mean the
very,
coffee bean?
very,
Sorry, my mind went
Yes,
elsewhere.
he's very autistic about coffee. That's like I said, like he wanted to have like control of every single aspect of the coffee creation process. And I will hand it to him. He makes a mean cup of joe. If you want to
Normally
make
we
him go
fuck you
insane, if you want to make him absolutely lose his mind, put sugar and cream in it. I don't put sugar in coffee, but
Neither do
I
I.
know he has made it for people before, and they put sugar and cream in it, and you can just see that he wants to end his own existence. Just his absolute rage.
Well, yeah, when you go through that much trouble to make the coffee, throwing
Yeah,
things in the coffee.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
awesome,
thanks. Let me get some cream and sugar in there.
It's the ketchup on a steak thing.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is the ketchup on the steak, which apparently Trump does.
I don't know if that's a troll. You can never tell.
Yeah, well, again, this is the question about this guy. Is this guy trolling?
Someone said,
Very awesome.
someone in the chat said, like, I'm a Seto Kaiba fan. Like, no shit, he's a rich guy with a massive ego. Why do you think I like him? Duh.
Let's try to get through this video, and then I'll get through some of the super chats and other stuff. Or maybe try to speed through not speed through. Try to finish up the topic itself. Or I don't know. There's so much on this.
To these multiple reports, which we cited,
Puppies.
the teacher in question is not, in fact, called Stephen Hanna. Well, what is his name? Well, the school board refused to tell us.
That's insane. That's ridiculous. They won't even tell you the teacher's name.
Quote, we cannot confirm the identity of the individual in the photo, video, radio segments.
I guess I suppose that makes some sense.
Well, they already had his dad name, right?
Oh,
Two,
Trace where the tits came from.
the fact that they're saying that they can't identify the person is a little funny, because everyone can identify this person.
like, oh my God, is this person your teacher? Yeah, Mom, it is. There was no question.
Someone wearing giant prosthetic butt in school? I have no idea which teacher that could be.
There aren't very many people who do that. I have to.
Could be one of any. Like,
you know, when your prosthetic tits are bigger than most people's asses, that's the kind of point the dollar back.
It's bigger than his own head.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Bruh.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me feel sorry for like. I mean,
the kids.
Like, well, I mean the normal trans people, honestly.
Oh,
like, the ones who aren't like this.
Normal trans people. That's
no, there are. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, though. Is that it's just I feel the same way because like this stuff and people like the person who shall not be named because they are definitely the person who is responsible for me, not directly but indirectly, likely getting my channel a strike, who I will not name, and the reason why I will not name them, and let's please, it might actually happen, I know, either you or I might do it later, but they are almost assuredly using bots that are scouring the internet to find any mention of their name, and then just trying to strike anything that where anyone says anything about them, essentially.
Can I just say what went through my mind when I first saw this person?
The big booba?
Yes,
guy?
my first instinct was to just drop kick them.
would drop kick the titty.
Yeah,
just
like
boing, 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 boing,
yeah.
boing.
I was curious as to what would happen. Would they just like pile them over, or would they like swing around and knock them and give them a black eye?
Well, again, if I didn't know they were made of silicon, because people looked into this and found out that these things exist, and here's how you can buy them, and they're quite expensive. My immediate thought was, can you just go up and pop them? Just we're getting
like
awfully
balloons?
close to that table saw.
Not at
So,
all. I thought you were
where's
going to say. That was pretty good.
So yeah, it's dangerous. You would
So it gives a new meaning to the phrase "pop a titty."
I mean,
Well,
you can pop a saline implant though, can't you? Like,
oh, for sure, but it's got a thin film. These things, if they're what I'm thinking they are, I've worked with rubbers and plastics because of cosplay stuff before. It's fairly thick. And also it's a formed shape. So if you poked a hole in it, it wouldn't lose its shape or
Someone said you'd
structure.
go flying equal and opposite reaction. What is it, like an executive desk toy?
Yeah.
Like if I just drop kick one, it would like launch, and the other one would ricochet back and hit me in the face.
I don't think the human body can support an equal opposite to those breasts.
No, I don't think
You
so.
can't be that concave and still have organs.
I am
Anyone on
reminded of
TikTok
my
watching
time
this?
in art school here for a moment, though. I just thought about it when I was asking myself more than anything else what kind of saw that is. Is that when I was in art school, we had this one teacher, and anytime that he would leave the room, we were seniors, so we were kind of like allowed to use all of the. Well, obviously we were allowed to use all of the.
He's not the only person
equipment
in that class working with wood, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure not.
Sorry, I had to at least make one pun during this entire fucking segment. That's the best I got.
But every time he would leave the room, he would be like, I have to go to my office for a moment. Don't touch the bandsaw, or whatever. I have to take a call. I'll be right back. Don't touch the bandsaw. Like, he would always say it in the same way, very ominously.
Sound pretty fun.
Very ominously.
I might want to try.
And so one time when he left the room, my friend Devon, who was a 6'7", like 300-pound, very gay black man. I mean, just like he was just flamboyantly gay. That was just his personality. He was like
an F-word?
No, he was my friend. Yes, he was an F-word. He was my friend, Spoon. You're correct. And so he was like, I don't have, like, I can go do this. We've all used the bandsaw plenty of times. And he went and used the bandsaw, immediately cut his finger off.
Oh my God.
Just the tip. Just hashtag just the tip. But he did cut the little bit of the tip of his index finger off. Immediately screams, the teacher, Mr. Flores, comes running back in, and he looks at it, and he doesn't freak out because he's a weirdo, and just says, "That's why you never touch the bandsaw." I can't even fucking make that shit up. It was so weird. There's that giant
the Arrested Development thing.
Pretty much.
Why?
I mean, yeah, it was more or less. I didn't even think about that. It was just very similar. Like, that's why you'd never. I don't know. Don't argue in the car or whatever it was. Yeah, it was more or less.
What was always great about it is always something unrelated to the level of danger which happens. So.
Yeah.
And that's why you always close the door when you leave the bathroom.
Right. But I feel like that's why you never touch the bandsaw, because those titties gonna go they just explode and go fly around the room.
Oh boy.
Oh, let's finish Tucker.
Listing children in his sexual fantasies. You might want to know his name, because he's a dangerous creep. So today, once again, we reached out to the Halton District School Board to ask, why are you hiding the identity of a man who is enlisting children in his sex fantasies? They refused to comment. In addition to the school board,
they blared the Fox News blared the nips.
The high school has a policy protecting teachers who expose themselves in the classroom.
Pixelated them.
The school's official policies state that, quote,
they didn't earlier though.
Prevent students from wearing clothing that exposes.
Maybe that was an angle that showed them a little more.
That's the policy, but it applies to students. So this guy is free to wag his prosthetic breasts in the faces of kids because he gets off.
Yeah, it's right there in the school dress code. No nips. Well,
on it. This is disgusting. It's the abuse of children. It harms children. Sexualizing children harms them.
Blurring them again.
And we know it's happening.
It's not very good blurring, though, is it?
On camera. And
no.
Have complained about it. But the adults, the school board, and the media are protecting this guy. And it's not just Canada. This has started in the United States. And unless parents...
I'll get into some of that later.
We will not accept this. You may not sexualize our children. You may not enlist them in your sexual fantasies or your fetish life. Keep that at home. It will continue.
You said it's not very good blurring. What it is what Rat King said in the chat, which is it's Japanese pixelation, which apparently Tucker is very familiar with.
Because how Tucker is the reason he's...
If you know, you know.
Right. Oh, God.
We have officially entered clown world, people.
So, I have a video from this guy who I have never heard of before. Okay? So, I don't know this guy, but I came across his video today. Rational National. And...
so sorry.
He's gonna respond to... I found his take...
Mila, I just saw your message.
Interesting. I'm gonna speed it up because I don't.
The Rational National.
Oh wow, he disables upvotes. Wowee.
That's based.
All right. Well, that it's not. It's based to disable likes and dislikes.
Mm-hmm. I saw just the likes.
Or they're just likes to see it. No, I think they're all disabled.
Oh.
Well, yes, I mean they are in general, but.
Oh, okay. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay.
Now, there have always been threats to children. In every society, there are people like this.
Sorry.
More on that later.
Sorry, I wanted to pass the clips, and that's a little fast, so we're going to
Yes, right, King, this is my starting point.
Tucker Carlson, who absolutely, definitely, for sure cares about kids in the classroom, more on that later, turned an overtly ridiculous story into a call for violence against teachers.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Did he call for violence?
When did he do that?
Yeah, where was the call for violence? Okay.
His segment from last night and show you a clip from a few years ago with a very different perspective from Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
again, more on that
I'm wondering now why he disabled
this. Oakville teacher shocks students by wearing huge prosthetic breasts to shock class. So this is a teacher in Oakville, Ontario.
I just want to show you the cope. This is what people who are on the left are really struggling with this one, right? Because they've moved the post where it's like anybody who says that they are trans is trans, and they don't need to do anything to, outwardly display that they identify as the opposite gender, and then they can be any gender. There's actually 70 genders, and that's fine too. Well, you've walked yourselves into a really weird corner with that stuff. Again, a large part of, well, not the largest part of my concern is for the children who are being exposed to this, even though they're high schoolers still. That's weird. They're underage.
High schoolers would find this stupid and funny, let's be honest.
But my again, and I brought this up before, as we said earlier, another part of my concern is that there are trans people who aren't hurting anybody, who find this stuff repugnant, who are gonna end up when it's like, no, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same thing. There's no such thing as gender dysphoria. Okay. You are gonna probably cause harm to people at this point. I think, could you maybe not do that? Every single positive stride you could say has been made for trans people is this stuff. I worry that it will go and boomerang around 180. Do you know what I mean?
The road to hell is paved with fake tits.
I guess so, right?
Well, who wants to go to heaven then?
Yeah. Exactly.
Heaven has real ones.
Oh, okay, that's pretty.
All right, better option.
Yeah.
Apparently, a trans teacher. I happen to think, this is my personal opinion, doesn't mean I'm right. I could be definitely wrong. I think this is an anti-trans troll.
So there's the cope, right? Is that the whole thing? And I found this guy saying this, but he's not the only person I've seen saying this. It's actually become kind of
Please
like that. This is.
this. I'm
I know. Yeah. Sorry.
That said, maybe it's not. So, regardless, as I'm going to get to this first clip here, Tucker uses this
Why does he think that, though?
overtly ridiculous example to paint an entire group of people
He goes through it.
as predators and extremists. Meanwhile, conservatives are literally stripping
I'm
people
gonna skip
of their
past
rights
Tucker,
while
who's already watched
holding
it.
others back from getting any. But let me start with this first clip from Tucker's segment.
Okay, so the clip we just watched.
All right, so that's a good place to pause. I'll get to more on this in a minute.
By the way,
but first I want to break down exactly how Tucker grabs.
I may make a video about this guy and trolling.
Alright.
If the chat,
He's got. I don't know who he is, but he's got nearly 500,000 subs, so I shouldn't be talking trash over here on our
By the way, no,
tiny streaming channel. You know.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'll ask the chat. Chat, should I make a video trolling this guy? Because if the chat tells me yes, I will watch his video and then just comment on it because this is fucking ridiculous.
I don't know who this guy is either.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
But
Came across him today because I was looking for.
Yeah. If the chat tells me to, then I will.
People espousing this narrative because I was seeing it on Twitter, but it's like, yeah, people say all kinds of dumb stuff on Twitter. This guy's got 500,000 subs and is saying it on his YouTube channel. That's not a great number for 500,000 subs 2 days later, by the way. But again, maybe reason it was likes and dislikes were disabled. I don't know.
I just made a joke on Twitter yesterday that I thought like 30 people would laugh at, and I think I might have accidentally started Gamergate 2.
Oh no, what happened?
please tell me
wait,
what it
no.
is.
Now you must do tell.
Yeah, if you go to my Twitter timeline, it's there. But basically, the guy who wrote the IGN review of The Last of Us Part 2, who gave it 10 out of 10, called it a masterpiece, got hired by Naughty Dog, and in his tweet, where he says he was hired by the company who he gave a perfect score to their controversial and polarizing game, says that he was, like, the studios meant a lot to him for his entire life. So it's like, well, yeah, you definitely wrote the review before you got the job, but if you're like a person who's been like a Naughty Dog fanboy since you were a little kid, like maybe IGN shouldn't have given you the review of this polarizing game thing, because it's like, like that was a 10 out of 10 to this guy before he even touched a controller. Like you can just tell. By,
right,
like,
so he's just a fanboy, so it's...
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like the slight, like my post was more a joke about IGN than it was about this specific guy. But yeah, it's like one of those things got like 1,000 retweets and like over 7,000 likes. I was like, oh, okay, so I guess more than 30 people saw this.
Yeah. Heck yeah, though.
And I think though the Gamergate 2 thing is my caption was so about those ethics in game journalism.
Right. Well, I mean, there were major issues even at the time. I've talked about this before, but I had to take a ethics course for my. I wasn't working on a journalism degree, but I was getting a minor in public relations, which I only was getting because it was like you did take 3 classes and you get a minor. I'm like, or take 2 classes and you get a minor. I'm like, okay, and I'll take like 2 or 3 classes that I was getting for my So no, sorry. God, no, that was for my PR degree. Oh my god, I am so screwed up in the head. I forgot what my own college degrees were. So, because my main one's organizational communication, that's what I went through. I did end up getting the degree in public relations, not the minor. I got the degree in public relations, and I only had to take like 3 or 4 classes. So I misspoke. It was not minor, it was for the major. But in one of the classes we had to take as seniors was an ethics class of like, hey, as a public relations professional, you'll be working with journalists. Here's all these things that you need to learn to not be unethical, because that's wrong, and don't be unethical, and we're not supposed to do that. So, and every public relations degree program in the United States, and I'm sure pretty much all over the world, forces their students, and journalism programs have many ethics courses that are required to be taken to get a freaking degree in this dumb field. So I know that they know better, but I wrote a piece for that class, and it was a year before Gamergate, about problems with the game journalism industry.
Well, I guess it had the
it's been going around for forever. Sorry?
The Jeff Gertzman thing, the guy from Giant Bomb and
yes, that had already happened. Yeah.
So yeah, because that was kind of the big hey, so maybe this guy that was like, yeah, I'm giving this game a 6 out of 10, even though they bought a full splash page on our website, and then the website fired him. It was sort of the big.
Well, yeah. Well, it was
you guys are marketing, not like you're not doing consumer journalism.
What game was that too? Because the web.
Lynch 2, I believe.
Kane and Lynch was the one that he got fired for, but it wasn't the only one. It used to be like so many of those websites. You would go to them and it's just side ads, top ads. Background is an ad. The literal background of the website is a freaking ad. I have pictures of it I put the paper I read up on a Tumblr blog back when people used Tumblr. So it's still up somewhere. But on my Tumblr blog. But yeah, I remember the images of some of those games where it was Dragon Age 2 that was one of them where they just, even though it was like an horribly unfinished, god-awful game, and yet they shilled the shit out of it. And Mass Effect 3, that was back when BioWare was doing really well, so.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, like, to an extent, I understand that if your company makes its money off direct ads from the type of companies that you cover, there is going to be some like kind of overlap between marketing and coverage on your site. But like, I mean, honestly, that's the reason I think one of two things should happen. Either review scored should go away, like a numbered score, because I think that really messes up the concept of criticism when you have like developers saying,
people just look at a number and then go whatever.
Because then developers will say, okay, all these people who worked hard on this game, you'll get a bonus if we get over an 80% on Metacritic. And then at that point, it's like, well, if this is our like, you know, our bills for the year that we're talking about here, let's try to pander to some people, like chum up with the video game journalists and make sure they think that we're their friends and that they don't want to give a bad review to their friend, right? And I think it sort of came to a head at like Gamergate, but I honestly think it's a dying format anyway.
It's a pointless format because YouTube independent creators exist.
Yeah. And I mean, and even on YouTube, like G4 sort of proved that.
Like, oh my god, no one cares about that stuff anymore.
Yeah, you don't need a big studio in Burbank, California, to do the same stuff I do in my basement. Like,
for real,
that's all you really need to have a video game
do a better job.
Yeah,
thank you. I finally did finish that Metroid video that I was working on last time we talked, Aiden. And
hell yeah!
By far the most successful video I've ever made. It's the only video I've ever made where I made money off the ad revenue. It's like,
goddamn. Wow. Okay, I have not seen it. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's 2 hours long though. So
well, I think that's what happened. Is I saw it and I was like, but I need to actually pay attention to this.
It's fine. It's all segmented in games and there's timestamps, so you can do it in a few sittings.
I just saw a tweet now about
and please go. I'll add your info to the stream here in a minute. But we are veering off topic, and I'm sorry, Rat King, for talking about my life. I just sometimes when I have personal anecdotes that I think are amusing.
I just
saw
like
when Aiden talks about OG internet culture. Like
I know, I like it too.
Page was like, oh.
Well, Tumblr, thank God, is mostly dead because they took away the porn. Anyways, which we did as well because the titties are not on the stream or not on the screen at least currently, but they probably won't be for long because I think he shows pictures of them. So let's go back to this dude.
I mean, this is the beginning of his segment. He knows how to do this. He starts by getting viewers on board using overtly ridiculous imagery. I mean, this
he's overtly ridiculous. He's overtly ridiculous. What do you mean using overtly ridiculous imagery? The thing
picture of that lady that is not ridiculous.
Like it was already viral.
Like that.
Right. What or using overtly ridiculous imagery to trick his viewers. Okay, whatever, dude.
Find me a
It's gonna
picture
stop
of
anybody on
that
the track
isn't.
to-
Yeah. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
What do you want him to do?
wonder what the hell's going on here. And look, just on this story alone, yes, this is clearly distracting. I think this obviously is going to distract students. I don't know. Again, there's very little known right now about this teacher. I don't really want to get into personal life.
Yeah, because the school is hiding their information.
And I could be wrong again about them being, just a troll here. But regardless, Tucker uses that imagery to grab people in, then uses comedy, like you can see them from space, like lines like that.
You can,
yeah.
Again, to allow
it's called hosting a popular news show. Want to bring some levity into it.
Also, you can see those things from space. Is like that's like dad joke.
Barely. It's barely comedy. I mean,
to be
whatever.
fair to them,
nothing.
it is comedy.
It's just a basic hyperbole. Like
yeah,
right. Really it's freaking. It's. I mean, I've heard Tucker see some savage stuff. He wasn't that savage, honestly. No. I've heard him be far more savage. He's best when he's wearing the bow tie, though. He should bring that back.
People to sort of open up to his ideas. Comedy is a great way to get people into information, so he does that as well. He attempts to seem reasonable by discussing how, if this person's doing this in private, I wouldn't cover this. Who would care? So again, these attempps here to try and grab.
How is it an attempt? So this is a bizarre thing that I noticed from some people on the left, where I think it has to be projection that they think every single thing that people on the right do or say is fake and a lie. Every single thing is intentionally, it's a fake lie. It's designed to trick people. And I think the reason why they do that, it's because that's what Vosh says he does. That he lies, cheats, he'll do whatever to get people on his side. And I really do think it's a real self-report, ultimately. When you think everything that the other side or whatever, that the people who are conservative is doing is a, like, carefully crafted attempt to confuse and manipulate people, I think it's a self-report. Because
we don't need to do that because we have the facts.
No, and because it's just funny on its face, Bravo Facey. It's bizarre. He doesn't have to think of narratives. It's just
look at it.
And that's he has a problem with just looking at it. He's like, just showing the picture is priming people into thinking a certain way. What's he supposed to do? Just have a black screen, my dude? This guy is an interesting specimen. Again, never seen him before, but all right.
By seeming reasonable, being comedic, getting this very distracting imagery, and then also attempts to be.
How are you supposed to cover it without showing the imagery?
Exploding milk porn, like Tucker just saying exploding milk porn alone. That clip is now going viral
because it's funny.
He knows how to generate an audience. He knows how to.
Well, by the way, I couldn't find it on YouTube. That's why I was playing it through the Fox News player. Normally, Tucker Carlson show is obsessive about uploading every single freaking clip.
Yeah, because it's the most widest reaching person in the audience.
No, and also because YouTube just it puts forward mainstream media.
And because it likes Tucker Carlson.
Well, yeah,
Tucker's a funny man.
I'm sure you've experienced this, Spoon. I don't know if you have, Mark. That said, if I watch anything political on YouTube, whether it's Tim Pool or Fox even like vaguely political stuff, or that's less political, I should say, like The Quartering or something, it'll always be up next Tucker Carlson. Yeah. I don't want to watch Tucker Carlson. I don't want, as you can see, up next in the corner here, Tucker Carlson. Oh, I know, Sticks. Every Sticks video, I'd say every Razor Fist video, anybody who, every freaking Lotus Eaters,
right.
anyone, yeah.
I bet you always that piss Sticks the fuck off too.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Of course, Sticks
hates Fox.
I know.
Fucking passion.
But I think he's probably okay with Tucker.
No,
but
he thinks Tucker's a good.
Isn't like Tucker? Oh, does he?
No,
I didn't know that.
Sticks does not like any legacy media at all.
Yeah, it's the understandable, by the way.
Yeah,
understandable.
Yeah, because he's more right than they are. So
I still think that Tucker's all right, but anyway, let's get back into it.
To grab people in initially on his initial premise, to then bring them in to what he is trying to argue. So that's where we get to this next clip.
Now, there have always been threats to children. In every society, there are people like.
Okay, sorry. Again, clips we already watched, so I'm just. Oh, there is extra on this. Oh, there's some more stuff here that I didn't see before. I think he talks about, I think that this is where our clip and that we watched that was on Fox, but it does go on, so let's see.
Right, John Nicky said something there. Everything on the right is fake reminds me of shitpost. There's no such thing as owning a home, owning a car, having a healthy family, being happy. It may be satirical, but it's also accurate about their mindset. Yeah, that's an accurate observation.
It does. Thank you, John Nicky. It definitely seems that way, that it's like everything's just everything's all dog whistle all the time. Is that because it's what you're doing? And that's all I can think is that it's projection. Because
your entire world is subversion, whereas our world is very honest.
Well, most of the time, I think at least with this, come on, how can you even? You're huffing some copium or something, my dude. If you think that the reaction to this is somehow fabricated, no. Look at the screen, my dude. Look at like there's a reason people are making fun of this. But I didn't see the rest of this.
I will say though, Aiden, they will think our worldview is completely bonkers.
That is very true, and we should keep that in mind. That is very true.
And yet suddenly teachers, licensed teachers, are bragging about
I try to keep mine secret, my worldview, but just because I'm a federal employee, so I try not to make
kind of have to, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have had multiple students come out to me, not just with their sexuality, but also with their gender identity. It's one of the reasons I think it's so important to be out and loud and proud.
I teach my elementary school students about gender identity. Some people are
it's just a TikTok.
Yeah. We do have a flag in the class that you can
compilation.
All of these could be any libs of TikTok.
Right.
That one?
Yeah.
I remember this one actually, because in that one she had the children play Pledge Allegiance to the trans.
Why is it always fucking women?
Because that's a long. I can't give you the answer to that question. But it's women want to be. Look, women follow trends because they're looking for social acceptance. You like me, all right?
Yeah, you're different. You're a monarchist and very basic. I have no problem.
Oh, thank you. But that's they had to pledge allegiance to the racial pride flag. It wasn't just the pride flag, it was the racial pride flag. Let's finish this Tucker clip and then see what he has to say about it. Because this part was cut out for the one we watched.
Again, if you were walking through the park with your kids,
oh my god,
and a stranger came up and started talking to them, and say to your
that one was a
fifth grader,
creepy.
your 5-year-old, even your 14-year-old, about sex, what would you do? Well, you would call the police, of course. That's not allowed. It's a crime because they're children. But teachers are allowed to do it, and then to brag.
Oh my god, that's so weird.
Yes. Tucker is very worried about kids in the classroom, what they are being exposed to, what teachers are doing.
Yes.
Yes, so are most teachers.
Very different, Tucker, from 2014.
Or most
first,
parents, sorry.
On his points here, look, he starts off by saying, people like this are not punished, while talking about the shop teacher. People like this. People like what? People that wear giant prosthetic breasts to class?
People who are being
you are just being a
pedantic.
Weasley shithead.
You're being extremely pedantic. People like what could you possibly mean like that?
You disingenuous
people who are being sexual around children, or who are like he just said. And how did you not?
He just
played the clip. You didn't see those clips.
Yeah, even if you wanted to get that specific, what would be wrong with that answer? Be like, what kind of people? People who wear large prosthetic breasts in front.
How about that alone is a problem?
Class.
Yes, that alone is a problem. Yes, people like that. Rational National David Dole, people like that are concerning to be around children. Yes, and I guess he's saying, it's only one.
Knows this.
Only one. But the school is defending the person, and
while also
now
not telling the world what it is.
Not trying to release any information.
Yeah, there we go.
But also, in that Tucker clip, there's really gross examples of the type of people he's referring to. How did you miss that? You put it in, you edited it into your video, presumably, or somebody else did for you. How'd you mess that one up?
You found one of them. You had to go to Canada to find one. People like
Canada's got maybe more of a problem with this than the U.S., which is the U.S. isn't doing great, but like
you got
to find
cripples up there too. Lots of
to
cripples.
Find one, by the way. Shall I bring up another Canadian transgender beautiful person, Jessica Yaniv?
Oh boy.
I'm just saying, like, this is that happened now, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
This has been this has been an ongoing issue with people taking advantage of others using the trans identity. That's what I think this is ultimately about. And it's prevalent everywhere right now. There are opportunists, there's opportunists and there's fetishists. There's both. But there's certainly opportunists who are using the trans label and identity to harm other people and force them to do stuff they don't want to do.
Yeah, like and that they would, they're a man when they're not.
Well, I mean, you remember the Yaniv story, don't you, Spoon?
The which?
The Jessica or Jonathan Yaniv, who went to these estheticians all over Canada, and mostly Asian, by the way, people who didn't speak English as a first language.
To shave their balls or some shit?
To wax their balls,
them.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you don't wax my balls, you hate women.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you don't, yeah. Oh, is that their dead name? I'm sorry, it's not Jessica Yaniv, it's Jessica Simpson. That's not on purpose at all.
Get out of here.
Apparently,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on. If you've already changed to Jessica Yaniv and then you change your last name, is calling you Jessica, is going back to your previous, trans name and actual last name, presumably.
I have found this out.
Naming at that point?
I have found this out in our recent kerfuffles with certain people that, yes, in fact, if you refer to someone that they can change their last name also as part of their transition.
So if I just change my last name to Smith tomorrow and you call me like Mark and then my actual last name, I can be like, don't dead name me and like.
Yes. Yes. I mean, according to the people that we got into a kerfuffle with,
that if women say that if someone uses their maiden name.
Well, I guess I'll have to try it out. If anybody ever dead names me, I mean, why not? This is the problem when you come up with these ridiculous rules that change by the minute, and everyone's trying to keep up with what what to do about it. And how to respond to it is, I guess you would consider that if you accidentally, or on purpose, if you call someone by their maiden name, then you're dead naming them.
Well, that's
according to the logic. Yeah, it is wild, right?
Like this, he's talking about trans people. He's using this one overtly ridiculous example to try and paint the entire community.
No, he's not.
Somehow predators or disgusting.
No, he's not. He was talking about this one weirdo who he thinks is a predator.
Yeah, at what point did he be like, see, the problem with all of these transgenders, every single one of them? Like, no. I didn't hear that.
No, we watched the clip, and in fact, he said, he doesn't have a problem with it.
As far as the school goes, he would be correct, though. Let's be honest, yeah.
No.
Extremist individuals. When it's a teacher in a shop class, yes, the breasts are a little distracting, but...
A little
distracting? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not like the teacher's
even having discussions about sex in class. It's a shop teacher.
I think that the discusussion of sex kind of comes hand in hand with... Yeah. Not you're talking about it, but the kids are talking about it.
Rockin' tatas.
Dude, the kids, the high schoolers are absolutely... from the ones... They're definitely talking about it.
I have a theory. I think that might be one of the reasons why...
That it's a demon?
Why she dresses so overtly. Just so that it has to come up.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Sorry,
he doesn't have a reason to bring it up, and it's like, well, now I do, because one of these kids is going to ask, and then we'll be in that conversation.
And then I'll be like, well, let me tell you. And then just, I guarantee. I mean, if you listen to the other, all these TikToks that the people on Libs of TikTok post, they say things like that, like, oh, I can't wait until they ask me a question so I can go off. And it's like, okay. You go off all the time anyway. By the way, he doesn't know that either, that this person isn't constantly sexual with talking about it with the kids, because nobody knows anything about this besides what we can see, right? So nobody has any clue if Miss Lemieux talks about his massive tatas and gender identity every day during shop class, and be like, and there's me removing wood, which is what I'd like to do to myself, like that. I don't know, and who can know? We don't have any idea right now. So he's just making stuff up too. It's all speculation.
But he uses that to try and make a bigger point and fearmonger about teachers at large.
No,
discuss just identity and orientation, which is not inherently sexual.
What?
Well, I mean, orientation would be.
Orientation is inherently sexual.
It's your sexual orientation.
It means who you are sexually attracted to. Identity, not so much necessarily, although there is an involvement in there potentially. But sexual orientation is inherently sexual. Yeah. What are you talking about, dude? Dude.
If I say, hey, I'm a man, are we having a conversation about sex? No.
Do you say, hey, I like to fuck men? How about
You're having a conversation about sex. And by the way, like I've seen that there's like this backlash of like towards so much of this of, oh well, it's fine to have heterosexual kisses in movies because nobody asks questions about that. And it's like, okay, well, what if they do? I mean, like
I mean, realistically, you could probably have the same discussion, and that would be a more productive way to bring it up. Be like, okay, well, why don't we talk about like even heterosexual relationships being shown to movies intended for children? Like, at what point is it inappropriate? How far can you go? Like, is them kissing for 4 seconds okay? What if there's tongue? How about then?
Yeah, I would say now you've crossed a line, right? you've crossed the line. Kisses and stuff.
I mean, you can
really
make the argument that like, hey, no, I mean, tongue, like that's part of just kissing, and like if kissing's okay, if there's a little bit of that's that's reality. It's like, okay, what about a butt grab now?
It depends though on whether like all those old movies, the old Disney movies, the romance ones, the princess movies, like the romance part of it is part of the story, but I feel like it's telling the story of the character more and it's trying to tell usually some other message or lesson. With so much of the new woke stuff, it's like, okay, the lesson is that gay.
Yeah, and that's a struggle that needs to be overcome in some way. It's very I've seen very few gay relationships in almost anything where it's just a relationship and it's not like, oh, it's a relationship and people just can't handle it. One of the ones that did, I think, do it quite well was Arcane. Like there's
everyone, you've told me that it's good and I haven't seen it, but you're not the only person now to have told me that it's really good. I gotta watch it. Yeah,
the main character in it is clearly a lesbian, although I guess they don't really specify that she's bi or not. But there's a bit of a relationship, like there's kind of a romance that happens in it, and at no point is it like, oh, but we can't be together because the society that we live in won't accept. Like it's just it's two girls and they're attracted to each other.
I mean,
it seems like there's something going on, but it's not.
I made a
part of the story.
I made a Buffy reference earlier, and Buffy is the first, the television show that had the first televised lesbian kiss. There was no really big deal made. That would have been when Tara and Willow, 1999. I was trying to think of the year, maybe 2000, and the show didn't. There was nothing like weird. I mean, it was a little bit like, two girls.
Would be Willow was concerned with Xander and Buffy thinking of her differently. But they didn't. But
they didn't, and so it was over instantly. They're like,
"Yeah,
you're Willow. Like, we don't care." You know,
fine. You're dating Tara now.
That's cool. That show did a great job. But again, that was the way things were in the '90s, right? I guess in the early 2000s of being like, okay. I mean, and that's not only a lesbian kiss scene. Let's be real. The first lesbian kiss scene that's televised, which is in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, is a lesbian sex scene, or quickly leads into one. Very overtly, considering the lyrics of the song that are being sung when it happens. You make me complete. You make me complete. Yeah, great. I got it, Josh. Joss. Got figured out what you're trying to say is happening in the scene. But yeah, like that was totally like nobody. There was no extreme backlash to that. So it's not the these people are rewriting history, I think, and for their own political motives to be like, oh no, everything was terrible before, and we have to change everything in a way that doesn't make sense. And it's again like this guy doesn't make sense. Speaking of which, let's get back. He's very silly.
How I identify. I am a man. Gender identity. Why would that be a conversation about sex? It isn't. But Tucker he attempts to connect.
But you said orientation.
What about, I was like, what about the other thing you said?
Having a conversation automatically about sex. But he tries to attach these things to the most perverse ideas that people have of sex and claim that teachers are having those conversations with kids when it's simply about identity and orientation. And allowing
you said it again.
Accepting and respecting their students.
Does he think orientation is is a gender identity thing like a different word for it, or does he not understand that it means the people you're attracted to and want to have sex with?
I don't know. I have honestly no
like
clue.
the way he's talking, it seems like he's not making that connection at all.
He's
saying like gender identity and orientation
slash
it's not about sex.
orientation, like they're the same, or like they're the same word, or they're different words for the same thing. But they're not, David. And when you're like, it's not sexual at all. It has nothing to do with sexuality, except who you are sexually attracted to.
I think what's
totally
really
does.
funny too is at the beginning of his video, he seemed to kind of like almost agree with Tucker, be like, "Yeah, I think this person's trolling." And it's like, well, okay, so.
Well, I think he said that because,
or like that it could be trolling. It's like, yeah, okay, if you think that's a possibility, then I mean, you're halfway to where Tucker is saying, yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. So right,
which means
you're
like,
basically saying the same thing.
Be able to be like, yeah, well, you know. I support trans people more than Tucker Carlson does, but this this might be a little too far. This person is probably not being legit. It might be an actual grifter.
I mean, this thing is ultimately he actually agrees with Tucker, but he has to come out here and vent and rant about it in a way that is nonsensical, because he agrees with Tucker that the person is ridiculous and a weirdo to some degree, right? And he thinks it's a troll. Tucker thinks he's a weirdo. So what's the real difference in that, you know?
Try to find a way to agree with Tucker while also calling him transphobic, I guess.
Of course.
To scare you. It really is disgusting what he does, and he does it very successfully because of, as I showed you at the beginning, how he reels people in to then essentially
with actual
move
photos
them down this pipeline to become more extremist and become anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ. It's gross.
What?
But here's a very different Tucker.
Why?
When? What? No, yeah. File not found. What are you talking about? Okay,
I mean, let's see. He's citing other things Tucker has said in the past.
He's about to. So we'll see because again, he's gonna say something from, I believe, 2015 or 2014. So
back in 2014.
There you go.
He's very worried about what teachers are doing to kids in the classroom. Can't wear prosthetic breasts. It's not good for the boys. Well, let's see what he said back in 2014.
This female teacher in Texas is in big trouble after allegedly giving one of her students a bizarre birthday present, an unusual one anyway, a lap dance in front of the entire class. Alicia Smith, pictured on the screen, accused of grinding on the 15-year-old, putting her head between his legs and fondling him. Smith reportedly admits to doing all this, but only after the rest of the class, she says, convinced her to.
Okay.
So, you know, I think legitimate opinion divides whether this was appropriate for the classroom or not. But
okay, this is insane, and this is there is a total double standard but this is a double standard that regards biological female teachers and boys. I do hate when people say this kind of stuff. It absolutely infuriates me. It is still inappropriate, and it's still pedophilia. It doesn't matter if it's a male or a female who's doing weird sexual stuff to kids. If you're touching a kid, then you're a fucking, predator. And I don't care what gender you are. So yeah, I do hate this. I agree. This is fucking awful. A terrible look for Tucker. I think he is making a joke largely, but I actually think he probably goes along with this. And it's terrible, and I totally disagree with this opinion. Real quick, a Minnesota Fats for 5 says, not gonna lie, boss. I never got the appeal of lesbian fetish in media. Like, oh great, here's 2 women I have even less of a chance with. I don't get it. Understandable. Thanks, man. I'll get to the rest of the super chats in a little bit. Sorry.
There are people out there who believe that there ought to be criminal sanctions brought against this woman.
I think there should be.
So if the class is
because there's no victim here.
If the class is trying to convict her or convince her of committing a crime like killing somebody, which you've done it to.
But this isn't a crime. That's the point I'm making. A crime suggests a victim, and
what do you mean there's no victim though? There's a 15-year-old.
Okay, so all the people here are completely disagreeing because he's wrong. Yeah. I don't know if he is joking, but this is a really bad take and a really bad look. So he's wrong on this. I don't think it's actually hypocritical. I think this is just a terrible take. I don't think it's hypocritical with what he's criticizing the big booba guy over.
Yeah, I think it's night and day.
Yeah.
Because he's not talking about any sexual act that was performed by the shop teacher.
Yeah.
He's just talking about this person is walking into the classroom attempting to cause a scene.
Yeah, and this is ridiculous. Like, I do think that what Tucker's saying here is completely wrong. And if it's supposed to be a joke, it's a really freaking tasteless one and really gross. What do you check? You haven't said anything in a minute, Spoon. I thought maybe you disappeared.
No.
What's up?
No, I'm just laughing at the absurdity of this entire thing.
All right.
Yeah, and there's always the element of like for guys like, hey, remembering when you were like a 17-year-old
Yeah.
or something like that.
Would
like,
you
yeah,
love to
hot
have a
teacher
teacher
did
with
that.
big titty?
Yeah, but as you get older and kind of understand some context and think like, hey, like think of, I don't know, and like my wife now, like who's like in her early 30s, like if she hooked up with a 15-year-old, like I mean,
That's insane.
Her cheating on me in that context aside, it would still be like, oh my God, you're a sick, disgusting person. Like, I can't believe that you would do that with a
child. That whole narrative that like, oh man, I wish I had teachers like this when I was in school thing. It's really disgusting and it's not okay. I do not like that narrative at all. Yeah. Yeah, big L Tucker on that one. Big L.
Super chat for you.
Oh. Dragon Age 2 is sorry, I have to move because I changed my thing for a second. DRT is King for 5 says, oi, Dragon Age 2 has the best companions of the Dragon Age series, and it's better by a good deal than Mass Effect 3. Continue on, you crazy monarchist. Well, thank you, DRT is
the
King.
The busty pirate chick was pretty hot, I'll give you that.
Ooh, yeah, she is pretty cool. But
in all honesty, though, this is not a joke. You can check my PlayStation trophies if you want. I slept with her and then I stopped playing.
No, I can't agree with the companions thing because I love Alistair so much from the first one.
What was her
He's
name
my
again?
favorite forever. Who?
The pirate chick, something with an R.
I don't know. I don't. Isabel or something.
Isabel.
Oh, Isabella, because she's in she's in 3, isn't she? Oh, she's in 1. Yeah.
I tapped out halfway through the second one, and I loved Dragon Age Origins. I thought
I really liked.
Awesome.
I loved Origins. Actually, Inquisition's pretty okay.
Oh, really?
It's I mean, it feels like playing an MMO but offline. But yeah, it's because it's very much
around the same time as Bloodborne, and I was not up.
Oh yeah.
Go
with Bloodborne if you get the choice out of the two
for the next little while for sure.
But yeah, it's very addictive because it's basically made like an offline MMO. So it's like, here's a new pointless quest for you to do, and you're like, okay. It does have fun. The base building thing's kind of it's not really base building. They could have done that better. But I think it's all right. Inquisition's all right. It's all right. It's not great. It's nowhere near as good as Origins, but it's all right. Let's finish.
Origins had the best story.
Origins.
Yeah, I think.
So, having been a 15-year-old boy, I can tell you, unless there's something we don't know about this kid's life has not been good.
Okay, well that's weird.
Yeah, and like, he's using 15-year-old boy brain.
Right.
He's not using adult man brain.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. I was like, I can see how he got there, but it's not correct.
It's a really bad argument.
What's going on in my kid's school? I'm just saying, let's spare the outrage here and just be real about it.
What are you talking about? She put her head between his legs.
Okay, she was, acting out a lap.
These are the words of a man who had a big crush on a teacher.
I think so, yeah.
Between his legs. That, no big deal. But wearing prosthetic breasts to class.
Again, I think we're all pretty agreed. Big L on Tucker there.
Yeah,
that's not cool.
There shouldn't be something done about the attire that certain people wear to class. You probably can't wear a giant prosthetic penis under your pants that's protruding out of your jeans to class.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Why not?
Sure? Why not?
Wait, no, hang on, my dude.
David,
let's
continue.
Yeah, hang on. Let's break this down. Why not? Why can't I? If I identify as a man, and the type of man I identify as is Chad Thundercock. That's my new name, okay? By the way, if you misgender me, I'm gonna get very upset, and I'm gonna call the police. It's illegal to do that, you know. So okay, you all have to call me Chad Thundercock now, and I'm gonna walk around and teach high school with a giant 2-foot-long dick prosthetic. And if you question me, you're being transphobic, and it's illegal.
Classic Chad.
What's the difference? What's the difference, my dude? Like, what really is the difference there?
I don't think there is one.
Dick is more threatening.
Is it?
But it's still me. It's still me. I'm not that short. I'm 5'7".
Well, no, like say it's a guy. Like I mean, because I don't think it changes anything.
Well, right. It's about your living her true self. So what if it's a guy?
As a guy with a giant dick.
Right. So why is it different? If you feel like you have dysphoria because you don't have a 2-foot massive, like insanely irrationally giant dong, then you go buy one and just put it in your pants. I mean, like, why not?
Yeah, and why can't I go teach children with my giant dick prosthetic? Like, I mean, it really seems
it makes you feel comfortable. That's your true self.
But like,
right?
It really is kind of the same thing.
What's already silly as hell with it?
Let's say it's a giant butt prosthetic. Like, make it even funnier than it. Like,
plower and the other one is the plowy.
Well, I mean, if
make it a butt,
right? Even if let's just keep it to the trans issue. If you're a transgender, female to male, and your true the dysphoria that you have is that you don't have a giant hanger, then why don't you just go? Why can't you? Why can't you wear your massive cock and balls into school? Doesn't make. I mean, it doesn't follow. Actually, David, it doesn't follow logically. They both should be fine under your perspective.
Here is so glaring, so clear. This shows you that he has no principles. He doesn't give a shit. Whatever works for his narrative, whatever is working for him currently, and this is working for him, being this horribly bigoted, disgusting individual, and really.
How?
By the way, can I just point out something here?
So he continues it.
The one is an actual human being, and the other one is not.
What do you mean?
The one is an actual female, and the other one is a mental patient. As far as talking about the sample goes. Oh, fuck off. Like, spare me this bullshit.
Okay, all right. This particular person, I don't know what they're dealing with. I don't know if they're mental. I don't know if they're a troll.
Not sane.
I highly doubt that. Okay, I asked the chat, and it seemed to be that the primary thing that people thought it was is this is a cash grab.
Yeah, cool.
Because the professor, why do I call him that? The teacher knows that they can't be fired.
Professor.
That really there's
hard knocks, maybe. Yeah.
That the Canadian government has gone so far on this issue and been so extreme on it. I would say ridiculous on it. Let's call it that. Ridiculous about it. That they know the teacher must know. Everyone must know that they can't be fired. They could and if they are, they're going to get a giant settlement. They're going to sue the school. The school will lose,
and they get real tatas,
or the school will just settle out of court most likely because they and apologize profusely. So if I had no ethics and was a grifter and wanted to make a whole lot of money, why not do this?
Can I just say something kind of based?
Of course.
This is what happens when your country doesn't get invaded.
We got invaded by America.
America invaded Canada, so there you go.
I was thinking more like America in general.
Just saying. Although technically, I guess we were the British military at that point.
Right.
This is why foreigners need to just like once in a while kick your ass.
I mean, come at us.
You need to be put to the sword.
Well, I don't think America's in much of a position to do anything like that, to tell anybody else how to stop being weird and degenerate at this point, right?
I think, and America probably won't invade us. If someone else does, though, I'll have my hands busy.
I guess Russia first.
YouTube for a while after Russia invades.
First thing Trump is in office, like, we need to liberate Canada. Canada has gone incredibly woke, and we need to make them not gay. I know a bunch of Canadians who be like, yeah, we're totally okay with that.
They're great people, wonderful people. I love Canadians, but we've got to do something about this Canada issue.
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
Now, Canada has apologized for Bryan Adams on several occasions.
Yeah, but it's still needs to owe the world reparations for Nickelback.
I had a realization about a year ago that Bush, like Gavin Rossdale's band, is just British Nickelback, and it blew my mind.
Oh God, kind of. Oof.
Garbage, despite what he said years ago about having no issues with a lap dance in the classroom. And credit here to Parker Malloy, who dug this clip up.
Oh, so
and also
you didn't find it.
Brought up this as well.
That's right. I don't find shit either.
In 2006, defending Warren Jeffs arranging child marriages. Yes, you can read through this yourself if you want. Tucker defending child marriages.
That's also a big fucking L.
Who arranged child
Don't agree with that. But I'd have to look at that in detail. It's interesting you're not reading it, but all right.
Wait, I'm going to point something out that no one else is going to point out.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it when people do this. Because you're slandering the person and not actually the argument. And I hate that. You are just a two-faced bitch, this fucking dude.
Yeah, you're attacking.
You're just trying to smear him instead of not.
I mean,
actually.
Also,
yeah, but it's just saying like
fair.
This is the person done in the past. Like I don't give a fuck what they've done in the past and their narrative in the past. Is what they said now true? Yes. Then I don't give a fuck what they said in the past.
And let's also just be clear. The one clip is from 2014, so that's
8 years ago.
It was a different time when Obama was in the office and you couldn't criticize black people.
And this thing is from 2006. It's from 16 years ago.
Yeah, that was my last year at university. Like that was, and I feel like I've lived 3 different lives since then. So
that's 16 years. That's how old the kid. That's how old the kids are from in the classroom posting the stuff on TikTok. So I do think it's a little bit unfair. If you, I mean,
is it a different culture by any chance?
I don't know. I disavow. Right, it's fine for some cultures, I suppose.
But is he talking about arranging marriages between children who are to be married when they come of age, or like?
I don't know. He doesn't.
Yeah, because if that's the case, I don't think that's that bad.
I mean,
it's
I
so
don't
weird.
agree with it, but it is something that I know there are cultures who do, and like they in certain cases defend it. Actually, there's a girl who works with Geeks and Gamers, Hijabi Gamer. She's Egyptian, and like she's like a hijab wearing Muslim girl.
Yeah,
and she says that arranged marriages are like very common in her culture.
Yeah, they are,
but that you do like it's not like you have no say in it. So it's like, hey, we want to arrange you to get married to this guy who's part of this family who we really trust, we really get along with. And she's like, yeah, but then I can say no, and that's fine. Like they don't say, no, you're marrying him. That's and
that's cool,
I was like, I never really thought about that.
It is also interesting to me.
That's like a different cultural custom. So I don't think.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I don't know. I don't know that this guy would even argue against it if it was laid out like that. Like, be like, okay, well, it's. Yeah, these two families who are friends with each other want to like have kids that eventually marry each other, ideally, but it's not a literal shotgun wedding, you know?
Right. But again, it's still pulling up something from 16 years ago. I don't approve, but still.
There's more. There's more to that initial segment. Here, he eventually, as I said, ties it into a call for violence.
You can't say the true things. You can claim the earth is flat and no one gets exercise. But when you start saying things like all lives matter or sexualizing my children is a crime, and if you keep it up, I'm going to hurt you because I'm the dad, say that, ooh, you're done. What you're seeing is a society that hates children. You would have to hate children
in order to
sexualize them, because sexualizing children screws them up for life. Ask anyone to whom it's happened. Period.
Well, look at the data. You don't have to ask people. You can look at the data on it. It's extremely consistent.
If we lived in a world where you did transsexualize children and the parents could kick the shit out of you, this shit would stop real quick.
Yeah.
I think actually, while this might be me writing headcanon that might not be even close to the truth, is it possible that Tucker had that thing that happened in 2014, like on that thing, got some backlash from it, maybe talked
and then changed?
Well, like read a few books when we went to like a person who taught him about like child psychology and sexualization of children and teenagers, and then developed some knowledge on the subject, and it was like, yeah, wow, that was really wrong of me to say that. Like that was not accurate at all, and I guess I was using 15-year-old boy brain.
In the leftist worldview, you can never learn anything ever.
No, and you need to be demonized for all of eternity for something stupid you said in the past. Which I mean, like, anyone doing that stuff to anybody, like, again, 16 years, and I think 8 years is already kind of ridiculous.
It's a chunk of time.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
2014, 8 years ago.
But maybe again, he's changed his opinion. It's possible. It's more than possible.
Yeah, do we look back at this jackass's past? Do you think he's not going to have any stupid takes 8 years ago? I guarantee you he has. Again, I'm sure.
No one should.
Well, I mean, he's got a stupid take now. That's what, again, like you said, that's what matters.
My Twitter account is going to look fucking wild even in a year. I've said some insane shit. Man.
Talk about nothing but video games.
No, I don't mind saying
all that might happen is you might accidentally start Gamergate 2.
Yeah.
Well, let's
You have advocated for a single sovereign head of state. Yes, I have, and I'm okay with that. You want a dictator. No, I want a monarchist. They're not the same thing. Just means you're a moron.
Just for 1 second, no matter what the law says, your duty, your moral duty, is to defend your children. This is an attack on your children, and you should fight back.
No parent should put up with this. You should fight back. This is an attack on your children.
Yes, and the same parent would agree with that.
Call for violence.
That's a clear and obvious call for violence. What? No, it's a clear and obvious call to do something, to go to PTA meetings, to protest, to vote out the school board. How is that a clear and obvious call?
Fight and instantly think it means literally.
Even though I'm sure you've seen the supercut of all the Democrats saying fight, 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 fight. And then when Trump says it, of course, then that's a call for violence. Okay, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely absurd. That my dude. What are you saying?
He looks like a beta. I'm just saying.
This is what Tucker does on a consistent basis. This is what he has done a number of times. In fact, I'll show you some examples. First here from Nikki. It's the way Tucker transitions from a very explicitly inappropriate incident to accusing run-of-the-mill teachers who are simply out or inclusive.
You're just reading somebody's Twitter post.
That's going to get teachers harmed. Ari Drennan here says this is the 4th time this year that Tucker Carlson, who has the most watched show on Fox News, has told his viewers that they should assault.
That's not what he said.
Teachers who talk to kids about gender identity should be beaten up.
It's not. What?
When did he say that?
We heard the quote. You just played it, you ding dong.
And that tweet putting beaten up in quotes implies that that's like verbatim.
That's what he said, but he didn't say that. He said, parents need to fight back against this. He didn't say go beat up teachers.
Yeah.
This is, wowee.
The thing is, I know some people would go like, he didn't say that. He's not nearly that base.
But of course, this is, again, it's this stochastic terrorism idea of like, well, it's not what he said, but it's what he meant behind it. We'll do this mind reading on you, right?
By the way, I hate this idea that if I heard someone on TV say it, I'm going to do that. Like, what kind of fucking pathetic moron do you think people are?
It's something called the hypodermic needle hypothesis.
It's just so childish.
It is the earliest proposed media theory, one of the things that kind of started media scholarship, and it was debunked almost instantly. The hypodermic needle theory has no basis in empirical evidence. There is no proof. I mean, you are arguing the same argument as playing Dungeons and Dragons will make people worship Satan. Okay, it's the same argument. That if they hear Tucker Carlson say go fight against this parents, that means he's calling for violence and people will commit a terrorism. That's the exact same line of reasoning as if people play Dungeons and Dragons, they will start worshiping Satan and kill people.
Oh boy, I played D&D for the first time this year. I guess, it's time to
all downhill for you now.
Lord.
Yeah,
gotta go find my old Black Sabbath records.
I guess so. But it's the exact same line of reasoning. Oh, if you watch a violent movie, if you watch this type of media, you play a violent video game, then you're going to become a violent terrorist. The left has increasingly come to just adopt some of that strange element of the religious right from the 90s of can't say things or else you might cause a terrorism, you might cause a violent.
Or kids will secretly be turned into super soldiers by playing first-person shooters.
It's the same thing. It's the same line of reasoning, and it's really dumb. And there's no evidence for it within the empirical data. Not one freaking out.
And just laugh at the fact that you said there's reason with these people.
If you've played a shooter though, and then fired an actual gun, it's like they're not transferable skills. Okay?
And there was a great clip from. It must have been like 5 or 6 years ago now, though, where I think it was like a Kotaku journalist, I put journalist in a bunch of quotes there, who was, it might be 5 years ago or something like that, where he was in VR and fired a gun in VR and started crying.
What a bitch.
Because of how real it was.
Oh,
no,
it's
not. And he said it gave him PTSD, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
this was a couple of years ago now. Yeah, I know.
I guess a pet peeve of mine on the PTSD thing is I guarantee you it's not SD. Like the D is disorder. That's an actual diagnosis.
Right.
He could maybe make the argument that he had post-traumatic stress symptoms. Like if he had a night where he woke up dreaming about it and was like, tachycardia or sorry,
No,
his
he's
heart
just a
was
soft
fast.
puff. Let's just not.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I think you have to be to develop post-traumatic stress symptoms from shooting a gun in VR. Like that's
VR,
it's ridiculous.
right? Like, yeah,
Half-Life
that's
Alyx is fantastic though. I recommend you play that game if you can. It's VR though, so it's it's a bit of a commitment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they've actually made them relatively affordable at this point, sort of. But it is a commitment if you want it. Like, there's not a lot of
even just playing is a commitment. Like, not even just the cost.
Oh yeah, you gotta have
hardware,
space and stuff for it. Like
and it's you're going into a different world. Like you're putting on a mask and headphones, and you're not going to see or hear anything that is reality unless you like disconnect. So it's different if it's like, hey, if my wife comes over and says, hey, do you want something for dinner? I can hear her if I'm at my desk playing Quake. But if I'm in VR, she will have to like tap me on the shoulder and hope that I don't turn around and backfist her accidentally.
Oh, that's actually a fascinating and really interesting point that I am now so interested in. I'm going to have to, after the stream, well, probably not tonight because I'll be tired, but have to look up if there's research on that, because that sounds like something there should be research on. Let's finish up with it. That particular element of VR, that it's encompassing. It has a greater ability to we call that
immersion.
The traditional term would be narrative transportation, or we just call it transportation in general. You're more transported because of the multiple immersive elements.
I'd say if you compare it to another medium, I think it would be more similar to going to a movie theater and watching a movie versus watching a Blu-ray
IMAX or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
where you're
like, you can't be expected to get a hold of me and like have me and enter the real world if I'm in an IMAX movie. Like this is what I'm doing. I'm turning my phone off. Then I'll talk to you in 2 hours. And VR is kind of the same, but you are still in your house.
The sound unless you go to an arcade.
Is my bass too high?
What?
No, I know. I mean, if you're on IMAX.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant my voice.
IMAX, yeah. I guess.
All right, I just got a new mic set up, so I'm so.
Oh, nice. No, it sounds great. It sounds great.
Boomy.
I started recording my Elden Ring video, and I was like, "Oh man, I sound so like epic." I'm used to sounding like sort of a strange voice dweeb, but I sound pretty cool here.
That is the power of a nice mic.
Yeah, it's like, oh
wow. Speaking of a dweeb, let's finish up with this dude.
April, some teachers pushing sex values on your third
grade. Oh, actually, he's just going to read tweets for the rest of the time?
Here's July.
Okay, whatever then.
What do you think, man? And why?
Yeah, I don't care. Is he just? I think he's just going to read tweets. I don't care.
He just wants confirmation bias and he does it through Twitter.
I didn't watch the end of the video, so let's see if he has any ending thoughts that are of any value. X to doubt, but we'll see.
It is important that we engage in topics like this when the right brings it up, because if we just run away from it and pretend it doesn't exist, then people like Tucker are the ones that run away with the narrative and then eventually get
what's the narrative
that you're fucking crazy
communities based on one ridiculous example. It really is disgusting what Tucker does.
Oh, it's disgusting what Tucker this guy's just Looney Tunes, dude.
One ridiculous example. No, this is just the latest in a saga. Who the fuck are you kidding?
I mean, his whole thing was like, this one clip from 8 years ago and this one clip from how long
16.
ago?
Give me 1 second. I have to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. But go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
Considering how often he's been on television, the fact that you have to go like 8 years ago, that tells you that he's been pretty consistent, actually.
And also, it's like if those two things were that bad, and again, not defending them, because I mean, I guess again, I would need more details on the child marriages thing, because I was like, wait, what exactly are you referring to there, and from who? Like, I don't know. But I don't see if at that point he's just ruined. Why even bother covering him?
Yeah, that's a good point.
This guy's terrible. Always remember he's the guy that talked about child marriages and a teacher giving a lap dance to a 15-year-old being okay. Like, you wouldn't have to make videos on him, And so if you're going to make a video, then like have an argument, I guess.
I think it's funny that they go back to the thing now because they have the drag queen story hour crap, and you are encouraged to put the money into the thong of a fucking adult person doing the dancing. That's somehow fine to do now. I would think the 15-year-old is actually quite a comparable one compared to the shit they want to do with the money.
I guess that's fair, but I mean, I think that I would only bring that argument up in the context of someone who would be saying, yeah, but I also do think it's okay to have children put, money in the G strings of drag queens. Like, I'd be like, okay, well, then that's the point that I'd be like, okay, then this argument's just over, because obviously that's inappropriate. Like, even if you're gonna make the argument that's like kids being exposed to drag is okay, I think if it's like no, but treating them like strippers and then removing clothing, well, I think most reasonable people can draw the line there.
Like, precisely. If it's just a drag queen, first of all, I do have an issue with that. And it's because drag is inherently sexual. It is the hyper sexualization in terms of being like the most feminine aspects that are turned up to like 1,000 degrees. Mm-hmm. And there is a sexual component of drag inherent. It's not, I just don't think it's appropriate for kids in any context, but there is certainly, let's say, levels of severity difference between a person, a drag queen dressed up in a library just reading a book. Now, what kind of book is it? We know what kind of books they generally tend to be. They're books that are about sexuality and stuff like that, so it's all tied in together. Sexuality or gender identity. Versus what we saw in the video that guy had on the screen that he was criticizing Tucker over, which is little children with dollar bills and twerking, dancing strippers, Yeah. Being told to give them money. Like, there is a world of difference between those two things. I still don't think the first is necessarily good, and I'm not really in favor of it, because I do think that there's a sexual component to drag, and I like drag, by the way. That's a thing too. Is that I like RuPaul. I like drag as a method of self-expression, but it's not appropriate for children. Drag goes back to a very old, particularly British, pantomime kind of stuff of theatrical things. It has a long-standing history as a kind of performance, but and to what's it called? Now it's escaping my brain right now. Burlesque. But burlesque is inherently
actually what I was gonna say.
Right. Burlesque is sexual. Of course, burlesque is sexual. Like, I would never think it would be appropriate to take a child to a burlesque show either. So,
and that doesn't mean it's not an art form and that it's not okay for like people to appreciate it. But it's like, is it something that you need to show to children? And maybe you can make the argument that like teenagers, like in a high school, it would be totally fine. But I think I don't know. It's trickier when you're talking about really little kids and exactly what you're exposing them to. But I would say that on Spoon's point, the drag queen actually putting the dollar bills in the G-string stuff is probably more comparable to what Tucker was talking about in 2014. So if you did want to make a correlation there, it's like, okay, that's fair, but also, what does that have to do with the shop teacher with the giant plastic boobs? Like, that's still kind of a different thing. So, I mean, it's almost like he changed the subject.
It's on purpose.
A literal straw man. Like, he was just like, okay, no, I'm going to argue this point, and then be like, and that's why he's being mean to the shop teacher by talking about her.
Yeah.
Right. You're completely correct. I don't like it if you change the subject.
If you go back to someone's past and like, well, you said this 10 years ago. I don't give a fuck what he said 10 years ago. Is his point valid to what he said now? Yes. Yeah. Then who gives a shit? That has nothing to do with his main point is just he's trying to control the narrative. I don't give a fuck about that. My thing is, I'm also outraged. Is he also outraged? Yes. I don't give a fuck about the narrative. Yeah. Other people.
Well, he seemed to be disgusted by it as well. But he's like, just one weird guy, because it is weird, and that guy created a grand narrative about what Tucker was really trying to do.
Yeah,
it's called solipsism, right? Which is this idea that you can get inside somebody else's head and figure out what they really mean behind it. Yeah, I know what they're saying, but here's what they really mean. Here's what they're really thinking.
About the right at fucking all.
But I see it constantly, though. I mean, first of all, both sides of the political aisle engage in solipsism. I bet I know what they're really saying. But it's like this idea that it's a dog whistle is absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, it's a dog whistle to go and kick the shit out of trans people. Apparently, what he's.
Well, that's not what he said.
I know, but that's the joke.
All right. DRT is King for 10 says Meryl is best girl of DA2. Agreed. But I wasn't into the slutty pirate chick. DAO is the best plot, and Inquisition is one of the best gameplay.
No, she was.
I apologize for being a man of culture.
Yes. I like Isabella because she had like her crit damage if you spec her properly was fucking insane. She would tear through things like a son of a bitch.
I like Meryl, but I'm a dirty knife-ear, so...
yeah, I can see you. You probably like the...
God, I can't believe they said that in Rings of Power. I can't believe... I was just saying that because I was thinking about Dragon Age, and then I was like, oh god, they said that in Rings of Power.
Who is the bisexual one?
Meryl.
No. There's another one.
Wait.
There was the assassin.
Oh, Liliana.
No.
Oh no, in the first one. In the second one. Oh,
Sevran or something like that.
I do not remember the names of the... I didn't even remember Isabella's name, and she was apparently she was the only reason I was playing at a certain point.
That's because you were too...
I was like, well, I slept with the pirate. Okay, I'm out.
Yeah. Sevran or something, what's his name?
Just to finish the super chat, Inquisition, one of the best gameplay, but I like DA2. I recognize, I give DA2 a lot more slack. Yeah, if you like it, you like
Morgan
it.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
everyone likes Morgan.
Morgan's best girl of the series.
Yes.
Oh, Sleepy Shadow, I'm not watching Rings of Power. I only know about that because I watch other people cover it. No. I've made it clear what my position on Rings of Power is, and I was a little bit bullied by Bill, but I think he's correct. I don't watch Rings of Power. I watch. And have you heard Bill scream, "You were saved from your own iniquity" up the stairs? But he's right.
Yeah, good,
so instead, I'll watch, Gary and Friday Night Tights and anybody else.
It was like my wife is Gary's producer, so
right. So I'll watch anybody else talk about it, and I really don't think I lose out on the experience. In fact, I enjoy watching those videos and watching people who I think are funny and entertaining describe why it's shitty and what's wrong with it, rather than watching it myself and enduring the what appears to be abject boredom. But I did forget that they or I was just reminded that they call elves knife ears in that
Rings
one
of
too.
Power.
Yep. Damn rangs.
Yeah, I got 2 episodes into Rings of Power, and honestly, the only reason I watched the second one was because I don't know. Do you guys know who Lofty Pixels is?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Lofty
Jeremy's editor.
yeah, quartering it, yeah, and but Lofty's he's sort of famous from Flashcast for having bad takes. And to be fair, I like Lofty a lot. He's a really nice guy, and I enjoy streaming with him. So he wanted to talk to me about Rings of Power because he's like, I think I can explain to you why I like it, knowing that you don't like it, and you'll at least treat me like a human. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, I will. So I just did a stream on my thing where I was on my Rumble channel playing a game while I was talking to Lofty about it. But I only watched the second episode because those were the 2 that were out at the time, and I wanted to have my arguments straight so that I wasn't being like, no, I've only seen the first episode, but here's why the show sucks. And I wanted to watch the third one just so I could kind of keep up with it if I was going to pop up on any stream. I got 3 minutes in, and I'm just like, oh no, I fucking hate this. I really don't like it at all. And I don't make I make video game content, so I don't really have I'll talk about movies and stuff on other people's streams, but I'm like, I don't really have the drive to be like, I can really make a lot of videos on Rings of Power if I just suck it up. It's like, I
understand.
I just feel like I'm wasting my time, and it might not ever be worthwhile, really.
No, and it's not. I don't make. I will occasionally make media related content. Normally, I just mention it, but I don't normally I don't do like dissections of TV shows or movies. It's not my my lane.
I did one,
but I it's the same thing where sometimes I'll keep up with it. And the thing that's funny too about that is that basically, I mean, kind of anytime I turn on any stream, am on anyone's stream, or do anything, I get comments that are like, when are you gonna go on EFAP again? And I'm like, well, I guess whenever, but I don't watch any new media anymore because it's all trash, and I don't like. I'd have to watch it to go on and talk about it, and I don't really want to do that.
I think your best bet would be if you go on if you go see a movie or something that you end up really liking, and then just message Muller and be like, "Hey, you doing anything about this? Can I get in?"
Yeah, if but that sounds like a unicorn at this point. A movie I like? That's not true.
I saw a pretty good horror movie the other day called Pearl. Have you ever seen the movie X? It's
I have not, but good horror movie. Let me write this down.
That means Aiden and I are gonna watch it.
Well,
X is out now on, I think it's on Amazon, at least here. I don't know where
just called
in the
X?
UK. Just the letter X, and
Ooh,
it's
that's gonna be hard to find.
It's a well, it came out like last year, so it'll
Okay.
be X 2021 or something. But
Oh, I see.
so it's like a 1970s kind of grindhouse slasher movie about this group of people who go to this random farmhouse that they rent out to make a porn movie. And
Okay.
X. And
oh, I've seen this cover. Yeah.
yeah, so basically there is a killer in the movie who is an old person. I won't go into it too far. And Pearl is a prequel that takes place in 1918 and tells that person's story. And
interesting.
X is pretty good, but Pearl was a lot better. It was a really, really unique movie. It has just a phenomenal performance. Like this girl Mia Goth, who was in I think she was in that Gore Verbinski movie with the Green Goblin from the bad Spider-Man movie. Crap, I'm forgetting what The Cure for Wellness. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I haven't watched that, but I heard girl from that, and she's in both X and Pearl.
The one that I saw that was great was called Glory recently. Which when did that movie come out? Horror film. It's a love. Was it
Glory?
Glorious, not Gloria, not Glory. Glorious. Yeah, Bill corrected me. Glorious. That was it came out this year.
2022.
I think. Yeah, 2022. Yeah. Excellent. Filmed entirely during the pandemic. It takes place entirely also inside of a public restroom in a national park. And it's a Lovecraftian horror film starring J. Jonah Jameson as the Lovecraftian horror. I can't make that shit up. It's absolute. J.K. Simmons plays a Lovecraftian monster who is stuck inside of a public bathroom stall.
All right, yeah, I'm in.
It's great. It's so good. That was the best one I've seen recently, and I really, really enjoyed that one. So there are some good movies that stuck out. Yeah, I'd love to talk about Glorious. That movie was amazing. But
maybe I'll check it out and find a reason to stream with Aiden.
If you like, if you really are a big fan of horror.
Fan of the horror movies.
I have a subscription to Shudder, so it's on Shudder. I think it's everywhere though. I think it's on Amazon and stuff. And one thing I do like about Shudder, I'm not sponsored. I wish I was, but they do update all the time. So they have new movies really frequently for new horror films.
Yeah. And horror is the genre or a genre, I guess there's a couple. In comedy, you don't need a huge budget, but you don't need a huge budget to make a horror movie effective.
Mm-mm.
No.
And that movie, shoestring budget.
That genre is always profitable.
It's
like, well, here, we can spend $200 million on this Marvel movie, but we have to make $600 million on it. And then someone's like, hey,
put a bunch of squibs all over the place, blood explosions, money,
Lionsgate at one point said, let's give $1 million to this Asian dude from Australia and have him make this movie. And it was called Saw. And it made a lot of money back.
Blair Witch.
Blair Witch is even better. It's $16,000.
$16,000.
And it almost seems like they overspent.
Yeah, a little bit.
I was like, I don't know. I feel like I could do that movie with a couple buddies in a weekend for a case of beer and gas. As long as you have a camera.
What was the other one that just did the camera in the bedroom?
Paranormal Activity.
Paranormal Activity, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nelly Clover, I know I have an open invitation to Friday Night Tights, but it's like I said, it's if I'm not watching the media, what can I say that's going to add to it? Because let's just be clear, like the guys and gals are going to talk about the current media, and I don't consume any of it right now.
I was bugging Extra Girl to get you on right when your rewriting Ripley video came out, but I think that was the week that Alex Jones cleared up his schedule to come on. So I was like,
yeah.
I was like,
it was.
I was like, because that would have been the perfect week for Aiden to come on.
I should have.
Big guest.
Yeah, I should have gone on some more shows when I did that video because I couldn't believe the crap I found just by doing basic investigation into that nonsense. And those people were. That's the thing too that relates back to. We'll bring back into the stream itself topics and that dude being like, "What? Just a regular person. They're just doing their thing. Why are you so angry?" Okay, well, this is because it's someone who aligns with you or you assume aligns with you politically. right? If it's someone who you think doesn't align with you politically, you will go to the ends of the earth to try to destroy them.
Imagine that person with the tits wore a MAGA hat.
That's what the rewriting. Yes, that's what the rewriting. Yes, if they were wearing a MAGA hat, it would be, no, this person is evil, this person is sexually. And again, it's this horrible, stupid political game. But that's what that rewriting Ripley article was about. Even though it's not like the, I don't know what you want to call that side of YouTube. The
corporate funded one.
No. I mean, Friday Night Tights and Mauler and
the term Barry's been using lately is the Fellowship, because he hates the term. He says the term community reminds him too much of communism. It's like we're the Fellowship. Don't
you know what I mean? Like all that movie game reviewing side of YouTube that's cool. And the objectivists. How about that?
Oh God, no.
That's so
not
cringe.
To be confused with objectivism, which is a slightly different thing.
But
lately is also kind of fucking cringe. I'll be honest.
It's Mahler's thing of a movie can be objectively bad, and it's
and I think it's just that like art has objective elements, and I think that's where a lot of people get caught up on. Like, no, criticism is 100% subjective, and it's like, sure. But the things that you're criticizing can have objective elements that can be talked about. And like I think the subjective slant on all the objective criticisms is how much does this thing bother you? Right. Not is this thing in the movie? Because if it is making an objective observation, it's like, yes, this is in the movie. And it's like, okay, but you didn't know this and you didn't read this prequel book or comic. And it's like, okay. If I had to, though, to understand this movie properly, that is objective.
Well, that's really bad. And I don't think that's the problem that Marvel Cinematic Universe has right now. Like, I didn't watch
counter arguments you'll find with it. Be like, well,
I didn't watch Multiverse of Madness because I don't watch this shit. I'm burned out. But I did watch Mahler's 6-hour-long review, and I think I don't know if I talked about this on this channel before, but I was working on my last video, the video about the woman in the peach thing and then the female happiness. And I was sitting here reading research and writing tippity tip and reading all this research and listening to Mahler in the background. And he got to the part, because again, I didn't see the movie, where he described that Black Bolt had come into the film.
Yeah.
And I am not joking. When I heard what happened and then switched over tabs to see what happened, I went downstairs, I went outside, and I screamed. I was so upset because I really love Black Bolt, and it's just, and not only that, but also the thing with Reed Richards being involved and Reed Richards making that stupid.
I think I've heard you say a few things about Reed Richards in some videos.
I don't like Reed Richards. I think he's a dick.
Oh, is it that you didn't like him? Oh, sorry.
No, I don't like Reed Richards, but I don't want to see him disrespected like that. Holy shit! I don't. Well, Reed Richards is a dick. I'm not talking about Ultimates Reed Richards. Holy shit, what a dick! But he's a dick even in 616. And
so you don't mind the disrespecting as long as you're the one doing it.
The disrespect. No, Spoon. Okay. Okay. Reed Richards is not the scientist supreme, but he was on real, potential footing for that, being the best scientist in the Marvel universe, which is a weird thing that kind of happens. So like the Sorcerer Supreme is oh my god, my fucking died and exploded. Doctor Strange is of course the Sorcerer Supreme. There's also a Scientist Supreme in the Marvel universe, and it's not Reed Richards, it's actually Hank Pym, Ant-Man. But which is awesome because I love Hank Pym. But
Ant-Man's name is Scott Lang. I saw it in the movie.
Oh, I know, but it's actually Hank Pym. I know. But the freaking Reed Richards is the smartest man. Just because he's not the Scientist Supreme, whatever. He's the smartest man in the Marvel universe, and they had him be like, just tell Scarlet Witch what to do to stop Black Bolt. And make him blow his own brains out. Again, I went downstairs and screamed. I've never been, I think, that viscerally angry about a comic book thing. And I've divested myself of all my emotional energy in comic books because it's all shit now. And it still managed to like find that part of my soul that still does care and just punch it, like slap it real hard. I'm like, oh God, why would you do that? Everything I love.
I have a feeling that the Daredevil appearance on She-Hulk and his new Disney Plus series are both going to infuriate you beyond possible description in human language.
Oh, I'm sure. Animation Unlimited, my last super chat to you, Aiden, and I talk to you about something. It's not fun. I can tell you vocally. Okay, probably not after the stream because it's going to go on for a minute tonight, animation, but let's try to talk tomorrow, okay? But yeah, I absolutely could not. Speaking of awful things that make me want to Black Bolt myself. I have an article up here from Matt Walsh exposes Tennessee transgender clinic performing surgeries on minors. The clinic's website's now down, at least as of Wednesday afternoon.
I wonder why.
Yesterday. Gee, it's sure is a conundrum.
Could it be because you've done something wrong?
So this is from Tim Pool's website, but I have double checked most of this, and actually Tim Pool's website's fine. Although look at it, Ground News gives them 100% right-leaning bias. My team and I have been investigating a transgender clinic at Vanderbilt here in Nashville. Vanderbilt. Yeah, it's Ground News.
Okay.
Actually, Ground News has been a sponsor of my channel before. Check them out. You can do stuff like this.
Calling Tim far right is fucking ridiculous.
You can see full coverage. So like you can see if there's other places that have covered it and what their position on it has been. They
if he's very right, I must make Hitler look like a bitch.
But it's I just pulled up the Timcast article because he seemed to have some better sources on it than others. Walsh though says, breaking, my team and I have been investigating a transgender clinic. Oh, I said that. That Vanderbilt drugs, chemically castrates, and performs double mastectomies on minors, but it gets worse. Here's what we found. Let's start at the beginning. Should I just pull up Matt Walsh's actual Twitter thread? Would that just be better, maybe? How about we do that? Why do I have light mode turned on over here?
Why
I don't know.
Gay?
I think I turned it on for some reason. I don't remember why, though. Okay, so here is...
You're a white supremacist.
No. Vanderbilt opened its trans clinic in 2018. During a lecture the same year, Dr. Shane Taylor explained how she convinced Nashville to get into the gender transition game. And if you think that's a joke, wait till you hear what she says. She emphasized it's a big moneymaker, especially because the surgeries require a lot of follow-up. This is insidiously evil.
Oh.
Starting in January 1st of 2017, according to the Affordable Care Act, insurance carriers are mandated to cover medical expenses for trans folks. Some of our VUMC financial folks in October of 2016, started a couple years ago, put down some costs of how much money we think each patient would bring in, and this is only including top surgery. This isn't including any bottom surgery. And
it's so much money just from cutting the tits off, not from doing the genital surgery.
Well, at least the top stuff is a little more reversible. But
a little bit. You're never gonna have your breasts back.
Yeah.
They're
or your chest if you're going the other direction.
So basically, you just want to mutilate for money.
And that's how she's selling in starting up this clinic. Is the money we can make.
Cash, damage for dollars.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing the puns.
A lot of money. These surgeries make a lot of money.
There you
go. Females and males.
Is she talking to investors or?
She's talking to the city of Nashville.
That's fucked up.
To
Is this like a city council meeting?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was like a meeting at the hospital or something like that.
It might be. It might be at the hospital. Or it's not. Oh no! So it's Vanderbilt. Yeah. So it's at the hospital. So she's asking. Yeah, she's asking the hospital to help them, not the city, to open this trans clinic because it's going to make them a lot of money.
Huh.
I am reminded of an episode of the X-Files where they talk about the what is the name of that episode? Oh my God, Aiden, you should know the name of every episode of the X-Files, and you certainly do. It's just somewhere in that broken brain. The X-Files plastic surgery episode.
A single X-Files episode title, and
Sanguinarium.
I've watched all of the actual X-Files, like pre-Los Angeles.
Oh, I mean, both can be good, actually. Don't let people tell you that. I'm getting the feeling you've heard that, like, don't watch the episodes after Los Angeles.
Just once Mulder left, I was like, eh.
Oh, after that, no, you can fuck off.
Well, because they moved from Vancouver to Los Angeles filming.
They moved
I should have specified that that's what I was talking about.
They moved from Vancouver to Los Angeles in season 6. And season 6 has some of the best episodes. Yes. Season 9 is the season where...
then maybe I'm remembering that.
Eight or 9.
I
yeah, 9.
Whenever Mulder was out and Robert Patrick was in. Like
that's 9. That's the season. That's Garbo. But that's the only the last season. There's 3 seasons in addition before that were shot in Los Angeles that have amazing episodes, again, like Hollywood AD, and Arcadia. Some of the best episodes of the series, in my opinion.
I really got to rewatch X-Files. That's not. Oh, yes. I should get X-Ray Girl to watch that. Actually, Aiden, you would like tonight. Actually, I think at 9:00, which was, that's stupid in the morning for you. But on X-Ray Girl's channel, she's been watching Star Trek, and she's been doing
awesome
Thursday night Star Trek. So
hell yeah!
She was going to jump right into. I think. Oh no, it was Galaxy Quest. She was going to watch because she does movie watch parties on her channel.
Yeah.
And then someone was like, "Have you ever seen Star Trek?" She's like, "I've never seen anything except for the Chris Pine movie."
Oh, you can't watch Galaxy Quest without having seen Star Trek.
The good news is though, they talked her into starting it.
Okay,
and, she started watching the show. She didn't jump into the movies, which a couple of people said, "Yeah, just jump right to the movies, you'll be fine." And I'm like, you should probably just if you're gonna jump to the movies, probably jump to Wrath of Khan because I feel like she wouldn't make it through the motion picture. I just don't think it would be her speed, but I might have been wrong about that because she fires up the original series and she's just like, "Wow, Star Trek is really good." I was like, "Really?" I was like, I'm so happy you think that. I really thought you were gonna be like, "Oh, this is nerdy and dumb."
It is. I'm a huge Trekkie. Dave told me some of and stuff. But Arden Party, Hosei Chunks from Outer Space, I believe, is season 3 or 4. So it was before the switch to LA. But yeah, a lot of people. It was very noticeable in the film in terms of when they're filming in California, it's very bright. Whereas, of course, when they're filming in Canada,
always
always rainy. It's always, but it's perfect for the theme of the show. So I do agree that maybe moving to LA did mess with that a little bit, with just the overcast, dour, spooky tone. That was lost a little bit, but not entirely.
Yeah, British Columbia is beautiful too. It basically looks like Washington State. Like it's essentially the same part of the continent.
I'm an East Coaster, so I wouldn't know, but.
Oh, actually, so am I, but I have visited. And it's quite nice.
It seems pretty. Speaking of things that are not pretty, though, let's. I'm getting better at transitions. These people probably not so much.
Oof, nice shot.
Can bring in $40,000. A patient just on routine hormone treatment, who I'm only seeing a few times a year, can bring in several $1,000. That requires a lot of visits and labs. It actually makes money for the hospital.
Do you hear how fucked up that part is? It's not just the surgery, it's that they'll have to have lifetime treatment for it. So we'll get thousands of dollars a year.
Repeat customers.
Wow.
Now these I got from the internet, but it's from the Philadelphia Center for Transgender Surgery, which does a lot of surgery for patients. And I just wanted to give you an idea of how much these bottom surgeries are making.
Oh my God.
I think this has to be an underestimate. This is for a vaginal.
Literally selling it.
They're quoting roughly around $20,000 for a vaginoplasty, but that doesn't include your hospital stay. That doesn't include your post-op visits. That doesn't include
it's
your
sick.
anesthesia, your OR.
This is sick.
So I would think that this has to be a gross underestimate. I think that's just like the surgeons.
Well, that's what we do. We do have a better idea now, and I believe that the average is between $100,000 and $120,000.
This is like,
You're talking about
I would say
carving people up.
I'm like center left if you're going to put me on the political compass somewhere, and this is both offending my right-leaning aspects and my left-leaning aspects.
This is disgusting.
I was like, this is turning healthcare funding into privatized business to the most evil degree possible.
Yes, you're
while
treating
also
people like meat.
While also, trying to push transgender surgeries on people. Like like both aspects of it are really fucked.
Everything about this is horrifying.
Does anyone remember when the left used to be against big pharma and money, and now it's just like fucking full go capitalism?
Long ago. long ago when the left used to criticize Big Pharma.
Yeah,
and I was on board with them because I also think that it's ridiculous. But now it's...
Oh, but now they have life-saving vaccines. Okay.
Well, I mean, again, like that's a problem too. Is when you try to lump everything together, it's like, yeah, there are vaccines that have saved millions of human lives, and now we're in Biden's fucking COVID is over party, I guess. For God.
So as long as I can stop swapping people at work, it's good news for me.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know. We have an article about it for probably way later. Feel free to head out whenever you want to. I don't know how late Spoons want to hang out. I did tell him though that this is and by the way, hello everybody. I did say this earlier, but there's so much has happened in the last 2 weeks or last week, excuse me, that it's so much. So we're gonna go for as long as Spoon and I and Mark, God willing, are able to stay up. It's early there though for you. It's 11 o'clock here.
It's 6 p.m. for me. I do have some work that I need to do at some point, but I'm having a good time, so I'll stay at least a little longer.
Yeah, sure. You're more than welcome, and thank you for showing up to hang out and laugh and cringe at this awfulness. Speaking of which, yeah.
That's like 10% of it. And in the female to male bottom surgeries, these are huge money makers. Again, I think this has to be an underestimate that they're quoting around $20,000 for a phalloplasty. There's been different things that I've read that said it could be up to $100,000. Dr. Winokur, who's our surgeon, says that there's entire clinics where the entire clinic is supported just by their phalloplasties, and that is like a fraction.
Remember when I talked about wanting to go outside and scream and how I did that before about the Multiverse of Madness thing? Intense desire to go outside and scream. Mounting. Someone like more second. Then there's more though.
Curiosity: how are these people not mad scientists for money?
Yes, how is this not seen as Nazi surgeons carving people up when you're saying like, oh, just make money off of it?
Yeah,
Who
you're
cares?
mutilating people for money. That is what you're doing.
Is it that they realize that it? I like. Do they know that what they're doing sounds evil?
I don't think they care.
I guess if
the main
you
thing is financial.
Yeah, I don't think that these people actually care. I guess the argument would be that if you think that these surgeries are so necessary that if you don't do them, the person will kill themselves.
Yeah.
So it's life-saving surgery. But even if it's, excuse me, but
You're still talking about the
this is like going in front of a group of people and being like, "Hey, fund my cancer research because it'll make you a whole bunch of money." It would still sound terrible. Yeah, you think you're saving lives, but you sound disgusting when you put it that way.
Yeah.
Also, like surgery is kind of last resort, especially bottom surgery. It's a big deal. It's not, and it's not clean either. Like, I mean, you could make the argument that like if a guy gets like a boob job or a girl gets a like a
mastectomy.
Mastectomy, yeah. Sorry, I was like, wait, hold on, I'm not
opposite of a boob job.
Use the wrong term, and I'm actually
it is. It's kind of a boob job, but you know. What I mean?
Anyways, and like, I mean, I don't know. Like, you could say like, yeah, no, those might. Yeah, because when they look in the mirror, like when they're fully clothed, they'll see basically the person they want to see. I think like even if you're
surgery's a little different.
Anti-trans, I think it's easier to like at least meet people halfway on that.
Well, it's like, you know, Blair White, for example, who always gets brought up in these kind of conversations.
Yeah, well,
Blair White's not had. Yeah, well, Blair White's not had bottom surgery because, well, I think for a number of reasons. But when I look at Blair White, and I'm sure when Blair White looks at herself, she sees someone who looks like a woman.
Yeah,
you know,
and she is like,
and who is a woman,
and like I think like also the other thing is like I think if. Especially like taking Blair White for example, is she still with that guy? Like,
I think she's
engaged, or
I think they're married. I don't know. I mean, I knew they were. She was engaged for forever to a guy, but I think they're still together.
Is if he's with her now pre-bottom surgery, I don't think the bottom surgery is going to be the thing to change anything. To be a deal breaker. Yeah, like if anything, it might change the relationship because you know, if you change your physiology, like your physical body that dramatically, it can it can really compound a lot of psychological issues. And I'm not saying like making any judgment one way or the other on anyone, but I think that if you are going to consider any of it, you really do need to be talking to therapists extensively. And definitely don't pick surgery until that's been your way of life that you're 100% certain on for years.
Yeah,
like
or as Mr. Remakes brings up in the chat, or Buck Angel, who's never gotten bottom surgery, and yet Buck Angel, like one of the like super masculine looking dude, but has a vagina. You know what I mean? And just the reality. And I you have to be aware too about, particularly I think for men, but I because I don't know enough about the sensitivity stuff for women, but it could mean never being able to have an orgasm again for the rest of your life, right?
That is definitely a possible complication.
And that's well, first of all, you're sterile. You're not going to have kids. Okay, so that one's off.
Absolute certainty. Yes,
that one's off the table.
That's not a possible complication. Like that's a reality. You're making that.
Unless you freeze your stuff, whether it's eggs or sperm.
That's fair.
But then you got to find it.
It's not your body that's fertile at that point. It's the,
right.
The,
you got to go find a surrogate to do that, and that's $100,000 on top of like to pay for a surrogate or something like that. That's also ridiculously expensive, obviously, because you're asking someone else to have your baby. Like of course it's expensive, an incredibly taxing physical thing. So you're going to be infertile. You're probably going to have serious fertility issues if you even start on the course's medicines. That is involved with this, including I made a big I had a tweet a couple of weeks ago that went semi-viral, which is about the Lupron Depot, which I have taken. I took Lupron Depot, which is a very commonly used drug for as a hormone blocker.
Is that birth control?
No, it's a Depot, meaning it's an injection, and it's I think that's what that means. You would know more than I would. But
no, I know that the prefix I don't know for that medication, but I know Depo or like DEPO was at least the short form that was used for the injectable, like the IM birth control that I think people get every 3 months, I want to say. I don't know. See, like I don't really deal with the OBGYN.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
That often. So while I do work in medicine, my lady stuff isn't 100%. I mean, I could stop a bleed because I'm an army medic, and women bleed the same way men do most of the time, at least. But
Rat King is irritated by this topic, so I'll go through it really quickly. So because I've talked about it before, I've talked about it enough, and I am kind of, but I do have a unique experience in it. So Lupron is a drug that's used to treat a couple different. It's used to for me, it was used to treat a disease called endometriosis, which is when you have when you have the endometrial cells that are supposed to be on the inside of your uterus that are there to, slough off during a period. They're there to make a comfy space for babies to grow in, but instead they grew in my lungs and my spine and etc. Internal organs where they're not supposed to grow. Yeah. So yeah, it's stinky. It really is painful. So that drug, I had to be on that for 3 months. I went through menopause. A chemical menopause. I'm fine now. I'm back to normal now. But like I had to go through like a simulated chemical menopause. The other thing that drug is used to is to pause puberty, or got it to not start, essentially in this case, and to castrate chemically pedophiles.
Oh,
this is a really, really fucking serious drug. And when it gets given to kids, and also it is an injection, obviously as the name describes. And it's one of those long ass needles that goes right up your butt. Okay, so it's a serious drug that caused me to, when I was in the perimenopausal state, the chemically menopausal state, it caused like 20% density and bone loss in me, and that's actually normal. So when you're talking about giving this to children, it's absolutely insane. But they don't care because they're making money, right? They're making money. So give out the Lupron, and that's the stuff that's. Let's get through some more of this. Matt Walsh's thread here is insane.
If you are going to assert conscientious objection, you have to realize that is problematic.
Okay, you can't even object. You can't even object to them doing this. It's problematic.
You are doing something to another person, and you are not paying for the cost for your belief. I think that is a real I mean, I think that's a real issue. So, so I think, you know, so yes, Vanderbilt, if someone has a conscious objection to participating in this sort of surgery, it probably has to accommodate you to the extent that you can find another person who can do your job, who doesn't have an objection, other things of that nature. But I just want you to take home that saying that you're not going to do something because of your conscientious, because of your religious beliefs, is not without consequences. And it should not be without consequences. And I just want to put that out there.
Okay, just to reiterate what this lady said, if you have a problem with what they want to do to kids at this clinic, including underage children, as we will find out, you are problematic, and we shouldn't even deal with you, and you need to be shut up. You need to be shut down because you can't even question it. You can't, and you will face consequences. It's not just that we won't deal with you. You are going to have consequences for just objecting.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's rough.
It's
rough to hear
fucking
people,
evil.
Yeah, saying that in a public context.
I know. And how can this be anything but evil? I don't. When you're coming onto the same stage right after this woman talks about how it's all for money and profit, you have to do this for money, but then if you object, also you're evil. So what the hell? Okay.
Yeah, like I mean, you gotta. I just like have this picture in my head of someone in that audience there being like, "Well, isn't it a bit unethical to be putting people in a situation where we're doing surgeries which could have potential side effects, like serious surgeries that are life altering, and we're seriously making it our policy that if anyone questions it, they're sent to the gulag." And then like just like does the lady on the stage then become, you know, Donald Sutherland at the end of fucking oh god, movie, help me out, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yes. Whoa. Yeah, like, great scene. I don't know. I mean, I guess that she would found you. There he is. She, him, them, their, them. So here's, in case the objectors hadn't got the memo, Vanderbilt built a program called Trans Buddies.
My name is Sean Riley, and I'm the program coordinator for Trans Buddy at the Program for LGBTQ Health at Vanderbilt University. Trans Buddy provides trained peer advocates for transgender patients who are coming for doctor's appointments or other healthcare-related services. Real quick,
no, Aetherline, it is for profit. All of this is for profit. They make money off of all of this. That's the first clip we watched. This is all a for-profit enterprise.
Whether you're looking for something that's related to medical transition, such as hormone therapy, or something completely unrelated, like breaking an arm or going to an ENT, we are here to help support any transgender patients that come through our doors. The Trans
that's fine.
Was organically created through the efforts of transgender people.
I mean, that's cool.
Continues to consistently be led by trans people in Middle Tennessee. The Trans Buddy program is a one-of-a-kind in the nation, and institutions are looking to Vanderbilt to replicate and expand programs like ours.
We're not seeking to find solutions often for people's problems. We're just seeking to be there.
Oh. How telling. I'm sorry. I hadn't seen that, but
how can you say that if you're at a hospital that performs the surgeries?
We're not seeking solutions.
You're very much going to suggest solutions.
Can you imagine someone who's in a, again, oncology unit going, we're not seeking solutions for cancer? I mean, this is a life or death issue for these people, right? For many of them, it is that they're going to end their own lives if they don't get treatment. We're not seeking solutions. What?
Well, I think she's talking about how they're counseling people, though, right? Like she's saying we're not seeking solutions for people. We're just here to like be basically a group that they can talk to if they have questions. But my issue with you saying we're not here to like offer solutions is like, well, but you are, because you're the hospital that will do.
It's going to do the surgery,
thing. So,
right.
I mean,
so they are.
Why is this here and not at the mini mall?
Right. This is.
If you're just here to help.
It's a bizarre thing to say, though. I think either way.
there and to accompany and to be a friendly face.
I love the Kickstarter music too.
To be a non-medical face in a place where everybody coming in the room is going to be a healthcare provider and may be unsafe.
Sometimes I'm there to be sort of always observing kind of how hospital staff are interacting with individuals, and again, you know, using correct pronouns or treating the individual with respect.
All right. Trans Buddies service is available to children. Played it again. Shut up. Available to children. Make lots of services available to children. Gender forming hormones. What's
sent to us at a later stage of puberty, and then we provide the.
Oh wait, let me start at the beginning. God, this whole thread is a nightmare.
We can provide gender-affirming hormones on an individual who is on a pubertal blocker, depending on whatever kind of blocker they've chosen or we have discussed with them. Or
why are they choosing it? Why is it? Well, because again, if you're going to puberty blockers, I can't talk. You're gonna be 10, 11, 12? Why are 10-year-olds? What? None of this makes any sense. Why?
Or they can present to us at a later stage of puberty, and then we provide the gender-affirming hormones. Previously, the Endocrine Society recommended to start these at age 16, but we all know that would be delayed puberty, right? Not 16-year-olds don't start puberty. So more recently, they did update that to say as early as 14 for compelling reasons. So we have some individuals who have started gender-affirming hormones at 13 or 14 to be more like their peers. Again, fertility preservation and consent are very...
There's no fertility preservation. There is none. It's not going to happen. When you've done this, you prevented their natural puberty from happening, and then you start them on cross-sex hormones. There is no fertility that's going to happen in those people. I mean, you'd be lucky. But the data, I've read the studies. It's not good. And why would you think it would be? By the way.
Also, I mean, like, speaking as a guy who's gone through puberty as a man, there's some significant growth happens between like 11 and 16.
Well, it was
I'm not talking about how tall I'm getting, if you know what I'm saying.
No, it was an issue with. Do you remember Jazz Jennings?
It wasn't she. The
I Am
reality
Jazz.
Show? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think I might have found out about her from one of your videos.
Oh, I think I probably have mentioned her. I actually.
Yeah, is it that they said that because she was on the puberty blockers from such a young age that she didn't have a.
She started puberty blockers, and guys, I'm using the she. I feel really, really bad. It's a terrible thing what they did to this child. It's now young adult. But Jazz was on puberty blockers, I believe, from like age 9 or 10. And then when they were 12 or 13 or 14 or whatever it was, when they started to look at at doing the bottom surgery, they just didn't have enough there. The PP had not developed. They had the genitals of a 9-year-old, right? And so in order to do the male to female vaginoplasty, you have to take the PP and invert it. And if you don't have a PP, it's the size of a child's, there's nothing to work with, right?
Yeah.
That, by the way, don't look up a picture of Jazz Jennings now. Should I? Have you guys in the audience seen what Jazz Jennings looks like now? Oh my god.
I don't know if my heart can take it.
Well, it's not great.
Oh boy.
He's gotten real big. Because by the way, this happened historically to eunuchs. If you cut a man's pee-pee off, the hormones are imbalanced and he gets really big. Okay, it's happened to eunuchs throughout history. We used to do this to men in certain cultures. Cut the pee-pee off. So,
testosterone is our hormone that develops our muscle mass, boys.
Yeah. So, got real big, real fast, and I feel terrible. I feel like that's why I don't really like talking about Jazz. Is because we're looking at an abused child.
Sad.
We're looking at an abused child.
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong.
No, no. This is on the parents and society and all kinds of fucking nonsense. It's absolutely disgusting and ridiculous. So, okay. Okay, we've been on... Spoon, are you still there? I hope he didn't fall asleep. I told him to drink a coffee. Oh my god. I hope he probably just walked away from me, but he better still be awake. So we've been looking at some depressing stuff tonight, guys, but I have a bit of a funny thing here.
Yeah.
Related to the transgender stuff. This
Shinji
post...
the Lane, oh my god. I saw the anime one down there.
Oh. Well, yeah. So this tweet, as you can see, it has 123,000 likes, 4,488 retweets, and 4,000 quote tweets. This tweet went freaking viral, right? This blew the fuck up. 1 year on estrogen. Wow, look at that change.
It's a different person, isn't it?
This man on the left, his name is Turkish Thomas, aka Turkey Tom, on YouTube. And this is his girlfriend.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Who happen to look quite similar in terms of they look like they could be related.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, welcome back.
No, I've seen that.
Welcome back.
They do look really similar.
I showed you this because the absolute insanity in the replies. It's people who are so mad. Well, okay, they're mad at first. So what happens is everyone took it seriously. What brand are you on? Do you do oral or injects? I'm not trans. This is a joke about how people say my boyfriend and I look alike. Now, I didn't there's an article about this. I just happened to see it. And I follow it because I follow some YouTuber crap. This isn't funny. It's very misleading. Trans person sees this. They might become unsatisfied with results if they don't see such a change. What's more sickening, the fact that this isn't your joke to make, or the fact that you're saying what you look like your partner, implying being close and to be siblings. They're absolutely... I don't have all of these. Oh, here we go. When I saw this, I was so happy. Man, someone even more masculine than me managed to look good post-transition. I have a chance to look beautiful. No need to worry. Then me reading through the comments. Dude, I do feel bad for these people, because all they do is they get stuck into these weird echo chambers on Twitter and where Discord or whatever, and they think that this Shinji to Lane HRT timeline is legitimate, right? They buy into this, and it's like, I'm sorry, but it's not reality. You can't you can't become a cute girl, okay? Blair White has had so much work done. I mean, facial feminization surgery, boob jobs, all again, Blair White totally passes, and in my opinion, I don't know anyone who would. I think have to search to find someone who said no, but it has been started really early and has been through. I don't know, probably 100 surgeries or some shit. You know, Blair's been under the knife a whole lot to get to that. Just taking an HRT is not going to make you look like Blair White. And it's not going to make this happen. So it's really bizarre. And of course, now this girl got tons of death threats. Of course. Because of course. Gets tons of death threats. I don't have them all. I didn't say them. But just, if you are interested in this topic.
If it's the guy's post, why would they be sending the girl death threats?
Oh, no, it's the girl posted it.
Oh,
she posted it. Yeah, she posted it. It's... If you want more information on this subject, there's a ton of YouTube videos on it, or people go in to read all the comments and stuff, YouTube drama stuff, because also people were deleting their comments at a very high speed because they got caught making death threats over this, and then didn't like the way that people reacted to their death threats. Of course, the death threats are still allowed to be on Twitter, because if you're trans, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want. Which I don't understand. That stuff, like I said, that's gonna hurt real trans people sooner, probably rather than later. I wanted to point out this, because I saw this from Liz at TikTok, and I looked into this further, and I'm not sure where it's at, okay? Because I looked into this website. This story is really bizarre. This was in a local news story. But I looked into this website and I couldn't find the things that they were saying, but I probably just didn't look hard enough. So
Your teachers aimed at reaching out to LGBTQ plus students, but some parents are pinning some protests on them.
New at 6, they say the badges are steering their kids to the wrong place.
So they have these badges with a QR code on them. Teachers are wearing them at school. I can show you this. Because again, I don't know where the explicit imagery is or information is on this website. This is it. What is I'm Here? We're saying a willing partner to the NEA LGBTQ plus caucus by wearing your I'm Here badge. Wearing your badge, you tell everyone you're a safe person to discuss LGBTQ issues with. They say that there is explicit content on this website, but again, I gotta be clear and honest. I don't see it. There's links, so I didn't click on all these links because, yikes. But I don't see any explicit content on this website, so I wanted to bring that up before I play the rest of the clip, because I went through this website and I wasn't able to see explicit content. Just to say.
And exposing them to sexually explicit material.
And they say school is not the place to be wearing them. Here's Luann Stoya.
Some of these are not fit to...
Oh, okay. Hilliard parent Lisa Chaffee has checked out
Well,
the
what
website.
again? Like, I don't know where that came from. There's something blurred out there, though. So I don't know.
I don't know. It just seems so small on my screen.
Yeah, it's tiny. Like, it's blurred out on a little piece of paper. I'm also just playing it through Twitter. But so I don't know. Maybe if you dig through this website enough, there might be pornographic stuff on it. And we see this all the time with the books in schools, but that's way more overt. So I do think that if they're wearing a QR code that links to this website and there is pornography or pornographic material on the website, that's super scuffed. And I don't obviously like that. This is insane though. Like, oh right. Sorry. Give me a second. Excuse me. I have to go
to a different country.
I have to go over here and let's go to Seattle. Way okay. Because Spoon said that he could go to this website fine, but okay. Whoa. All right. Forest Lake School Board's candidate says parents should butt out of the classroom. So this video is scuffed.
Teachers need to be allowed to teach. I'm a parent, and I'm sorry to all you parents out there, but you do not get a say in your child's teacher's lesson plans.
Whoa.
Well,
not in their lesson plans necessarily, but
like, how specific are you being?
Right. Yeah, it's basically saying you don't have any right. You have no choice. I also have to ask a question. What's going on with the teeth?
Looks like she has a.
Let me.
Oh God, yeah. Are they jagged?
Let me zoom in here a little bit on what's going on with the teeth.
Just serrated incisors.
What I'm about. How does it go? It's like, my plan is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. If people don't know what I'm referring to, I am not disrespecting riffraff. But if people don't know what I'm referring to here is what is up with the teeth. I don't know if people have never seen this. I don't know how you could not. But how is this not freaking the riffraff look? For real.
My main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody.
That's the same. It's the same vibe.
Oh boy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I guess
I spent thousands of dollars on.
She probably grinds her teeth. Like I've never seen serrated.
I've never seen teeth this white. Also, the teeth are very big, so it makes me think that they're some of them look like, or she might be using a filter that makes them look extra white. But they're so weirdly grounded like that. I don't mean to be, body shaming.
No, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the point she's making.
No,
it is still,
but I'm very distracted by the teeth. I'm very distracted by the teeth. The things that she's saying are absolutely horrible. Is that you don't have? I'm going to tell your kids what to do, and you can't do anything about it. let's continue with it, by the way.
On a degree, and my educator.
Oh, this part's so stupid. Sorry, I have to go back and replay it.
She's
It's so
an
dumb.
argument from authoritying.
Yeah, she's arguing from authority, and not just from authority, but how much money she paid to have her degree. Here it is.
I spent thousands of dollars on a degree and my educator's license, and I would be gosh darned if parents tried to tell me how to write my lesson plans that I literally went to school to learn how to write. You know,
Did they tell you how to use the word "gosh darned"?
Well, I'll tell you what.
They didn't.
Oh, well, lady. I didn't spend tens of thousands. I spent probably. How much did I spend on my undergrad? Probably I took out like maybe like 20. No, probably like 15,000 in loans, but it was mostly for like living situation stuff.
Yeah.
Because I got a full scholarship to go to college. I got a full scholarship to go to grad school. I got a full scholarship to go to doc school because that's normal for grad and doc school for some programs. So I didn't pay tens of thousands of dollars to get a pointless undergraduate degree, and yet I still had to take classes in pedagogical studies in how to craft lesson plans. And let me tell you what the most boring, worst classes I've ever taken in my entire life were. Pedagogy. I was interested in them because I wanted to teach, right? So I was interested in it. But they're boring as fuck. If you spent I mean, like, I asked my mom a little bit about this, like, because she has an education degree. Now, she got it in the 70s, so I don't know how relevant that is. But is an education degree, like, mostly learning about how to craft lesson plans? In which case, holy shit.
I mean,
I took those classes, bro.
Probably, I don't know, some classes like interacting with kids, maybe specific classes on the type of, I don't know. I guess I never went to teachers college.
Yeah, my mom, I think what she told me last time I talked to her about it was like, yeah, you take like basic math, basic, English. So you take like you take like remedial classes, and then they teach you how to make lesson plans, which is just making up how to teach other people. It's like, I had to do that too. I did that too in grad and doc school. I had to take those classes. They were boring as fuck. And they weren't, you know why they were boring? Because they weren't challenging. Because they were incredibly freaking remedial and basic. And it's like, okay, well, I just came out of my freaking like advanced statistical class, and this is the most boring crap I've ever fucking done in my life. So it's very funny to me. I had to learn how to craft lesson plans. I spent $100,000 learning how to craft a lesson plan. You better listen to me. You can't tell me what to do, lady. What the hell? What appeal to authority, as you said? Crazy appeal to authority crap.
Yeah, I have a teaching degree, which is something that, or not even degree, I guess, because it's a certificate, right?
No, I think she probably has an undergraduate.
Well, that's the thing. You need an undergrad, but then the qualification you're getting, it's not like you get
No.
a master's in teaching to teach elementary school, right?
Very, very actually unusual, Mark. They don't have to get qualifications. They just have an undergraduate. Look, any single person
really? I think
who has an
I think
undergraduate
that
degree
teaching-
can go. Pretty much any single person who has an undergraduate degree can go teach tomorrow.
All right. See you later, everybody. I'm going.
Yeah,
to
well,
teach.
if you want to go teach, if you want to go teach high school, you can do it pretty much tomorrow. All that's really required. Now, it's not that simple. I am being a little bit flippant, but all that you really, a general certificate and an undergraduate degree. The certificate, you just go and I think you just take a test. It basically proves that you're not insane. But I mean, like, obviously this lady didn't pass that. I am freaked out by her teeth. Again, they do weird me out, but I'm way more weirded out by the thing. She thinks she owns your children. That's what she thinks. The state and her in particular own other people's children and should be able to tell them anything they want.
I also think that like she might have a point. It's like, yeah, the specifics of my lesson plan aren't the parents' business. But if it's like, well, but if you're my kid's geometry teacher and you start talking to them about like the best types of toys to use if you want to pleasure yourself anally, like I think as a parent I could say, hey, could you not talk to my children about that? Because you're here to teach them about geometric shapes, not using dildos as example. Yeah. Which I guess you could stretch that lesson plan a little, but at a certain point, it's inappropriate.
Well, stretching the lesson plan and anal toys, I suppose, goes hand in hand.
Like, tell you what, if you can get there and do it appropriately, I will be impressed.
Oh, that's a terrible joke.
No, if a parent wants to have that much say in their kid's education, then you know what? You probably need to homeschool them.
Thank you.
That's the sanest thing they've ever said.
The sanest thing she's likely ever said in her. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I don't want to give her a gender. I'm sure
That was totally delivered in the context of no one's actually going to homeschool. Like, she doesn't believe it.
Well, here's a guy who showed up immediately
I
and
know.
all of the freaking recommended who homeschools his kids.
Yeah, just like cut to a side profile shot of Nick Rekieta and just says yes, like the Chad meme.
Yeah, Chad, yes, right? Yes, your terms are acceptable.
Might as well homeschool them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Tucker he exposed the titty. He's exposed more than just the titty, though. He's also exposed some of these gender clinics.
Phrasing.
So, hey, that's on purpose. I did it on purpose.
You don't know that? You know the word that's from?
What?
They just need to refer.
Archer.
There we go. Thank you.
Phrasing. Yeah. Okay.
To be clear, it's not just Vanderbilt. We called UCLA's hospital today, and they told us they'd be happy to mutilate our child. They just need a referral for insurance purposes. So did Weill Cornell Medicine. One of our producers, Sammy, called Cornell about getting breast implants for her 15-year-old son, who she said was, quote, questioning his gender identity. Just questioning. Here's what they said in response.
It's regarding my son. He is questioning his gender identity, and he was interested in treatments.
This would be for plastic surgery. Dr. Otterburn does perform top surgery, if that's what you're referring to.
If they're minor, how do you get to that stage?
All right, so I can make you an appointment to come in for a consultation to have a discussion.
Mm-hmm. So it's for my son who's a minor. So he can just come in, or do I have to go with him, or how does that work?
How old is he?
15.
15. Okay. Yeah, I would come with him.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta be clear about something. I know Tucker's about to finish up. Like, okay, it's probably like a nurse in the front desk who doesn't have any fucking clue what's going on. Let's be clear about that. Okay.
I also think that like she might have been saying, yeah, I'm not just gonna tell you this like come in and talk to a doctor, because clearly if you're talking about surgery for a 15-year-old who's questioning, like,
yeah,
I get that like the nurse can't flat out be like, well, if he's just questioning, what are you talking about surgery for? Like, you can't start yelling at the person. Like, you got to talk to them professionally. And I think the person on the other end answered everything fine. Because like you even said like well, for plastic surgery, like you called a plastic surgeon. This doctor does top surgery, if that's what you're talking about. But like, could you elaborate? And she's like, well, you know, he's a minor and he's questioning.
Yeah, like, come in. I actually think that is an okay. Yeah. It's spooky, but I think actually it wasn't as scary as Tucker did try to play it up as. Yeah. However, Tucker's in real big trouble. Now, when I post the image I'm about to post, which you can see it's from 4chan, but don't worry about it. Do not say who this person is, because we'll get in trouble. Do not say who this person is, because they're gonna get. They are on the warpath for my channel, and they have, despite a fraction of the subscribers I do, have more power than me, politically, I guess. So now that KF is dead, I found who I'm going after next. Now, again, we can't say who this person is, but I would like to point out that this person is in hiding because they are afraid for their life. Because they are seriously afraid for their life. It's a very, very serious situation. We shouldn't make fun of it in any way. They are seriously afraid for their life, but they're gonna target Tucker Carlson and go after him, whatever that means. Matt Walsh, Libs of TikTok, and Tucker Carlson are now the new axis of evil. Okay.
Well, a lot less scary than the old one.
Well, I suppose so. So I can't leave this on the screen for a minute. Let's do this story. It's really quick, and then I wanted to get into the Martha's Vineyard stuff, but I don't know how long I'm getting into it. This is awful. This one's just terrible. Again, this week has been just chock full of news, and all of it's terrible. The Martha's Vineyard thing, pretty fun. North Dakota teen ran over and killed because of a political dispute. Hey Spoon, Spoon? Hello? He always does this. He runs off. He goes and does his own thing. I guess I was going to ask him if he could read the article. Because my voice is starting to fail me and I was going to smoke a cigarette.
I mean,
What?
I could.
Oh. Spoon, do you want to... It's a very, very short article. Can you handle it? Are you awake?
Give me a second. I was in the bathroom.
Oh. Sure.
Fuck you.
Were you trying on those new the silicone implants you wanted to try on to see how heavy they were?
I don't want to need to go to the bathroom for that, but okay.
What? Look in the mirror. Do you think you can handle this article for me for a minute while I
If I can handle
have a smoke?
it.
Can you handle it?
Okay.
Let's see if you can handle it.
You
The
see-
whole thing's up on the screen.
Yes, I'm trying to just see because it's a bit blurry. It's in the early morning, September 18, 2022. North Dakota Highway Patrol responded to a hit-and-run fatality in the alley near Johnston Street and Jones Avenue in McHenry, North Dakota. Police said Kyla Ellingson. Is
Yeah,
an
that
unusual
sounds
name.
right to me.
You see, it was struck
Ellington,
by
I think, yeah.
by 2003 Ford Explorer driven by Shannon Brandt, 41 years old. According to court documents, Brandt admits that he believed that Ellington was part of a Republican extremist group, otherwise known as Just Republicans, who Brandt feared was coming to get him.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually believe that crap?
No, wait till you hear the shit he said after being. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
According to those documents, Brandt also admitted that he intentionally struck the victim after having a political argument with him. You're clearly fucking mentally unstable. Brandt has also been charged with criminal vehicular homicide, there we go, and leaving the scene of an
Who
accident.
the hell also gets into an argument as a 41-year-old dude with an 18-year-old? What the hell?
Because the 18-year-old probably made you look like a retard.
He's wearing a MAGA hat or something.
Yeah. And then he went
No, I don't actually, to correct that, I don't think he was. This guy, he was, I think, his neighbor or something. So he knew the kid and had talked to him before, like the teen, whatever, the young adult, and had spoken to him before. That's why he knew he was a Republican. He wasn't wearing a hat. He knew who this person was and chose to do what he did.
So he was also placed under arrest for a DUI, driving under the influence of leftism, apparently. According to North Dakota Highway Patrol, Ellingson sustained serious injuries and was transported to Condon Hospital, where he later died. That's fucked up.
Yeah, so this dude killed an 18-year-old kid. I'm going to use the word. Sorry. He over politics. Yes. So I will bring up the fundraiser here in a minute after I finish my cigarette.
Leftism does make you mentally unstable.
I'm just like, how do you get in an argument with an 18-year-old to the point that, like, I've got to kill this kid?
He's a crazy person, and I didn't tell you the second part of this story where you can hear the guy's response, Spoon, because I wanted to hear it live. But
okay.
I'm gonna have to use the bathroom. Oh my god! Apparently my bladder is really tiny, but like, okay. Finish this off, and then I'll be back in like a minute. Okay.
What else do I have to read?
I think we're at. Do you want me to take over reading?
No, I'm just wondering what the fuck I'm. Oh, there we go.
I think it's all.
It's a GoFundMe fundraiser has been set up by Ellington's family as of the time of the publication. The site has raised over $23,000. The organizer of the GoFundMe campaign describes a young man with his whole life ahead of him, so much stripped away from himself and from his family. They now have to endure a path no parents want, no parents should have to endure. His innocent, like Lord of the Rings. His innocent life has had to look forward to and live for. His parents will never see their young son graduate college, get married, or have grandchildren. Those
things tend to be off the table once you die.
Yeah, that's I have no funny jokes because that's a tragic situation.
Yeah, no, there's not really. I mean, the thing about not having the
like how could I make this?
Get to a joke?
Yeah,
it's just that's a horrible story.
Yeah.
And like this Shannon Brandt guy. Apparently, I saw Shannon and was thinking a woman, but I saw it said he. I was like, oh boy. But yeah, no, like that's
Fucked up, man.
Political extremism motivated to homicide. Like,
yeah.
Well, here's where it gets way worser. In incorrect language on purpose.
Oh, great. That's going to piss me off.
Yeah. It's a reference to a documentary called Stevie. That's okay, don't worry about it. So, I'm still disconnect from my VPN. You can also get to like 80% off your plan, I think, with NordVPN by using code Aiden. That's unrelated. North Dakota man who ran down Republican teen says he doesn't want his own life or job jeopardized.
Wow.
Get fucked, you evil son of a bitch.
This is why I didn't want to tell you the story before we were live.
Cunt drown.
I know. This is why I specifically withheld this story from Spoon before the stream, because I wanted to hear his reaction.
Absolute walking fucking
what
demon.
The fuck? Why did it just...
is it like...
Yahoo News.
I guess it's probably gotta be like...
Oh, no, I wasn't telling you to shut up. I'm like, no, just...
Sorry, I thought you were going to keep reading something that would have clarified it, but I was thinking it's vaccine related, and like the kid's like, yeah, I'm not vaccinated. You're trying to kill me then. Like,
oh, it's because I keep clicking off. Okay. All right. So, okay. No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
He is charged with vehicular homicide and leaving the scene of an accident. Quote, I don't understand the differences, he told a judge during a Monday court hearing before he was released, according to video footage from a local news outlet. Brandt objected to the bail amount, which I think was, $50,000, yeah. I have a job, a life, and a house, and things that I don't exactly want to see go by the wayside. Family that are important to me, he said. He killed an 18-year-old and then goes, yeah, but I have things that matter to me. I should just be allowed to do that.
Does this guy have BPD? I'm actually serious.
How can we expect anything else after Dark Brandon comes out and says these people are evil and they need to be killed, essentially? I mean, he didn't say that, but like, it was, these people are evil. They're enemies of democracy. Well, why should he? He literally can't understand why he's being charged. He killed an enemy of democracy. He killed a terrorist in his mind. He can't understand why he should get in trouble for killing a terrorist. In his mind, right?
Yeah.
What mind?
This is bizarre.
Yeah, that's almost fascinating.
It is. He was also drunk. Yeah, again.
Oh, okay.
Well, only barely though. It was above. Well, we don't know. They didn't give the exact breathalyzer.
0.08's like 2 beers.
Yeah. So he was a little bit tipsy. But the response from him is when he's not drunk. I don't understand. He literally cannot understand why he is being held in jail for killing somebody. Because, I mean, he was told by the president that person is a terrorist. Wasn't he? So, obviously, he can't comprehend why it would be an issue. And speaking of the president, I think we should move on to, this stream is going to go late. Spoon, as long as you're willing to go, I'm down. I've got some iced tea that's got caffeine in it. I'll be all right.
I probably should get going because I do have some work to do. It's getting up on 7, so I should
all right.
Away.
Sure. Thanks for joining us. It's been really cool.
So much for inviting me. I actually didn't. Speaking of the president, I was like, this would probably be a bad time for me to be like, all right, I'm out of here. Because
no, don't. Well, as a Canadian, you can always dip out of the American president. Understandable. And thanks for dropping by. And yeah, hit me up anytime you want to talk about Stormlight Archive or whatever. And guys,
I just got kind of off track on the Warbreaker, like the one that I was reading, and then I got busy with the Metroid video, so now I feel like I got to restart that book. Although I might even just talk to KJ and be like, hey, let's just move on to Oathbringer, yeah.
Oathbringer, yeah.
Yeah, and although I did order those the figurines, did you see that Kickstarter that came up?
Oh my God, you don't understand the patience that I have to not just be like, yes, please, all of it, yes, which is like $1,000.
The only ones I got were the painted ones because I'm like, okay, if I
want the painted ones too,
I'm never gonna paint
I'll never
them.
do it.
I'm terrible at art.
I know.
Then I saw the $350 like
painted ones.
Versus Zeth.
I know.
Like,
and then
my
you see,
God.
yes.
I was
Okay,
like,
actually,
can't justify that much money, but holy
hang on,
hell,
I have
that
to
looks
I have to
amazing.
bring this up really quickly before Mark leaves. We were talking about Stormlight Archive. I have it up in my. Oh no, because I looked it up in Brave. It was only Kickstarter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, look at this. So if you guys, it doesn't matter if you guys know about this or not. It's a book series that Mark and I are both fond of, that we have spoken about before. It's one like right now one of my favorite, if not my favorite, fantasy book series. And this is launched. It's doing quite well,
Yeah.
being at $2 million. Holy crap! I still got 21 days, and that's why I didn't immediately sponsor, because I was like trying to be like, Aiden, think about it before you put a whole bunch of money down, because I know that I want it. But look at, oh my god, look at these! These are so great.
The first image were the painted ones, like that Kaladin.
Yeah, yeah, like Kaladin looks great.
I think it's Adolin in the shard plate, and
yeah. It looks so good. But this one, oh my god, this is the one I want.
That's the 475 is for like the whole thing, but if you go to just the perks, that's the optional ones, you can get that on its own, but that on its own is 350 Canadian at least. So I was like, oh.
I mean, you get a lot for this.
It might be 350 American, and yeah, that's what I think it is. But yeah, I think actually if you're gonna do that, you might as well just do the all-in one, because it's not really that much more money. But I'm just like, oh man, I really want that statue because it looks amazing. But
It's
I was like,
so cool.
I can't.
And I want it pre-painted, because this one is pre-painted.
That one is, that one is, and so are the 4 figures that are at the very top of the page. And but everything else is just like basically like a Warhammer type figurine that you have to paint yourself. But I have no skill at, but I wish I did, because this would be the place.
Yeah, here you can see
my
the
next
4
year.
full figures.
Yeah.
Again, I would like to do it too, but I've never painted minis before, so I would not feel comfortable doing it. I've painted I do have a lot of art experience, but I've never painted minis, so I wouldn't know what to do. But this stuff's so cool. If you like, if you're at all into Stormlight Archive, and you haven't. New optional.
And the Shallan figure, they said
really
that
nice.
they added that as an option, but you can't get that in the add-ons yet. So I don't know if they haven't updated it or when the campaign ends. But I'll
really good.
I'll get Shallan too, because these are all like, guys. What you don't understand is if these are just names. All these people who we're talking about are like fantastic characters. Like
I have my issues with Shallan, but yes, they are fantastic characters.
I mean, like I like Shallan quite a bit too.
I like Shallan as well, but it's cool because she is a complicated character who's not perfectly good or something like that. That's why I prefer the Yasna.
She's a little more boring in Way of Kings too. Like she plays second fiddle to Yasna until like the very end. But I thought she's got some good stuff in the second.
So if you like the series and have not checked out, there's 21 days left to go. I don't know why I'm shilling this, but because these look
we're
awesome.
We're not sponsored by this. We just think it's
cool.
Hell
no. Yeah, so this is very, very cool if you like these book series. And if you have not checked out Stormlight Archive, I did a stream with you a couple months ago talking about Stormlight. And also just if you're at all interested, check it out. Anywho, thank you, Mark, so much for showing up. We're going to dip into the Martha's Vineyard stuff, which is a
cool.
Horrible can of worms. And thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for inviting me. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Soul 2XL, yes, Mistborn's the same author, yes. It's Brandon Sanderson. He also is the guy who finished the Wheel of Time series. So, without further ado, though, let's talk a little bit about Not in My Gated Community, which is the stuff with Martha's Vineyard. The
NIMByists.
The NIMBYs. So, how much do we have to explain about this? It's just really quick. Just explain the background. DeSantis sent 50 undocumented migrants. I don't have a post on this because everyone knows this. And we have there's a lot of things that have happened since then.
Okay.
But DeSantis sent 50 undocumented migrants to Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard. I will want to show you this. I will bring this up because this is very interesting.
Illegals.
They're illegals. Yeah, whatever. Illegal. Okay. But Martha's Vineyard is one of the richest places in America. It's a very, very expensive place to live. You can see here. But one thing that you might notice here that I have highlighted is the vineyard is home to 17,000 year-long residents. During the summer months, the population increases to nearly 200,000. 63% of all homes in the vineyard belong to seasonal residents. So, this is from Martha's Vineyard's own website, by the way. So 63% of their homes are vacant right now. Well, what DeSantis did was he sent 50, not 1,500, not 50,000. He sent 50 migrants to Martha's Vineyard. And of course, the left has freaked the fuck out. They called this human trafficking. They said this was the most evil thing ever done. How dare he? How dare he? How could he possibly do this? I mean, like, I don't know. Let's watch a TYT video about it. How about that?
Oh my God, there's a TYT video on this.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has decided to send 2 planes full of migrants, most of whom are Venezuelan migrants, over to Martha's Vineyard to essentially engage in a PR stunt. Let's not get that twisted. But also,
okay, sure, it's a PR stunt. I do agree it's a PR stunt.
By the way, is sending migrants in the middle of the night to his state also a
we will get there, Spoon, just in a moment. Let's listen to Anna first.
I want to say things I can't say on YouTube.
And let's just speed Anna up because she's obnoxious.
Also send a message about how, well, if these liberal cities across the country, and especially on the coast, love allowing immigrants into the country, maybe we should send them over to where they're living.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to say, based on what I've read
Don't you
about
love
how
them?
the people living in Martha's Vineyard have welcomed these 2 planes full of migrants.
Oh, they welcomed them a lot.
I'm really proud of how the community has come together.
Okay, well, they welcomed them for 48 hours, and then they put them on a bus and shipped them out.
You snotty little bitch.
To be clear, guys, the welcoming,
fuck out of here.
the welcoming that Martha's Vineyard gave
It was a
to these
committee.
people is that they, first of all, they were put into a church because the churches who took them in. And now remember, we're all supposed to hate Christians because they're very evil and terrible and awful. So a church took the people in and gave them a place to stay and food and clothing and blankets and stuff. And then the community shipped them out within 48 hours on buses and clapped when it happened. They were like, goodbye, goodbye, but it really looks terrible. And I told you, it looks like this. It's like the scene in, oh my God, what's it called? Schindler's List. Goodbye, Jews. Goodbye, Jews. That's what it looks like to me, at least. But let's hear Anna's hype, insane response.
Cope.
Yeah.
They do have a housing crisis there as well, but they're trying to get everyone together to figure out solutions.
So again, now there's a housing crisis in Martha's Vineyard. Did you guys hear what I just said about the state of Martha's Vineyard? It's 17,000 people in the off season, 200,000 in the on season. There's 67% of the homes are unoccupied right now.
Do you want to know what's the average house price in Martha's Vineyard?
Hmm.
You want to know what is the average house price of a house in Martha's Vineyard?
I know, but could you tell me?
Over $1 million.
Yep.
You know what the average income is?
I do not know that one.
Over 134,000.
Well, I would sure hope so with houses that expensive.
Yeah.
But how dare you? How dare you send it to our rich liberal elite enclave? That's what they're mad about. Our rich liberal, largely white. Again, it's like 90% white or something.
White,
enclave. Yeah. How dare you send migrants here? You're supposed to put them in Republican states so they vote for Democrats. You can't send them here where we say we love them. And by the way, like I didn't have this up, but have you seen the Martha's Vineyard supports?
The billboard thing. Yeah.
There's like a sign that they had up about how they support migrants and LGBTQ and blah, 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 blah.
By the way, is that Dennis Prager thing live now?
Oh, it might be. I don't know.
Click on it for a second. I want to see what they're saying.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up, just this image really quickly.
Can you
so
imagine?
You guys can see this.
Can you imagine Anna Kasparian and
Dennis
Prager in the same room?
The island of Martha's Vineyard, we respect women. We value Black lives. We stand with our community members. We stand with immigrants and refugees, except when they show up in your island.
Total shite.
Yeah. And I like all the languages, and all are welcome here. Hate has no business here. Actually, all are not welcome here, are they?
Yeah, especially if you're poor, then you can fuck off.
What hilarious hypocrisy.
Yeah.
What were you saying, though?
There's the Dennis Prager, yeah. Is he alive there now? You're right
I don't
there.
see what you're talking about.
You were just on it. Yes, you're hovering over it right now.
Oh, Anna debates. Is this live?
Yes.
System work.
Oh my god.
Yes. Just a few more things I want to mention.
No,
though.
she's
so
not
in her lawsuit
debating
as well,
him, is she?
Cooper had argued that the company's statements.
I think they're going to talk about
that
it.
Franklin Templeton had access to undisclosed facts justifying its position that.
Wait a second. What's happening? Did she actually debate Dennis Prager? I don't think she did. I think it's planned.
You do realize Dennis Prager will fucking wreck her.
Oh yeah, so it's not. They're talking about it. It's not happening
tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Let's continue with this though, because
I really want to watch that because it would give me great joy to see Dennis Prager fucking wreck Anna Kasperi.
Would you guys like to have us stream again tomorrow? I mean, I know that it's getting late. Stream again tomorrow, maybe to please blur Chank's face as Memoir 40. Yeah, I know.
I want to see how many times he says "of course" in that ridiculous way.
Of course. If you guys would like, would you like us to watch? Should we cover?
Dennis Prager fucking get.
Should we stream?
Get his fucking cannon on
Prager
the
v. Kasperian. There we go. Let me know if you guys are interested or not. Like,
by the way, that face.
Either way,
right
Spoon and I will watch it either way. So.
That face.
I know.
Right now. That's my face whenever I hear TYT say anything.
She looks like she's gonna put little kisses on your pee-pee.
That's offensive to my penis, by the way.
You're welcome.
To accommodate these migrants, there's some indication that the migrants were also lied to by Ron DeSantis.
Right,
Remember,
that's a lie.
no
That's a
local
lie.
government-
It is a lie.
That is a lie.
They said they no,
documents.
and in fact, okay. I think I have the clip actually.
Yeah, that is a straight up lie.
No, I can get it really quick. You can see the
Fake news.
Martha's lied.
Jamie
Because
Foxx clip.
it was. You can hear them say,
This is so rubbish. Yeah.
yeah. So here's real quick, just to react. Sorry, Anna. Here's what they say. The attorneys are saying they were lied to. This is actually not correct. That's not what I wanted because there's a clip of the migrants being like, "Oh yeah, we thought we were in Spanish, like, oh yeah, we thought we were gonna come here. We just didn't know. We thought we were going to Boston." So the only thing is that they thought they were going to Boston, right? Instead, they went to Martha's Vineyard, not far off, to be completely honest. Okay, so they thought they were going to Boston. So what was the line to? Nothing. But we'll get into this because the fucking migrants are now suing Ron DeSantis. We'll get into that though.
The migrants are suing him?
Can just force.
Yes, dude. We'll get into it. It's crazy.
The migrants are suing him.
Yes, the illegal migrants who are not in this country legally and don't have any rights as citizens. I mean, they have rights, they have human rights, but they don't have any rights as citizens, are now suing Ron DeSantis as a group because they were misled and they were told they were going to Boston. They were told they were going to Massachusetts, is what they were told. They didn't go to Massachusetts.
And instead you got sent to one of the wealthiest places in the entire country.
Yeah, they got used as a political pawn, but we'll talk about using migrants as political pawns here in just a moment or two. Let's listen to the rest of Anna's
the fucking
insanity.
Boy, you don't come into the country and you waste the taxpayers' fucking money.
It's unbelievable. Well, they're saying that there's, Venezuela is terrible, so they're not migrants, they're actually refugees, but Anna referred to them as migrants, so whoops, Anna, you fucked up your narrative, dingbat. Oh well.
To get on a plane and go somewhere else. They have to agree to it. And the reason why they agreed to it is because they were told that they were going to be sent somewhere else, that they were going to get all sorts of...
They were told they were going to be sent to Boston. Actually, no, they were told they were going to be sent to Massachusetts. They were sent to Massachusetts. They thought Boston, because the only place they knew in Massachusetts was Boston. They were told they were being sent to Massachusetts, Anna. They were not lied to.
assistance, including workers' permits. So I'll get to those lies that they were told in just a moment. But
Go ahead and
let me give you
try.
the details on what Ron DeSantis and other Republican governors have been doing when it comes to migrants. The migrant group, which included children, arrived on 2 planes around 3 p.m. without any warning, said the state senator Julian Sear.
Oh,
a
no.
Massachusetts
People
Democrat
arriving by
representing Cape Cod,
plane who are
Martha's Vineyard,
illegal
and Nantucket.
migrants.
Now, officials and
Without
volunteers from the island's
warning.
6 towns really
Oh.
moved heaven and earth to essentially set up the response that we would do in the event of a hurricane.
Over
he said,
50
right?
people.
So again,
50 people.
50
remember,
people.
there are 17,000 people in this city. There's 200,000 people who live there in the summer.
How many people have
I
crossed
would
the
say-
southern border? Like 4 fucking million?
There are
and these
hundreds.
NIMBY fags are saying
Yeah,
50
there are
people.
literally thousands of empty homes in Martha's Vineyard. Thousands of empty homes, of empty mansions even, that you could have put them up in. Oh, we have no idea. There was 50 people. It was kind of a genius, ploy on DeSantis' part, because it not only shows how much they don't care and how much they hate migrants in their own backyard, but how little they're willing to do
Yeah.
to help in any way.
Yeah, 'cause
No,
they
no,
don't
no,
give a
no,
shit.
no, no, get out. Ew. Ugh, gross.
Yeah,
You
look,
smell like,
minorities,
you smell like cumin. Ugh, I don't like,
Just by the
disgusting.
way, I know people are playing up, but it's a race thing. It's not about race, it's about class. So it's about wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is exactly about. It might be a race issue, but I think it's mostly about
No,
class.
if
If
it was poor
these
white
people in
they'd have
Martha's
the same
Vineyard.
response.
Oh yeah, these people in Martha's Vineyard. It's absolutely class. They despise the lower class, and they can't
They're
tolerate
snooty
the fact that there are
fucks.
lower class people in their rich enclave. They can't tolerate it. They hate it. It's sickening.
community all came together and handled this with the
Mm.
same seriousness as they would with
They
like
all
a
came
natural
together.
disaster or an upcoming
A natural
man.
disaster. It's a natural. 50 people is a natural disaster. Wow.
Now, Terry McCormick, who is the press secretary for Governor Charlie Baker of Massachusetts, said in a statement that his administration was in communication with local island officials who were providing short-term shelter services.
Guess what the short-term shelter services were?
I
A
noticed
church.
I noticed the
A church.
language to the migrants. They were not migrants, they were
No, they-
illegals.
And in fact, some of the things that some people were saying at the time is that they were admitting these were economic migrants. These were not refugees. That's actually why Anna's using the word migrant instead of refugee, is because they they had to all agree that these were economic migrants. These were not refugees.
They're illegals.
So that's why she's not saying. That's actually, you can tell from how they use their language.
Yep.
They know that these are not refugees. These are economic migrants. They were confirmed to be economic migrants. That's why she's calling them migrants, because otherwise she'd call them refugees. But they weren't. So, and the short-term shelter services was the local church. The rich people in Martha's Vineyard wanted nothing to do with these people. The church took them in. But you would never want to admit to that now, would you, Anna? Because that would be admitting that maybe Christians shouldn't all be fucking hung or some shit, right?
To the migrants. Now, Martha's Vineyard is one of these places in the country where wealthy people, including former presidents like Barack Obama, like to live in, vacation at. So as you can
Oh, you want to talk about like Barack Obama's multi-million-dollar mansion there? Yeah?
That could easily house all 50 of those people.
Yeah, you could put all of them in his mansion. It'd be fine. Again, 17,000 versus 200,000. There's a lot of space on the island. A lot of open space that no one's living in right now. What's the problem? Oh, it's because you wouldn't want dirty, filthy immigrants in your home. That's it, right? I got it. But you would love for them to be in Texas and Florida. Of course. We got it. Message well received.
You can imagine that.
And this is why, again, like, if we talked about this earlier, Spoon, in the week, but like, was this a good move on DeSantis' part? I think it was, ultimately. I was a little bit confused. I was a little conflicted at first. Because I was like, I don't want him to ship migrants anywhere.
Yeah.
But migrants are getting shipped, illegal immigrants are getting shipped all around the country constantly anyway. By the Biden administration, as we will look at in here just a moment, if you all forget. But
there is no
like,
southern border.
no, because there's no southern border. No. But this is maybe one of the most beautiful ways of exemplifying how the Democrats do not believe in anything that they say. They are all talk, and they do not believe in anything that they say. It is all NIMBY. It's all not in my backyard. How dare you? You can't do it here. You can no Texas and Florida. No, fill those red states up with immigrants, and we'll promise them things if they vote Democrat. But no, you can't send them to Massachusetts, to our gated community. You are a bunch of elitists, and it's sickening to me, including you, Anna. You're all a bunch of fucking elitists. I can't fucking stand it.
Hypocrites.
I'm a fucking, I come from a blue collar family. Like, you are an elitist. You're a fucking elitist. And we're elitist in a different way, Spoon. We're monarchists. But like, we're not elitists in this way of thinking that people are lesser than us and need to be shuttered away because, ew.
Yes, we're the Campias elitists.
Right, exactly.
Although I will say, what I find...
They also have
I find funny, and I was annoyed that no Republican is saying this, and if I can fucking get my hands on a governor, I would say, would you please point this out? Can you please point out the fact that this administration keeps calling you fascist, racist, crazy Nazis? And if they call you that, why the hell are they sending illegals into your backyard? That makes them look really cruel. And if you send them then to the nicest place in the country, your fascism looks rather benevolent.
Again, arguably the richest island
in the country.
Well, for sure the richest island in the country. Yeah. For sure the richest island in the entire country.
Why is that
in terms of? I mean, like you could say Manhattan, but no. Wealth per capita per citizen. It's by far Martha's Vineyard. It must be. And this re-changes the narrative of we all helped them, and then we helped them get to a place where they're supposed to be. No, you put them on a bus the second you could charter one and got them the fuck out because you don't want dirty brown people in your area. That's it. It's not you didn't have the capacity. These are all billionaires and millionaires. You just don't want
build them a house with your money.
You could build them houses. And by the way, there's lots of free space on Martha's Vineyard. I saw some data that illustrated that there's enough space for like another 500,000 people on the island if you really wanted to fill it up and make it into a line of row houses like in inner cities. You could put another 500,000 people there. So why aren't you building them right now?
Affordable housing.
Oh, because you don't fucking because it's not in my backyard. That's what it is. That's the end of this. That's how it works.
Yeah,
sickening. You're complete hypocrites.
A shortage of housing, so they're really relying on some of the charitable work being done by churches in the area to accommodate the.
Oh, she had to admit that. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have to admit that Christians were the ones who helped? Oh no.
Migrants, but the point I want to make is.
What's your point, Anna?
They can to help people out. They're not complaining about it. If anything,
they did complain about it extensively. They screamed about it extensively all over the internet. That's why it became hilarious. Is because they were screaming about the migrants being there, and then they put them on buses and sent them off to God knows where within 48 hours. You dumb bimbo.
The cope is just.
This I know, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's manna from heaven. Love it.
They're irritated with how there was no communication. Like this was a surprise, right?
What would you do?
So how do the red states feel when it has been doing this?
Yeah, what would you do, and if you were surprised with a big pile of migrants who show up in a plane?
I fucking hate this woman with a passion. I just hate how disingenuous they are. You fucking bitch.
And if you guys don't know why I'm saying the things that I'm saying about like, what would you do if a migrant showed up at your house? Oh, who would possibly know how to respond to that? We'll get to it in a moment after the Young Turks bit.
So they were caught completely blindsided by this, which made it even more difficult to provide.
Oh no! What would you do?
50 people, you fucking asshole.
Again, remember, guys, 50 people in a community that can hold up to 200,000. 50 people, they don't know what to do. They're blindsided. Again, when I show you the difference here, if you are not already aware, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, the dichotomy here, you're gonna have an aneurysm. But yeah, let's just listen to Anna. I want to get through her dumb fucking rant. So stupid.
I do think this is bringing up a much needed broader discussion about the role of the federal government.
Oh no.
Because let's say there is a migrant crisis, and right now there is, right? And you have migrants coming into Texas or any other border
Florida
community. They are not getting the assistance they need from the federal government in order to accommodate the flow of migrants coming into their.
So they're saying them.
How
They're saying
about
to other
you
areas
don't
where
let them
they're saying
come
them
into the fucking country at
Anna,
all?
so Anna, what if they send them to other areas where they would be able to get better assistance, like they were just placed in the country? They can assist, can't they?
By the way,
it's the richest. Isn't she's a socialist, isn't she? It's the richest county in the country.
By the way, out of curiosity, isn't the border secure? I keep hearing this.
Oh, right, too. I actually don't know if it's the richest in the country, but it's damn near. It's not the richest. It's damn fucking near.
I keep hearing from the
Oh yeah, there's no border crisis. What are you talking about?
The vice president who's never been to the fucking border ever since
That's what the Biden admin told me.
Yeah, and the what was the name? The diverse fucking female character who's the press secretary. Whose name I can never remember.
Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. Her name is not important.
Oh my god! Another giant.
Oh look, more moth attacks.
It's not a moth. It's a crane fly. God, I have to kill that. I hate those things. I hate them. Have you ever seen one of these? They're so awful. Oh my god, hang on. I have to go kill it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play Anna, and I'm not going to pause it because I have to go kill this thing real quick before it kills me. Hang on.
Communities into their state. Now,
I may lose my co-host to an
Party,
insect.
of course, doesn't want them coming in at all. So they're not bringing this issue up in good faith. And I acknowledge that, and I want to be clear about that. But we also have to acknowledge that Congress has, for decades, dropped the ball when it comes to.
Oh, never mind. It went back out the window, thankfully.
These communities absolutely need federal support, not just for border security, but to support migrants coming into the country so the local individuals there don't have an outsized financial burden in providing those accommodations.
You don't care about that.
That's a reasonable point to make.
You don't care about that. Don't even lie about that shit.
By the way, when Trump was in office, you know, the compared to the migrant flow you have now, it was stopped by 90%. How do you think that happened?
I know.
What was it like? The Remain in Mexico policies?
Well, when you have a country where it's federal domestic policy on immigration is, just come on in. I don't know.
Yeah, come on, you faithful.
All right, come on. That's what Biden's is. Oh no. And versus Trump's is like, well, don't come in here. We're gonna punish you and send you back. And then there's a difference, and you're surprised by it.
If you have a president that says "fuck off," we're not letting you in. People don't actually try and come in.
Damaged?
Are you
brain damaged?
The answer is yes.
I know. Unbelievable. Yes, Hayden's stung like by insects again. I don't hate bugs. I don't like flying bugs. I like spiders. There's a spider right in front of me right now. He's a cute little spider who's sitting on the wall. I am very happy with him being there, and I hope he eats all of the horrible flying things now it came back.
That's why I have spiders in my room and I don't. Yeah,
I hate these. If you don't know about these if you've never seen these crane fly things, they're awful. They're fucking insufferable. Anyway, let's continue.
Again, I acknowledge that Republicans would actually just much rather not allow anyone in the
first place. It should be dead by now.
Yeah, that's the job of the fucking border, you stupid asshole.
And how they have dropped the ball in providing and allocating the necessary resources for these communities so they can actually take care of the flow of migrants coming in.
Yeah, so let me go.
Oh, here's Chunk.
Illegitimate critique in my mind. So waste of taxpayer money. Yeah, DeSantis is wasting $12 million to fly him out of the state.
Okay, let's talk about the money, shall we? Let's talk about it for just a second.
You mean the fact that that's allocated in the budget and the Democrats voted for it?
I have done the calculations on this. In that the cost. I want to kill this little thing so much. The cost of I hate these crane flies. I really.
By the way, since when do you fucking assholes give a flying shit about the budget?
No, they want more. They want the government to spend everything on everything, except for this. But here's the thing: the cost to take in an illegal immigrant to the United States. I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I will try to remember what about they were for a lifetime, right? So, which the average was, I think, about 40 years. They live about 40 years when they come here. After coming to the United States.
Holy shit.
It's something like $2 million, $1 to $2 million. The cost to remove them from DeSantis is $80 to put them on a plane.
Wow.
So let me ask you this question, Chunk. What is the big economic issue? Please.
Oh, he denies genocide.
Let's
so I don't think he's gonna be
take a very very low number and say it's $500,000 for an entire lifetime that the government is going to spend on helping migrants, right? On illegal immigrants. According to the data that I've seen, though, it's 1 to 2 million per person. Let's take a really low value and say it's 500,000. It's still not even comparable to the $90 to $200 that it would cost to put that person back on a plane.
I think Trump's alligator mole idea is looking better and better, doesn't it?
So excuse me, this is, excuse me, Chunk. You're incorrect on it, aren't you? Again, this is a man who's supposed to be a lawyer. He has no goddamn idea about anything.
Wait, Jack's a lawyer?
You didn't know Chunk's a lawyer? Yeah, he's a lawyer.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
He's a law degree. Newscaster, let alone be a fucking lawyer.
Well, welcome to law.
Okay, fair.
I didn't know that.
Although they would have to spend some money to take care of those immigrants too. That's just reality, okay? And then they say they did lie to them a little bit. And they said there would be expedited proceedings in Massachusetts, and that motivated a lot of them to get on there.
Oh, Chunk has to move back Anna's lie. Anna just said they just lied. They just lied. And he's like, oh, wait. And Chunk has to go like, oh, well, they said that they would be expedited or something. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no ability to fact check that one, at least currently. And I don't think anybody does, really. Because what are the migrants going to say? They're going to say whatever the fuck they want.
But the migrants going to say, they're going to say, okay. That's about it.
Yeah, well, we'll look at that in a second.
But on the other hand, once they got there to Martha's Vineyard, reporters did talk to them. And overall, they were treated really well. So, by the way, credit to the left wing there.
Like, the left wing. Oh, so everyone in Martha's Vineyard. Oh my God. Credit. You, Chunk, they immediately put them on buses to get them the fuck out of their gated community, you dipshit. Oh, they treated them so well. Okay. What a fucking weirdo.
Treated them like hell and complain. Well, no, actually, they treated them great. But it does mean the immigrants were relatively happy with the trip.
They were treated great in that they were removed as soon as physically possible. This is the most bizarre cope I think I've ever... Well, we talked about the big titty thing, that being a very bizarre cope. This is almost as bad. What the hell is...
to justify it.
Like, this is...
You are Sims
treated them...
You are Sims for wealthy white liberals. You bunch of fucking cucks.
Well, Chank, if you ever had any principles, you've abandoned all of them now. You abandoned every single one of them now.
So that's just the reality. Is it a publicity stunt? Of course it's a publicity stunt. By the way, Democrats should try it every once in a while.
Every once in a while. Okay, wait. Democrats have tried this every once in a while. Let's hear what he says. Is it a publicity stunt? I do agree with Chunk on this. It was a publicity stunt. It was a publicity stunt to show how hypocritical and two-faced you are. That's what it absolutely did its job on that one, I think.
Because in politics, you need publicity to make your point. Otherwise, no one hears it. So, and the point that the border states are making, kind of, depends on what you call Florida, is, hey, we think we're paying...
Florida is a massive border state because of... Kind of.
...amount here. We don't think the federal government's helping enough. So why not just send the blue states? And you guys say you want undocumented immigrants, so you shouldn't have any problem with it.
Yeah.
The reality is the blue states don't say we want undocumented immigrants. They say we want a fair...
Oh, no, the distinction suddenly comes into play.
Now there's a difference. So Florida and Texas should have undocumented immigrants. But the blue states, we never said we want undocumented immigrants. We only want documented. We only want proper immigrants. No, the undocumented ones, they can stay in the red states. Now, well, of course, we want to let them vote. And we want to give them mail-in ballots. Of course. But we don't want them anywhere near our blue state. Thank you. Bye-bye. What a self-freaking report, Chunk. Holy shit.
Jake, you are a piece of shit.
For undocumented.
I know.
Like, you were just... Oh my god, I fucking hate these people.
See any reason...
I know. Unbelievable, though, right?
...why the blue states should be complaining. So...
Honestly, Jank, I don't really see the blue states complaining, though, right? Like, I've actually seen the blue states.
Anna, did you miss how they cried and complained about it and screamed and then put them all on buses and sent them out? You missed that part, Anna?
The blue states are not complaining. Why the hell did this make the news then, you stupid asshole?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Where she's just lying. Like I love watching these two idiots have to try to like make up fucking fake ass shit and spin it. It's so
delicious and
enjoyable. I love it.
States, to their credit, what they complain about is how there's absolutely no communication, no notification. So I mean,
oh really?
I would be
Okay, just stop this for a second.
Living in a
So okay, so just by the way, so if Ron DeSantis currently says, I'm going to send every fucking illegal that comes through my state into Martha's Vineyard, do you think they'll be okay with that?
No. Do you think there's Anna, where's the notification when people cross the border from Mexico every single goddamn night?
Yeah.
Where's the notification for the states to take these people in? There is none. This is such, I mean, this is the most quintessential leftist elitism that I've ever seen.
Yep.
Oh no, you must tell us if you want to do it. You must first of all, you're not allowed. And who denied? You must tell us at least first.
They were
Are you fucking kidding me?
Into red states for 2 fucking years almost.
Let's just get okay. So all right. I want to get into that article or into that fact. But here's the thing, guys. If you don't know, Biden, since he started his administration, has been sending illegals around the country for the last 2 years. He's been shipping them around specifically to Florida and Texas. He has been doing it at night, at midnight, putting them in fucking planes and shipping them around to the rest of the country for the last 2 goddamn years.
Yeah, Project Veritas was dropping the bombs on that.
I have actually an article explaining why it's different, and I want us to read it before we go to sleep because, oh my god, it's amazing.
Oh, and by the way...
Well, here's why it's actually different. It's not the same and you can't compare them.
Oh, by the way, I think Biden can actually be impeached for that. It's a dereliction of duty to not enforce the border. He can actually be removed from office.
He won't be, though.
No, of course not, because the Republicans are spineless cocks.
Yeah, they should, but
although a lot of the Republicans that are taking over right now, they're MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like everything that's happening now is fucking nightmarish. But this one's just hilarious. Let's listen to these idiots talk a little bit longer.
Blue state. And by the way, I mean, California is a border state. So of course we have a massive immigrant community and I don't think they're bad people. I think they enrich the country.
Course you do.
But it takes resources.
But you don't want them in Martha's Vineyard. And you don't want them near you, do you, Anna? You want them to be in slums, nowhere near you.
You want to use them as slave labor. Who the fuck are you kidding, Anna?
She's being honest. She just wants them in slums. She doesn't want them anywhere near her. And she doesn't want them in Martha's Vineyard.
A quintessential white
to accommodate them, right? And I don't really see these liberal communities complain about that. What I do see that
they did.
Lack of communication and how they're
they absolutely complain about this. You can't lie. You can't lie. I mean, like you can lie to your audience all you want, but you can't lie to me, and you can't lie to the rest of the world. They screamed bloody murder over this.
Yeah.
Blindsided by these surprise planes showing up with migrants that they haven't been prepared to accommodate.
You know, I'm done listening to Anna. I'm sorry. Let's bring up the article because I can't fucking do this shit anymore. It's fucking infuriating. Okay, because fuck you absolutely brain dead lying. Biden sent 70 secret night flights of migrants from border to Florida.
That's just to Florida.
November 2021. More than 70 flights transporting migrants from the southern border to Jacksonville have landed in the dark of night in recent months as the Biden admin struggles to empty overflowing border facilities, the office of Ron DeSantis said.
And he sent
it's the first
50.
time. He sent 50 people. This is 70 flights. This is 70 flights full of immigrants. So let's take
even if there was only 10 people on a flight.
Size of average flight. Let's people.
Even if there was 10 people on every flight, that's still only a 14th.
Let's see. Okay, let's say that. Let's take the number. So there's 50 people on the flight, right?
3,500.
Right. So 3,500. So okay. So what the fuck? Like you've sent 3,500 people at a taking the charitable. If we're taking the exact same estimate, 50 people per flight, 3,500? Over 70 air charter flights on jetliner airlines coming from the southwest border have landed at Jacksonville International Airport, said Larry Keefe, DeSantis public safety czar. On average, there's 36. Oh, there we go. Here's the number. Duh. My bad. 36 passengers on each of these flights. So let's do the calculation there. 36 times 70 is 2,520. And this had been going on for months, and that's fine. But you put 50 people in Martha's Vineyard, and all of a sudden it's an international fucking emergency, right? Well, it's not just Florida. Oh, sorry. There we go. Clank. Okay. It's not just Florida. Here we have this.
Meanwhile, we have been witnessing our own mass releases of illegal immigrants here in the RGV this week. This is video we shot yesterday in Brownsville, where we saw well over 50 single adult male illegal immigrants just dropped off by ICE near a parking garage in the city and released into the public. You're watching as an NGO leads those men across the street to a bus terminal. Many of those men had ankle monitors on. Several of them were hiding their faces from our cameras. An ICE agent came forward to me who's been involved in mass releases and told me this has been discreetly going on since last spring. He told me that ICE has been releasing migrants with misdemeanor criminal records.
That guy's got a Temple University t-shirt on. What? Okay, whatever.
Including assault, DUI, drug possession, and illegal reentry. I reached out to ICE about that this morning. They did not deny it. They told me all releases are done on an individual case-by-case basis, and they consider all factors when doing so. And back out here live, I also asked that ICE agent, are U.S. taxpayers footing the bill for migrant travel? He told me they work with NGOs. The NGOs will ask the families of those migrants to please provide an address and buy them a bus ticket or a plane ticket to a city of their choosing. If that doesn't happen, the NGO will buy the ticket themselves, then bill the federal government for reimbursement. That agent went on to tell me that he feels the Biden administration has turned ICE ERO into an unofficial travel coordination agency, and morale has never been lower. Well,
there's a lot more. That's the most insane shit I've ever. I mean, the Biden admin has been doing this for 2 years, guys. Biden admin has been shipping people into the United States, shipping them into Florida and Texas specifically, because this is in Texas, and now is screaming and crying and shitting and pissing that 50 migrants went to Martha's Vineyard. My dude, would you give my voice a fucking break? Oh, free. What the fuck is this? Oh no, I forget how to get rid of this thingy. Hang on. No, but there's that thing that Dev told us about. Oh my god. I read it earlier. There we go. Okay. The difference between DeSantis and migrant flights and the Biden administrations by Aaron Blake. Well, Spoon, you have to understand that it's actually that, like, it's really okay for us to do it. And
fags.
Can you see it okay, or should I upgrade my?
Open it a bit.
You want me to zoom in?
Yes, please.
I zoomed out. Okay, I zoomed out.
All
right, just let. All right, let me know. Is it all right?
You're gonna make me read Washington Post.
Because this is well, explain to me, Spoon. Please explain to me why it's okay when the Democrats do it. Because that's literally what the fuck this argument is. Well, it's okay when we do it. Could you explain to me? Could you explain to me why it's okay when they do it?
Yes, when Fox News host Sean Hannity took to the airways Tuesday night, you could be forgiven for thinking he had some tough words for an official like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis transporting migrants around. Those are illegals. I'm not going to read migrants. They're fucking illegals. If I went down to the border and I put on the back of my car, or I transport them around the state, would I get arrested for human trafficking? Hannity said. Isn't that against the law? Well, you're not a state official, that's the difference. Hannity, of course, wasn't talking about the most high-profile recent example of that, which involves DeSantis. Instead, he was talking about President Biden. the dispute over DeSantis and Texas Governor Greg Abbott sending the illegals to Democratic areas, whether those illegals were misled into participating has landed. Well, they're not supposed to be in the country anyway, so fuck off. Predictably and perhaps inevitably in whataboutism. In recent days, defenders of DeSantis and Abbott, because we have common sense, have increasingly cited a supposed incongruity, in the criticisms. They note that the Biden administration also flew and transported illegals to other areas of the country. It's because they did. And that's true. Okay, so we've got that.
Yeah, but it's okay. We're going to learn about why it's okay here.
But just as criticisms of the Biden administration, you coping twat, administration's supposed ghost flights have long been overblown. Okay, so it's true, but not really true.
This is the thing that they've done, and I looked this up earlier because when I was looking up the articles about the Biden flights, if you look at you type that into Google or whatever, it'll all be like fact check. Did Biden send bring in a bunch of illegals and send them all over the country? It's like it's mostly false, or it's like indecisive. This is based on your opinion on what it means to ship people around the country, which is complete nonsense. So yeah, he did. Everyone knows it, and it's never stopped. By the way, I should be clear about that, guys. It's not stopped. It still happens to this day. The Biden admin ships illegal immigrants all over the country on midnight flights to this day.
By the way, they're gonna slow it down a bit before the midterms.
Maybe. That's arguable.
Yeah, because they know it's not a good look.
They don't. I don't think he cares. No. Actually, in fact, they'll probably increase it because they want more voters. And remember that, having a voter ID or being an American citizen, that's all racist.
Mm-hmm.
You should just be able to vote because you're there, so you should be able to vote.
Yeah, no, if you're sane. The comparison between the two situations mismatch in some key ways.
Let's
drum
hear.
has picked
How
up in
does
recent
it?
days. Okay, sure, go on.
I love this, right? It's just so stupid.
Thank you. Let's see. Republican governors flying illegal aliens. There we go. To liberal tourist destinations, kidnapping. Summarized Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. Democrats like Joe Biden flying illegals at midnight to our community, charity, compassion, and chance. Yes, because flying them to red states.
That's just truth. That's just goddamn truth. Thank you, Jim Jordan, who I don't often like, but thank you. That's correct.
I like Jim Jordan.
That is a correct. He's okay, but whatever. Okay, I haven't agreed with everything he's done, but okay, that is a correct assessment of the situation.
Yes,
that's a correct assessment. It's fine for Biden to fly thousands of illegals all over the country, specifically to Texas and Florida, mostly Republican states who vote for Republican politicians, and fly people there and say well, and what do you think they're telling these people? They're saying that, the Republicans tell them things about how they're going to, or DeSantis told them they were going to be able to stay in Massachusetts and they were going to stay there and be fine. No, of course they weren't, because the Democrats don't want them there. Not because they don't want their votes. They certainly want their votes. That's why I think they shipped them to Boston. I believe there's shipping up to Boston. No, I think that's why they sent those people to Boston, though. They just don't want them in Martha's Vineyard where they live. They don't want those migrants anywhere near them. But the disparity here is prima facie obvious, is it not?
My main thing is, why the hell did you make this a publicity thing? Why did you report on it?
Because they couldn't help but do so.
Fucking retard.
Because the Martha's Vineyard people were freaking out.
Yeah, but you need to put it in the fucking news.
The Martha's Vineyard people were freaking the fuck out. They if it was a tactic, which it was,
by DeSantis. A bunch of white liberals who never do anything. They just pay everything everyone else to do shit. They're actually a bunch of massive pussies. You need 125 fucking National Guards to deal with 50 people.
I know, it's unbelievable. Yeah, 125,000.
You guys are a bunch of
125
bitches.
National Guard. They called in the National Guard to deal with 50 people, and then they call us racists for being maybe we should like kind of patrol the border a little bit. And yet the second that 50 Venezuelan migrants show up in their town, they go, oh no, we need to call in the National Guard.
Again, bunch of bitches. So when Biden is flying those people all over the fruited plains in the middle of the night, I didn't hear peep out of these people. DeSantis is correct. That is exactly what happened. As his campaign repeatedly made the same arguments on social media, because it's correct. The criticisms of the Biden administration flying illegals around the country has been building for some time. Geez, I can't imagine why. It was
It's fascinating to me, right? So when the Biden administration does it, it's holy and blessed. He's just, trying to help them find homes. By the way, in a state that is not, in states that according to their own mindset are not welcoming to these people. Right? That Florida and Texas, being Republican states predominantly, would not be very welcoming states to these people. But they send them there. And yet, so that's evil that they don't. But it's fine for, it's evil for them to send them to a Democrat state, a Democrat area, an extremely Democrat area that's very rich and wealthy, can totally afford to take care of these people. That's evil. It's not, but it's fine to just ship them off into some place that we don't want to look at them at, where they're in a Republican area. I thought you Democrats loved them. You loved all immigrants. Oh, you don't? Oh, you're all liars and hypocrites? What a fucking interesting coincidence, huh? How cute. How freaking cute.
The criticisms of the Biden administration flying migrants around the country has been building for some time. It was spurred on by a Republican candidate for New York governor releasing body cam footage of a plane carrying more than 100 unaccompanied illegals, children landing in Westchester County in New York in August of last year. And it's an attractive subject for a conservative media ecosystem, which often plays up the border issue close to an election. Yes, because you fuckers lie and say there's no problem. And then when there's people in the middle of the night that get sent to Martha's Vineyard, you fuckers go, oh, we wouldn't say anything. Well, you claim there's no border. How would you claim there's no border crisis if you can't handle 50 fucking people?
Well, there's no border crisis as long as it doesn't. It is complete NIMBY, not in my backyard bullshit. These Democrats have shown their full ass that they don't. It's full NIMBY shit. Yeah, we love migrants, just not here. We love brown people coming into the United States and voting Democrat in Texas and Florida, but you better not come anywhere near my gated community, or else I'm gonna scream and put you on a bus and send you to Boston within fucking 48 hours. That's what they did. Let's not joke around. That's what they did. They put them on a bus, said bye-bye.
But we live in gated communities. We want to take away arms from regular people, but we're gonna hire armed fucking guards. I fucking hate these people. Like, they're just elitist pricks.
I'm sorry, they're just elitist. This is evil, in my opinion. Yeah, this is evil. And I don't use that word. I used to not use that word at all, but now I think we have to be clear about what's happening in front of us. Yeah, this is an evil action.
White people.
You hate white people.
Yeah, I do hate white people because it's all white people who do this dumb shit.
Yeah, it is white people, but there because there's no other group of people who would do this with the foreign. It is a uniquely, I think, white kind of thing of being like, and it's because, oh, I'm sorry I'm white, I'm sorry I'm male, let me hit myself and flagellate myself with my flail, oh god, I'm so sorry. But we see the depths of their ability and desire to actually flagellate themselves. They will flagellate themselves all they want in the media, but don't bring that shit to where they live, because then
plantation owners.
They are, yeah, they are. It's super sickening to me personally, but I mean,
and it's annoying to me because like these are all the fucking white people that you actually should hate, and these are the ones you fucking dicks you suck, you low life piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Go on,
you want to continue? But the criticisms often skirt.
Let's see. But the criticisms often skirt up over the fact that these flights carry children. Oh my god, think of the children.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck off. And that's important. In fact, the government by law cannot hold unaccompanied minors in border facilities for more than 72 hours. How about you don't let them into the facilities in the fucking first place then?
Oh, what a. Well, they just show up. They just show up and they have to do something with them. But, like, and I do admit that it's a difficult kind of situation because what do you do with a bunch of little kids who oftentimes are brought over by mules? They're brought over by people who are not their parents. They don't have any parents. And they're just brought over and they're like, here's the kid. Here it is.
Well, in my ideal world.
You know this is also part of the scheme, right? They have their kids brought over the border, and then they go, oh my, and the kid is like welcomed in and like, okay, well, you're an American citizen or whatever, like you're allowed to live here now because you're a child. And then the parents come up and say, oh, that's my child. I have to be able to take care of my child. And then they come in and get accepted as well. That's a scheme. That's the whole scheme.
It's like, no, take
sure, but that's how it works. Yeah, why don't you all go back? Okay, bye, goodbye.
Well, here's an idea.
Get out.
In my ideal world, don't fuck if you can't afford what you produce.
Well, I agree with that one. Honest, but that's what they do. They use their children as essentially like bait lines, like on a fishing rod. Like, oh, take the kid. Oh, they took the kid. Let's reel it in. Now I'm there.
Outsmart immigration laws.
This is ridiculous. It's clear. And by the way, I have to look. Any from South America who's trying to come into the United States because they think that their country sucks. I know that your country probably does suck in a lot of ways. Don't worry. The United States will suck very, very bad, very quickly. It's headed down the toilet faster than you can possibly fucking fathom. So, I don't know. Why not just come in and suffer here too, I guess. Oh, well. It's about to go down the toilet. Not entirely your fault. Actually, I think it's in the long run not much of your fault, considering all the other issues we have.
I wonder why does South America suck so much, but North America is so prosperous? I wonder why that is.
I'm not gonna go into that.
Could it be because it was colonized by the fucking Spanish, and the Spanish are shit?
Like it's a large, complicated issue.
Could it be because the Spanish colonials were a bunch of fucking assholes, and the British were a lot better? Could it be because the British Empire was actually benevolent? And could it be because Spanish conquistadors were a bunch of fucking assholes?
I would agree. That's the only reason why.
There's some
that's the only reason why. I don't know that's the only reason why, Spoon, but I would agree.
Could it be that if you'd be in a much better position if Pinochet was a colonizer?
Is that? Oh, here we go. This is the end of the article.
What about the end of the article?
It's up on the screen.
Our legal responsibility is to care for unaccompanied... Oh, you spare me your sanctimonious self-righteousness, you bunch of fucks. Well, they're on our watch, and that includes connecting them to... If they had its sponsors, I'm fucking... The Department of Health, which is basically asshole at this point, and Human Services spokesperson Jorge Silva told the Washington Post, fact-checkers, Jesus Christ.
Goddamn, dude.
The Washington Post is a fact-checker, Jesus Christ.
You didn't know that?
No.
WAPO is considered a hardcore fact checker.
I don't read WAPO.
No, I don't either, but WAPO is considered, even though there's insane nonsense that's published in it constantly, it's considered a trusted source and that can fact check other sources.
WAPO is basically Daily Beast with snootier writing, let's be honest.
A YARP? I know. But it's considered a extremely, an extremely accurate source.
Look, here's the God's honest truth, and I'm gonna be kind of conceited saying this. If I wrote my scripts more professional in a way that would be meant for a journalistic outlet, I could write better than the Washington Post can.
It's not hard to do.
Yeah, that's my point.
Not difficult.
Yes. I could actually just upload my scripts on Substack for people that want to read them, or I could doctor it up a bit so I'd sound more professional and not like a swearing lunatic like I do in my videos. The law isn't new, meaning such flights occurred under the Trump administration too. No, they fucking didn't. Without the backlash from Trump partisans, I guarantee you if Trump was flowing in migrants in the middle of the night, people would lose their fucking mind.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Reports from 2018 flights and migrant children to New York and other places where At one point, 2019, the Trump administration sought to private contractor could transport 225,000 migrants across the country to temporary shelters because overwhelming at the border.
Okay, but this stuff is Trump sending them out of the country.
Yeah,
the Biden admin is sending them into the country. So, like, don't stop lying. Just stop fucking lying.
Also, look at that. In 2019, the whole of 2019,
225,000.
That's like coming over. How many has been? 4 million has been coming over the last 18 months.
Yes.
And he did 225,000 in a single year.
I'm telling y'all, people from South America, you really want to be here under Joe Biden? No, you don't. Critics have also cited the early morning hours of some of these landings under the Biden admin, suggesting that they were intended to avoid detection. They were obviously intended. But officials have explained it's often done to avoid exposing the identities of children involved or subjecting them to unwanted attention. No, just, oh my god, what a real cope. Oh my god. It's because you didn't want people to fucking know what you were doing. And you've done it over 70 times as of last year. Which means, how many times has it been since this year? Hundreds of times, likely. The numbers overall under Biden do appear to have increased, according to official data from the Department of Health and Human Services, on where the children were released. That reflects the increased numbers of unaccompanied minors crossing the border and the easing of pandemic-era restrictions. Only for... no, this is only for undocumented migrants, or do we, ease our pandemic-era restrictions.
Exposing them to unwanted attention.
Oh my god, it's so insane. But this stuff gets nuttier than squirrel shit. So there's now, of course, I won't cover these in detail because we're getting late.
Why would they get unwanted attention if what they were doing was good?
It's because they're probably not children and it's probably all fake. So there's now a criminal investigation into DeSantis.
Yeah, that's gonna go nowhere.
Yeah. Criminal investigation has been launched in Texas into whether dozens of asylum seekers were illegally flown into the state to Martha's Vineyard, as new evidence continues to emerge suggesting they were misled.
Yeah, that's not true.
The Bexar County Sheriff, they're making that up because they want to. They want to be in this country, so they'll lie to say whatever the fuck they want. Do you know what I mean? Like, are you joking? Are you stupid?
And they've undoubtedly been coached by Democrats what to say.
Well, here's what happens now. They're going to sue DeSantis, allegedly. Migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard have filed a lawsuit against DeSantis. You are not legal American citizens. Legal action comes after Wednesday when nearly 50 migrants were taken from planes, blah, blah, blah. Attorneys want DeSantis and his fellow defendants to be banned from including immigrants to travel across state lines by fraud and misrepresentation, as well as damages for the harm suffered by migrants. So now they're gonna sue him. First of all, they want to have him removed from office for this and sue him over this.
Why? It's fucking based.
Because I was emotionally damaged.
Yeah, go into one of the wealthiest countries or wealthiest parts of the entire fucking United States.
Now here's one of the stupidest things.
You went to a holiday destination, you ungrateful bunch of bastards.
The holiday destination. Jared Kushner condemned. Oh, I can't look at this, but whatever.
Trump, your daughter has bad choice in men.
Yeah, he does. Whatever. I don't really care. Just look at the fucking headline. This one, however, is funny. Newsom wants to debate DeSantis about the migrant controversy. Well, I don't know how much we want to talk about this, because what's there to say? Who cares? Newsom is an idiot. His state is an actual shithole. It's a toilet. It's a literal toilet at this point.
He has presided over the first time in California's history where it's leaking migrants to Ron DeSantis' state. Yeah. And you want to debate him. Because
people are so disgusted by fucking California.
What is he going to say? Ron DeSantis could just say, hey, guess what? I've had more people coming from your state than any other place to live here instead of your state. Why the fuck do they want to go back to yours? They flee from you because you suck as a governor. That's it. That's all he has to say.
Apparently.
What the fuck is there to debate? You're a shithead.
I'd love to watch it just because I think it'd be funny as hell.
But it is to set up a 2024 election in general. That's what this is about.
Yes, that's what it's about.
Yes, and I think Ron DeSantis is smart enough to not fall for that stupid shit. And also, the thing that I just want to point out, he said, I'll bring my hair gel, you bring your hairspray. That's the gayest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
So gay.
You metrosexual, Botox-riddled fag.
Okay, let me ask you questions. How awake are you?
Not at all.
You're very sleepy?
I'm basically slumped in my chair.
Okay, you don't want to watch Biden's 60 Minutes interview, I'm guessing then.
There's no fucking way in hell people sit through that.
Okay. I mean, I could.
If he couldn't sit through it, there's no fucking way I'm going to.
That's very true. That's very true. Let me read you some descriptions of things to end off with of our stream. Creator of Obamacare calls voters stupid for supporting it.
That's hilarious. Thank you for that.
Should we? Well, you sent me this article. Should we read this? Let's just do that. He says that.
Well, you don't need to read it. Just watch the fucking thing he says.
Let's watch it as soon as the CNN thing loads.
But this was on my Twitter feed. I went like, "This is."
It is from several years. Why is the CNN video? Oh my god, no thanks. Okay, this is from several years ago, but oh my god, it's from 2014. But this is very interesting to see. You sent this to me today, and I never saw this ever. This is curious. As soon as it loads.
It'll load.
Dude, there we go.
Leave it to one of the key consultants of the Affordable Care Act to inflict the kind of damage to the president's signature achievement in office that Republicans were never quite able to muster.
You had a law which said healthy people are going to pay in. It made explicit that healthy people pay in and sick people get money. It would not have passed.
He was only getting started. Here's MIT professor Jonathan Gruber, one of the president's go-to guys on health care, talking about what he described as the tortured way the law was written so it wasn't viewed by the public as a tax.
Lack of transparency is a huge political advantage. And basically, call it the stupidity of the American voter or whatever. But basically, that was really, really critical to getting the thing to pass.
In fact, the key takeaway of the now infamous Gruber recordings is that Americans are dumb.
The American voter is too stupid to understand it.
He's right, though.
Here's what he said.
Americans are too stupid to understand. Americans bought into Obamacare because they're too stupid to understand what the fuck it actually meant.
Thomas Sowell said the same
which
thing.
Would create higher costs passed on to consumers.
It's a very clever, basic exploitation of the lack of economic understanding of the American voter.
On MSNBC, Gruber tried to clean it up.
I was speaking off the cuff, and I basically
Oh,
spoke
sure, of
inappropriately.
course you were.
And,
Of course.
having made those comments.
The White House response?
I think the president is proud of the transparent process that was undertaken to pass that bill into law.
Democrats also tried to downplay the role Gruber, a paid consultant, played in creating the law.
Of course.
I don't know who he is. He didn't help.
Oh
write
my
that
god, fucking.
Top Republicans in Congress piled on in glee.
You know what, that's funny?
During the Obamacare debate.
It's horrifying. Yeah, what's up, though?
First of all, she knows who the fuck he is because
Yes,
he
she
worked
does.
for her
You
previously,
saw her-
and
I
she
know.
mentioned him by name.
I know, she knew
So
exactly
she
who he
knew
was.
exactly
and
the
she,
fuck he is, you lying Botox
she,
riddled bitch.
lying old bitch. You lied, Nancy. You lied.
That we all knew was not true. Not even close to true. And what this insider
boy.
saying
Now,
confirms
when you see this
is that
this
they were
shit show,
spinning tales from beginning to
can you see why other countries look at America and think, why the fuck do we want to be like you? Your
So
government is a
let's-
fucking disgrace.
Yes, so let's just be clear about what happened here, guys. The person who basically created Obamacare admitted that it was bullshit that was voted for by people who didn't understand what it was about to manipulate them. Okay?
Yeah, because you were
And-
forced to get health insurance.
Yeah, it was insane. I have a couple more things I want to go through really quickly here. Spoon, if you don't mind, you can give me 20 minutes. Because this one really, give me, okay, maybe 15. California man with over 1,000 DVDs of children being R-worded sentenced to 180 days in prison by Democrat judge. I looked into this again. This is Impulse. You can look at his collection. Look at his freaking collection. 180 days.
He's due to get out in 2 months.
Yeah, so he's fine to have done all this.
By the way, did you know that Newsom reduced the punishment for sodomy of children?
I have seen that. Actually, I don't have that in front of me, but yeah, I have seen that. So here's another thing. WAPO Journal blames libs of TikTok for failing to correct Taylor Lorenz before WAPO published a bold-faced lie about libs of TikTok. This is insane, right? So the
These
stupid
people are going
idiot
to hell.
Taylor Lorenz has published bold, objective lies about libs of TikTok, accusing them of causing a bomb scare at a hospital.
Oh, shut the fuck
and then
up.
admitted that they had no idea about it. It was all bullshit. Just read this, okay?
Do I have to?
Libs of TikTok got a shout out in a Washington recent WAPO article. So I'm trying to read this. Elizabeth Dwoskin and Jeremy B. Merrill about how Trump's big lie fueled a new generation of social media influencers. A bomb threat caused the hospital to be evacuated. So this is a thing about the Boston Children's Hospital did receive a bomb threat. That's insane. Now, the Boston Children's Hospital also was conducting genital surgeries on underage children who were quote-unquote transgender. That is a problem. They should not have received a bomb threat. Obviously, that's insane and disgusting and ridiculous. But probably because it never happened. As libs of TikTok tried to point out to Dwoskin, only to be shamed by Dwoskin for not reaching out to Lorenz. Why didn't you discuss this with Taylor Lorenz, who has made her life's mission to smear you and possibly land you in the hospital when she reached out to your channel? Because I, much like Taylor, couldn't be bothered to verify an inflammatory claim in my article before the article was published. So in other words, and by the way, Taylor Lorenz the Washington Post article had to be corrected because the original article claimed that libs of TikTok was responsible for this threat to the hospital, and that was incorrect, obviously, because of course it was. But there's not going to be any real proper response. So libs of TikTok got accused of being a terrorist, and there's not going to be any proper response to it.
Hey,
no
social
apology.
Media, how about your disinformation? Would you take care of that?
Oh no,
of course
no,
not.
only for people that you like, of course.
Yeah.
So it's getting very late though, and I will want to end this
If you are
up.
liberal, you can lie through your fucking teeth and nothing will happen to you.
Even though there's a bunch of stuff that I would like to watch, like, would you want to watch that Women Incapable of Responsibility clip?
Sleepy.
You're sleepy. Okay, so let's end with this then. Please don't cook chicken in NyQuil.
Oh my
The FDA
god.
asked TikTok users. Cooking chicken in NyQuil cold medicine doesn't sound very appetizing. So basically, like, TikTok users were cooking chicken in NyQuil, and Spoon asked me about this a little bit.
I actually support this for two
Why?
reasons. Well, because
Why?
because it's knocking off TikTok's viewer base.
I guess so. But you did ask me a little bit about this.
Chlorine.
The question, the NyQuil question. And I believe that I told you that the answer was tussin the tussin, put it down like it was nothing. Robocop couldn't stop me from puking and flushing. No balls to be bussin', no fighting, no cussin'. There's love for a drug called Robitussin. And the thing is that,
sounded
like,
more non-white.
Apparently also when you cook it down, and I'm not saying apparently because I can tell you the fact, is that the active drug in NyQuil is something called DXM, and I don't know how to...
If she makes you NyQuil chicken, do not let her go. What in the fucking name of all that is holy is wrong with you?
This is insane, yeah, but like it's a drug that's in Robitussin that gets you real fucked up, and if you've ever been very, very sick and taken a bunch of Robitussin, it might have gotten you fucked up. But apparently people are trying to cook chicken with it now. I can't imagine how disgusting that tastes. Will it get you fucked up? Almost assuredly. But do I want to eat it? No. No.
It's
Anywho.
medicine, you fucking retards.
It will get you screwed up, by the way. Actually, I should go eat a weed gummy. But it will get you screwed up. But don't do this.
I said in a video about this, I said, if you do this stupid shit and you go to the hospital, I hope they don't treat you. Because you need to suffer for your stupidity.
Let's just be clear. Just to be clear, though, Spoon. The people who think that you and I shouldn't be treated in a hospital because we're not vaccinated. So
I don't give a fuck.
Just saying. Anywho, it's late as hell over here, and I think we're gonna head out for the evening. Even though I thought we were gonna go a little bit late, but I think we went about as long as both of us and are cool to go with. We do have some more articles. I will save them for next week. And thank you all so much. Or tomorrow, yeah, because we're gonna stream again. Actually, that's a cool thing. Let's stream again tomorrow because we've got a long ass bunch of stuff.
And I want to see Dennis Prager annoy the fuck out of Anna.
I would love to as well. Okay, so we're gonna go again tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for showing up and watching it, because this has been, and thank you guys so much also for giving super chats and supporting the stream. This has been I have to be a little bit honest, is that no, I have to be honest. Just to be honest. It's a very scary time for me right now with the YouTube stuff, in that it seems that it's very possible that at any point in time YouTube will come for me and just take my channel away, and or do something nutty, right? So the fact that so many people are here and so many people are here and listening to us talk and have fun is amazing. I do have a video that's in the process, but it's really, really scary right now, because clearly I'm being targeted by somebody. We know who it is. I'm being targeted by them, and that YouTube is cool with it. YouTube is cool with targeted harassment, as long as it's targeted harassment by a person who's part of a protected group. Hey, Susan, I'm a lesbian. Well, I'm bisexual. I'm bisexual. Is that not targeted harassment against a fucking protected class? Apparently not, but whatever. So we'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Okay. I'm just very frustrated that this is happening, because it's really stupid and lame. Anywho, take care, and I'll push on, as Bill would say.